This presentation is made possible by these amazing individuals and organizations, whether it was through Patreon, Super Chats, Super Stickers, or by watching, liking, and commenting. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Hi guys. So good to see you guys in the chat. You're already going at it and I love it. Thank you for being here, everyone. I hope that you guys are having a wonderful Friday, and I am just so thrilled to be able to to be here with you right now, and that you guys are here with me. Thank you so much. I'm gonna check out what you guys are saying in the chat here because it is booming. You guys have already you've already been having really great conversations, and I guess that's because I did start an hour later. I realized that, earlier in the week, I was like, I'm gonna need an extra hour to prepare for the show because I just wanted to have a little bit of a chance to kind of like realize, that it's been 7 years. I'm still pinching myself. So okay, now, Jack says, is here. Jack is here. Hello, Jack. Says, congratulations on 7 years RNG. You had me with your review of Zardoz riding to Lake Travis today. So again, congratulations. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I hope you get to see the replay of this. And yes, once again, thank you so much. This is really warms my heart. Thank you. And I hope you have a safe and a fun trip. And Lance Chafin is here. Hello, Lance. How are you doing? I hope you are doing well. So good to see you in the chat. And let's see. Keith E is here. Hello, Keith E says, well, I guess I'm early. I'm way early. I thought this was happening like right now, but it's gonna be another hour. That's okay. Okay, so you came at 3. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I did feel that it was necessary for me to move it up a little bit further up because I wanted to not be constrained about how long this goes because this might go for a while. I don't know. I'd like to keep it going for a while. So let me apologize for for making it a little later. I also wanted to, for anyone who's still at work or anyone who is going to be, a lot of people are going to go see the movie The Flash today. And I wanted to give them a chance to stop by and say hi if they wanted to. It is a party after all. And Keith, he says, Hooper has set out the Nerd Girl snack buffet. Woo! It includes bananas, grapes, Rice Krispie treats and baby carrots. He said he plans on gorging himself. Well, Hooper is, let's give a hand to Hooper. Thank you, Keith E, for letting us know how Hooper is doing. And Unicorn Rampant Studios here says, I was just thinking Hooper is going to eat everything all by himself and then just tell us about how great the buffet was. Yes, most likely, most likely. And Adam says 7 is a lucky number, but 7, the movie, isn't. Congratulations, RNG. Thank you so much. And he gives a $7 super chat in honor of the anniversary. Thank you so much, Adam. This is wonderful. And I have brand new thank yous, guys. I've been working on videos behind the scenes, not just the one that I owe for the channel for as a review, but I'm also working on the smaller videos for these live streams. Like, let me just do it. I'm going to give Adam a brand new thank you. This is its world premiere, and I hope he likes it. Isn't it the cutest? I love the ending where she just falls.
She falls right off the ledge of that thing. Is just hilarious. So I always love that clip, and I wanted to use it in this. And there's going to be more fun clips because I see them and I'm like, oh no, this is so cute. It's retro style and everything. Definitely want to get your opinion, guys, about my backdrop here. Before we go any further, isn't it the coolest thing? This was my vision for the live streams, and I'm so glad finally, after what 52 shows, to finally be able to bring it to you the way I want it. And there's still more improvements that I want to do with the live streams, but this is a start. This is a start, guys. uh, and Adam says, let me start the night off right with $7 celebration dollars. $7 celebration dollars. I love the way that sounds. Thank you so much, Adam. You are awesome. Thank you. It's really awesome to receive such a nice gift from you. And it looks like there's another thing. Let me just find out what's happening with this. Hold on a second, and I'll be right back, guys. Um, oh, okay. Uh, okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. The StreamYard wanted to get weird on me, and also wanted to say to Adam, thank you for becoming a member. That was absolutely wonderful. I hope that you'll, that your membership is going to help the channel grow and get even better. Thank you. And William Blake Hall says, huh, 34 minutes to go. This was 34 minutes to go. Okay, I'm gonna hurry up to go, and already I feel late to the party. I think one of her very first reviews was Day the Earth Stood Still, which is the watch party tomorrow. It is in celebration of the 4 year. It was my very first video. And so that is the reason why I selected it, because it is going to just be incredible to watch. 7 years later, it has been about 7 years since I've seen that film. So I think I'm due. I'm due for another watch. And William Blake Hall is saying hi to everyone. Everyone's saying hi to each other. And Lord Todd is here. Hello, Lord Todd. How are you? So good to see you. And let's see. Uh, William Blake Hall gives us some very important information for movie lovers, guys. This is really big stuff. It says among the movies which YouTube is showing free with ads are Commando, Broken Arrow, and Fantastic Voyage. He says that The Right Stuff could also be watched ad free. So this is great for all of you guys who are looking um, for movies to watch for free. You can get to see them on YouTube. This is great. Thank you, William. I really appreciate all of the information you provide for us uh, all the time, all the time. Wonderful. Um, let's see. It looks like everybody's chatting with one another. Um, and Keith E says the people who track such things are saying that all DVDs in America are headed to Kansas City. Is that true? Um, I'm not sure. I wonder why, because I have some DVDs. I'm not sure why they would do something like that. Let's see. Um, I've never heard of that. William Blake Hall says, been chilling some cherry Coke for 6 hours, gonna grab some. Oh, delicious. Um, and Oh, that's because Lance Chafin is getting a lot of DVDs. That's why. Okay, I got the joke. I got the joke, guys. Keith is sending um uh Keith is sending Lance uh DVDs. That's awesome. Um, and Len says, I tried the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. It's not too bad. I've never tried that one. Actually, I've never even, I don't think I've, oh, I had cherry Coke once when I was little. When I was really little. And Keith E says, Unicorn, you're 100%. I went into the kitchen and Hooper looked at me and let out a loud burp and pretty well has rampaged the buffet. Hooper, Hooper. um, Yes, and William Blake Hall says hippos can be more dangerous than they appear. And Hooper is Keith E's hippopotamus. And yes, starting an hour later than usual. And look, government cheese is here. Congrats on your 7 years. Hope you have many more years of awesome content. Thank you so much. I hope so. My intention is to keep going at it, and just continue to talk about movies. I love movies. I love movies. So I want to talk about movies. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I have been surprised all the Dr. Pepper flavors are exciting. Oh, really? They are. I I really never. I don't think I've ever had a Dr. Pepper. Um, not well, maybe when I was a kid. I think when I was a kid, I explored more into sodas, and I have not had a Dr. Pepper in many, 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 many years. Um, and let me keep going. Brogu said was here and says, "Hello, RNG. Just wanted to take a moment to say congratulations on your 7 year anniversary. Hope you guys have fun. I will see you soon. Take care." Oh, that is so sweet of Brogu to visit us. As we all know that he lost his father rather recently and is dealing with all of that. So Brogu, if you're watching in the replay or later on, definitely appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're doing well, and again, condolences, and we're thinking about you. And Thalia Mayer is here, says happy 7th anniversary, and look at all of the emojis that she's got, like all these celebratory emojis. I like the champagne glasses. And Lord Toth says, congratulations. Thank you so much, Lord Toth. I appreciate it. And let's see. And William Blake Hall says, oh, all hailing frequencies open, Lieutenant Retro. Thank you so much. And it says, she is in space. I'm in space. Yes, I'm so happy. Um, I am so happy. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, awesome background. Thank you. William Blake Hall says, I envy that view. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just something that I finally got up the courage to um to add to the stream, and I love it so much. I love it so much. It works too. That's the other thing. I was gonna do a green screen thing, and I that wasn't gonna really work for me. For some reason, StreamYard and green screen is kind of choppy sometimes. So I opted for something a little bit more practical, and it looks great. Congratulations on 7 years, Sean Ennis says. I guess that makes me a newbie. Sorry for not catching on sooner. Hello to all in the chat. Oh my goodness. Those are really sweet words. Thank you. And we of course love you around here. You're a wonderful addition to the retro family, and just a joy to have into the stream. So so glad that you are a part of our family and our community. And as new background, nice. Thank you guys. You guys are just making me smile so much. I feel like I made the right choice. And El Necron is here. Hello, El Necron. It says congratulations on 7 years. Wow, thank you. Yes, and El Necron and I are gonna be doing something special next week. Hopefully, if everything goes well on his channel, we'll be talking about David Cronenberg, I believe. And I don't know all of his movies, but I do adore him. And there, oh, is it David Cronenberg? Let's make sure. Let's see. I have my appointment book here. Yeah, David Cronenberg, and I'm gonna have so much fun talking about him because I do love that director. Even though I haven't seen all of his videos, there's just some things I can't I can't do, but I do the movies that I have seen. Of course, I adore them. And Government Juice, she's on her ship. Thank you. You guys are so I'm so glad you guys get it. I don't think I could like have another kind of channel and be able to do this and you guys get it. Like, thank you for getting it. And Lance Chapin says, "Yeah, congrats on 7 years and seven more to go." Thank you. Thank you. And William Blake Hall says, RNG, does your ship have a name? Well, this is actually not quite my ship. This is the this is this is actually some other ship that I'm kind of hanging out in for a while my ship gets fixed. So as you guys saw in the beginning, the repair guys are working on my ship. So I had to go somewhere. And this is still like a part of the project Genesis. So um, yeah, well, I'll have to find out what the name of the ship is, and tell you. They just took me here, and I'm here. Hungry Jerk is just getting here. Hello, Hungry Jerk. How are you today? And Lance is saying hi to Hungry, and William says, "I propose the International Science Fiction Station." I like that. I like that. I do like that. Hungry Jerks. Hey, Lance. You guys are saying hi to each other. Let's see. Oh, Daryl Johnson is here and says, RNG. Yes. How are you? Hope you are well today, Daryl. It's so good to see you. And John Walker is also here. Says, hello, RNG and everyone in the chat. So good to see you, John Walker. And oh, look, it's Mama Bear Art Doll. So good to see you. She says, love the backdrop. Thank you so much. I really am like super excited and happy you guys like it. It really feels like I'm with my people. And Daryl Jones says, looking cool, RNG. And John Walker says the backdrop looks great. And Optic Racer is here. Hello. Says, hey, nerd girl, how are you? Great news. They added Wanted Dead or Alive in Tubi with Rutger Hauer. Wow. Ooh, that's a deep cut right there. Rutger Hauer in that movie. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. Um, and and the unicorn says hello, all the hellos. And Mama Bear Artel says congratulations on 7 years retro. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a very fun ride. I'm gonna actually go through sort of my experience here on YouTube and talk about since the beginning. And it's been very interesting for me. And let's see. People are saying hello to each other. And Daryl is making sure to remind everyone to hit the like button if they're liking what they're seeing. So that would be great. And I, of course, have a little stinger for that. Why don't we just do that really quick? Um, if I can find it. There we go. Yes, smash that like button. Thank you. All right, let's see. Um, and oh, a little message for Brogu. May your dad rest in peace. Yes, thank you. Yeah, everybody's sending hugs to you, Brogu. So if you're watching in the replay or later on tonight, we are thinking about you. And Sean, and it says the pepper, Dr. Pepper is gross in my opinion, and my dad loved it. Sorry, Brogu. Lost my dad back in 2013. He lived a long life, but it was never easy. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Um, and Lance is is saying congrats. Look at all of the party favors for me. Thank you so much, Lance. That is so awesome. And Lance also has says here's a celebration cake. And this is here and says, congratulations. Can't wait for you to see Exo Squad on Peacock and see Captain Marcus, a so-called good guy, yell and scream at his men and tries to get a crew tries to get a crew members executed, giving him good ideas. Interesting. I've never well, first I need to probably get Peacock, so that might be on my list of like make more money so you can get on a yet another streaming service. But well, I think does Peacock does it have a free version that you need to you like you can watch um uh ads with it? I don't know. Somebody tell me if Peacock is it could be free with ads. Let me know. Um, and let's see. Neo Sevens is here. It says, Happy anniversary, Retro. Thank you so much. This is so awesome to see so many of you guys here. It really warms my heart. Um, and Sean is asking this if it is a reference to the De Niro line. Yes, I mean, I have never heard it. So, and uh, and Mama Bear Ardell says, I would totally name that ship, Keith. Yes, maybe I need to find a name for the ship. Somebody, maybe you guys can give the ship a name. And says Exo Squad on Peacock, even though though free is not a kids show, even though they think it is. Oh, okay, so you can watch Peacock for free. I will give it a shot and see if I can do that. So okay, I got up with the chat. My goodness, that's I hardly ever do that. My goodness, did I really catch up to the chat? Okay. So I will begin a few things. One, I'm going to just show, um, I'm going to share the screen first for my channel, which you guys know the channel, but um, this year has been a little bit um, a little bit off kilter because live streams really took me for a loop and I've been really enjoying them. And then I also had a serious issue with all of my stuff just being my technology for some of my things just completely wiping out on me. So there is a lot of material that I had created for videos that were suddenly wiped away. So I had to start all back over. So, unfortunately, I haven't been able to do actual reviews like I started out doing. And I'm actually like building that back up again. So, don't worry for all of you guys who like my reviews. I may be doing less reviews, but I am still doing reviews and I want to make them good reviews. So, they're going to have high quality. And they're not going to be crappy quality. So let me just see if I can, yeah, let's look and see if I can find and I'm going to share my screen with you. I wonder if this will let me do, let me just see if it'll let me do it, if it'll take it away. Um, share my screen. Oh, okay, it did it this time. Okay, great, great. It's allowing me to do it. Okay, so this is my channel, guys, right? Here I am. And there are, let me just see if I can make it with, um, okay. I don't know if it's, okay. Um, sorry, I'm like blanking out for a second because I'm trying to figure out why isn't it showing me the way that I want it to show. Anyway, I have quite a few like member videos in there. But Willow was my last video, and I had a Planet of the Apes, and so going all the way back, I don't know if you guys will see anything here that you maybe haven't seen before, but kind of going all the way back, I've been able to do a lot of movies that I absolutely adore and love, and like even like cheeky horror movies that no one here knows about, and I'm not even a horror movie fan. Um, and it's just been kind of great to for a lot of these movies to kind of like revisit them and really go through my thoughts on what I feel about them, and share them with other people who I hope like have the same feeling that I have for these movies. And there have been some people who are like they've watched a movie like Zardoz. Well, there are some people who love Zardoz, and then there are some people who leave me comments like, "This movie was garbage. I don't know what you're talking about." And I'm like, "I spoke about it for 45 minutes. So are you listening to why it's amazing?" Um, and so yeah, it's really wild. But yeah, there are some people who look at these videos and they don't feel the same way as I do, but they are getting something out of it. Like, oh, I never thought about this movie in this particular way, and I feel like that's something that I really think that this channel has to offer. Just going through all of these older movies and examining them, pulling them apart, looking at the story, looking at the actors, looking at the special effects, even though the special effects may or may not be like the best special effects that you've ever seen, or even for its time. And it's really surprising how many people today will look at some of the special effects, older special effects, and just immediately say, "Oh, this is garbage." And it's like, "Whoa, what this won an Oscar." And so, like, there are like certain steps to be taken, I feel, in movie making that has happened over the years, and I just love exploring that. I love exploring that, and I think that also fosters my fascination with current day news about movies, scoops and all that stuff, because it's sort of like seeing all of in the way a movie is being made played out in real time, all the politics behind it, all the stories, the issues with actors and directors, playing out in real time, and being able to like actually um, have that memory like inside of me, um like for a lot of the movies that I remember when I was growing up, I don't remember the politics of it because I was too young to know about it. But then doing the research, like, oh wow, that happened behind closed doors, or that happened behind the scenes, and I find that to be extremely fascinating. So, just going back and seeing all of these movies that I covered, just feels like nostalgia makes me feel really good for having covered them. And I believe I've done about 140 movies. I'm sure there are other channels that have done thousands of reviews. But I haven't, gotten to that level yet. And just I want to continue to build the library of reviews um, that could really be something that people can use to analyze movies, figure out, write dissertations, to use as examples for schools and for learning about film. So I do feel like that's like the bigger purpose of the channel. That maybe I'm just having fun right now, and maybe you're having fun, we're all having fun, but the the thing I'd like to leave as a legacy is definitely the idea and the prospect that we're actually um, like gonna make an impact on the future. It's it's a lofty thought. Let's see what you guys are saying. Daryl has named the USS RNG, and Sean Emma says De Niro was a line. This is this arguing. Oh, with John Cazale and Deer Hunter. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And William Blake calls says, I'm thinking of the ship and as the intermission, an old name for breaks in the middle of long movies. Also suggests between missions. Ooh, interesting, yeah. Uh, and William Blake Hall reviews. All right, yes, they haven't. They're not going away. We're still going to be working on them. It's just taking a lot longer because I'm starting off from scratch, literally. Um, and Korgoth Killing says, "Happy anniversary," and I say thank you. And Shannon says, "Interesting. I'll look up." Exo Squad. I'm always intrigued when a good property is marketed incorrectly. And Sean Ennis says, is there something in your life, a reoccurring theme, perhaps? Just trying to think of an appropriate ship name. I'm not sure if there's reoccurring theme, reinvention, maybe. Uh, Probably. This is so that's where your name is coming from, is that this is this? Hanna-Barbera once had a show that was like if they mixed Rama one half Knight Rider and any David Cronenberg film in a Saturday morning cartoon called Turbo Teen in 1984. It's bad. It's funny, but funny bad show. Oh, okay, Turbo Teen. I'll have to I'll write it over here. You guys always have such great um 1984 and the dates. Thank you for having the date for me. You guys have so many wonderful suggestions for me. I really appreciate it. Government G says you're the only person I've ever seen review Millennium. I thought I was the only person that liked that movie. Oh yeah, I mean, I've just discovered by doing this review how many people have come out and said that they enjoy Millennium, and it's kind of a wild thing because Millennium is definitely one of those movies that I think Hollywood tried to hide. Didn't want us to see that movie, but I actually saw it in the theaters, which was really incredible. And and not only that, um, the thing that kind of gets me about about that movie is that monologue that Daniel J. Travanti says about when he talks about time travel, and that blew me away. Like without that monologue, I'm not sure, if it would have as much gravitas to me as it did. With that monologue, I was like, wow, this is exactly why time travel is not a good idea. But why there are problems with time travel and or the concept of time travel. But he also brought up very interesting, morally interesting ways to use time travel. And one of them, which I loved, was grabbing a cup of water from the ocean or going in the earth's trash of today and using it and for something of need in the future. And and I thought of the concept of when you're doing your laundry and you leave your sock in the laundry, or you're missing a sock in your laundry, that could be people from the future just grabbing one sock, to gather up all the socks to make a sweater or something, or some piece of clothing that they need in the future. So yeah, it's just an interesting thought, and it makes you think. I like that movie because it makes me think. And Sean Ennis says, I met a woman once where I made a comment about a particular bad special effects, and she winced because she worked for the company that made it. Oh no, she explained it was a very rush job. Yeah, I mean, I think if you work for a company, you've got to have a sense of humor and an ease about some of the stuff, because it's it's a matter of opinion. Someone can see a special effect and think it's wonderful, and other people can see that same effect and say, wow, that looks cheap. And you're like, oh gosh, that we spent like 12 months working on that little thing. So yeah, there are some people who love and appreciate stop motion, and there are some people who think it's a lower form of animation, and so doesn't get as much, doesn't want to, don't want to give it any credit for being any good. So there are a lot of opinions, and that's basically what we can do as human beings. We have that right and ability. And the government chief says nobody knows what I'm talking about when I mentioned that movie. Oh yeah, with Millennium, right? It's just like nobody knows about Millennium. And Sean Ennis says Millennium is bad, but Christopherson and Cheryl Ladd with crazy hair, it's worth a look. Yeah, I think so too. It has a very cheesy concept, but like I said, I found my moment of happiness in there when I saw that monologue that Daniel J. Chavanti gave. Oh, it's so good. And I think Skywalker the Jedi is here. Hello. Gives me a $5 super chat. This is amazing. Thank you. And says, Happy 7 years retro. So glad to have met you along your journey here on YouTube and to be a part of it in any way. Much love to you and best wishes. And just to give you guys a little bit um, of a background, when I when I was going to go live, which I was going to do for sure, I made all the plans for it. I didn't want to talk myself out of it. So another way for you to get things done is to do this. Get an accountability partner, somebody who is going to say, hey, um, you know, you've got to do that thing. And so I asked Skywalker the Jedi to be my accountability partner, to make sure that I um, went and did a live stream before the end of January. And of course, I beat the heck out of that date, and did my first live stream within the first week or two. I'm not sure exactly how soon it was, but I just wanted, I wanted to beat my own requirements. So it was like a self best thing where I kind of pushed myself extra hard. And of course, with him being my accountability partner, I wasn't going to fail because I would let him down. I mean, not let him down, but that's what an accountability partner is supposed to do. Is supposed to say, "Hey, look, you're supposed to do this thing, and you didn't." Yeah, I'm sketchy about you now. So yes, thank you so much for being my accountability partner, Skywalker the Jedi. And I know that was a long story, everybody, but I really had to give him credit for being such a cool friend. And let's see, I've got one of my newer thank yous, and I'm gonna use it. Let's see. I like this one. That's so awesome. Oh man. All right. And Terry Talks Movies is here. Says, yes, good to see you here. Um, and William says, socks lost in laundry explained by the movie Millennium. Love it. Absolutely. I mean, that's where all of our socks are going. They're going into the future, guys. And Angry Jerk says, "Congrats, RNG. Thank you so much. Absolutely appreciate it, and so glad you're here with me for this." And it says, this says, "I didn't know where was Millennium, uh, where was a Millennium film? I know of an file spin. Sorry about this. My reading is terrible. I didn't know there was a Millennium film. I know of an X-Files spin-off TV show called Millennium. Millennium, yes, I did review that movie. Let's see if I can find is one of the more recent ones. Um, it's with Cheryl Ladd and Chris Christopherson. 1994, I believe. 1989. There it is right in the corner. Millennium, right here. And what a fun movie it was to review, and I absolutely love that movie. I absolutely love that movie. It's got some good bones, is what I would say. And William Michael says, I just wonder why UFOs tend to act obnoxious and impolite. Um, oh, and in response to the X-Files. And William says Lance Henriksen as Frank Black. Yes, I remember Millennium. Yes, and this John Walker is saying that he remembers Millennium with Lance Henriksen too. Um, and Mama Bear Ardell says, "LOL, Ski is a great source of encouragement. He really is. He's a great guy, and definitely." Um, I'm just looking forward to all of the things that he's going to do on his channel in the future. It looks like he's developing a nice theme, and it's going very well. It's definitely uh, very charismatic on camera. And Neo Sevens is here. Oh my God. The $7 super chat, you guys are so sweet. Here's a $7 to help you celebrate your seventh. Oh, thank you so much. Um, this is wonderful. All right, thank you so much. I am gonna get you a nice thank you. Here we go. Oh my God, that's that music always gets me dancing. And Sean Ennis says, that episode with the demons eating the donut shop was my favorite episode of the Millennium TV series. All right, so you know what I'm missing out? Millennium TV series. Because I do remember seeing hints of it. I never got a chance to watch it. But that looks like fun. Demons eating in the donut shop. That's cool. Loved Frank Black as a character. So cool. Sounds great. Government Cheese, your Big Trouble in Little China review is one of my faves. I love that movie. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes, I had so much fun reviewing that, and the Watch Party was really, really good too. Just a wonderful movie with so much energy, and I do hope there are no plans to make a remake it or anything. If they did a sequel, maybe, maybe a sequel, but no remakes, please. No remakes, please. It would be cool if they got, they explored more of the Chinese um couple in the story, and see like where they are at right now. And maybe they have a son or a daughter or some children, right? That can kind of take off from there and see what's going on. I don't know. Sequels are better. I would like a sequel better than a complete remake, which is something that they have been talking about doing for years. But they don't understand that that movie is really like is John Carpenter, and it's John Carpenter's magic. Like he's incredible. So there's a bit of magic that he has in his filmmaking. So and I don't know if they can anyone can capture that, to be honest. Um, and oh goodness, Puff Comics 83 is here, says hello, and it gives me a $10 super chat. My goodness. It says happy 7th anniversary, RNG. Thanks for being a supporter of me and Vivi's Friday movie stream. Yes, they're really amazing streams, guys. If you they always get a nice good retro movie to look at, and usually action or fantasy genre. And I always love the work you put into your videos, and you've been killing it with the live streams. Much love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I appreciate it. Yes, it's so good to see your channel as well growing. Yeah, let me get a nice little thank you for you. Uh, see here's this one. All right, and Costellar is here. Hello, Horror Cinderella is on the way. Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that idea. Sean Ennis says Millennium TV series was a spin-off of the X-Files. That episode with the demons is season 2, episode 21, with Bill Macy from the TV series Mod playing one of the demons. It's really funny. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Oh my goodness. I'm learning something new every day. Costellar says the Jumanji sequel was good. Yes, it was very good. And that's the way you do it. You make it a sequel. You don't make it you don't like reboot the whole thing, because it loses something when you reboot it. And Puff Comics Comics 83 says groovy. Oh, that's so sweet. You guys are amazing. And Costellar says, hope the Equalizer 3 is good and the new Mission Impossible. Oh yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I just would love to see more exciting movies at the theater, and of course they'll get to streaming when I finally watch them, and I'll have something groovy to watch. And William Blake Hall says RNG reviews of 4 years ago are 2001: A Space Odyssey, Aelita, and Heavy Metal. Yeah, those are some of the hits right there. Heavy Metal was incredible. Um, so yeah, let's see. I think I've gone through. Just showed you guys some of the older ones that I did. In case you guys have seen something that you haven't watched, there are plenty of videos here to do so. Now, um, I am going to, let's see, let me remove this. Um, I'll keep that there. Okay, so I am going to talk a little bit about what happened before I had this channel. Before I had this channel, um, I I would say I was actually on a lot of different channels on YouTube. Like on YouTube, I have I have a lot of channels. That's because I was trying a lot of different things before this actually kind of captured my heart, and I started like putting way more work into it and than all of the other things I was working on. And the thing that I started, everybody here should know, if you've gone to my main page on YouTube, my name in on Earth is Veltus Angel. And so I had a channel before called Veltus Angel. You could check it out. Lots of different videos that were kind of random. Initially, it was just a place for me to put creative stuff, short films, like silly ideas. There's some talking videos because I was like, oh, I want to do sort of like a talking video kind of thing. I show people how to make their own videos. And like how to develop their hobbies into a business. I thought that was something that that I could do on that channel. But ultimately, this was driving me like so much hard. Like I really wanted to do this channel more, and there's a couple of reasons why. One, of course, I wanted to make a movie or make a couple of movies because I have several stories that I've I have over the years that I want to develop into something, and I don't know like what they will be. But it was kind of interesting because once I started doing like researching movies, I saw a lot of film reviewers who were just getting a lot of the movies wrong. Like and that was their opinion of the movie. So I wouldn't say it's wrong because we're both right because we're both looking at things in our from our perspective. It's just that they weren't seeing the things that I was seeing in a lot of movies. And so I felt like it was like I felt compelled to make my reviews, like super, super compelled. Like I was like, no, I okay, let me set the record straight. Um, this is the reason why, War of the Worlds is a great movie. And what it did for its time is so important, like realizing that of course in our modern day age you can't come out with a movie uh like War of the Worlds from back in the 50s because people are going to accept it differently. They may think it's cute, but they won't, like, it's not going to be um it just is not going to have the same power behind it as it did back in the 50s when it was groundbreaking. It made new ground. It was mind blowing for a lot of people. The storyline, the way it was presented, and so that is the reason why I wanted to kind of talk about all those little details that maybe a newer reviewer is not gonna be able to see the impact of a movie like that, and especially for a lot of movies that were done in the 80s. Yes, there were a lot of silliness and there's a lot of lots of moments that may not have, verisimilitude, right? There are many moments where things were a little hokey. Like you look at the movie Cobra, for instance. There's a lot of silly stuff going on there, but it's also riveting. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of stuff that only like movies from like the early like the late 80s and early 90s had. There was just like this intense action movie style that you could get from a movie like Cobra. And then the music, okay? So all of that stuff kind of plays in together. Like recently we just watched Highlander together, and my God, it was so good. It was much better than I remember. And I can't wait to review that movie and tear it apart for you guys and just show you, like, okay, look at how amazing this part is. So while I am going on and on like this, let's see what's happening in the chat here. You guys have been talking as I've been just gabbing it up. I got into like a little um a talkative state there. All right, let's see. Um Castellar says, I will not support this. Okay, that's your choice. And Fletcher Williams says, Fletcher Williams is here. Okay, hi, Fletcher Williams. Congratulations, Retro Nerd Girl. And I'm getting a lot of hand claps. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this says, did you review Heavy Metal 2000? Not as good as the first one, if you ask me. Yes, I did review Heavy Metal 2000, and I rather liked it, but for different reasons. And of course, it didn't have the same impact. It didn't do any of the same things. But I think if you thought of like maybe the story, if it was like called Fact 2, it would be intensely like entertaining. So I think for sure um it, it, it had a problem with calling itself Heavy Metal 2000 and not really giving us the thing that we liked about the heavy metal movie from 1981. So yeah, that's how I feel, but I still enjoyed it. I still did enjoy it. Lisa Fields is here. Hello, Lisa Fields. Hi, RNG. Congratulations. I'm happy you like Conan as much as I do. Oh, thank you, Lisa, because I'm telling you, it's just to me an incredible movie, and more people should just like understand what was going on in that movie, and I don't think a lot of people do. And Skywalker the Jedi said, Retro, you are truly amazing and one of the most genuine people I've encountered on YouTube. Your words were very kind, and I was proud you asked me to be your accountability partner anytime, 100%. Oh, so sweet. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And William Blake Hall says, before you did this channel, you did Tina Turner karaoke. I sure did. I did a lot of things, and I'll play you guys some videos later. They're hilarious. And Cinevric says, "Happy 7th anniversary, Retro Nerd Girl." Um, Give me 1 second here. And let's see. Uh, so let me I do have a surprise for you guys. I am not very good at this. This is my first time, but I have a guest behind in the green room. And so I'm going to bring her out. She has been a big help to my channel, and she's been just a wonderful friend in general too. YouTube can be a lonely place, especially when you're trying to make videos and things, create content, if you will. And she's been so wonderfully sweet to me. Let me see if I can bring her up. Okay, hope I can do this right.
Hello.
Hi, this is wild. Welcome. This is Lorena Creole, who has a wonderful channel, guys. I have been just loving her channel so much, and I don't know how we got together. Maybe it was do you know? Do you remember how we
You know
connected?
what? It is her fault. It really
Okay.
is. It truly is because you were like in her chat. First of all, congrats on 7 years on
Oh,
being on
thank
YouTube.
you. Thank you so much.
So good. Congrats. But yeah, it was her fault because you would pop up in her chat and you would have like all this cool movie knowledge. I'm like, I need to find out who this person is. And it was just so cool. So I'd asked her, I was like, like connect me with her and we
Oh,
can
that
kind
is
of
so
get
cool.
together a little bit. And it's been that way ever, ever since. And just doing like watch parties and reviews with you and her, just the three of us, it is
Oh
so
my
much
God.
fun. So
Yes.
many people tell me how much they love it. So many people are like, "You got Retro Nerd Girl on your channel? That's so cool."
Oh man. But yeah, it's been a blast. Like I can't tell you how much fun it's been. And it's kind of nice to, like I said, to socialize because, like I said, I spent basically 6 years by myself making videos, and suddenly started like saying things in the chat and like being a part of the conversation, which is really cool because I'm getting the chance to do that on my channel as well. Like getting to know all of the people who've been watching for years and years, and even to like new people just started watching, and it's just
Mhm.
been so rewarding to make those connections and friendships, because like I said before, it was really lonely, like me making videos, and just like kind of like not interacting with other YouTubers, but it's been fantastic to be able to do this the past year. So thank you so much for being such an awesome person, great friend, and having me on your channel. This is my first time of having you on my channel, so this is great.
That's right. It sure is.
Finally, I'm able to return the favor. And just to give people an idea of the things you do, could you talk about your channel a little bit?
Well, let's see. My channel that I got peer pressured into starting, which is, the honest truth. I just started I was watching other people's, pop culture channels, and it eventually started my own so people would leave me alone. And I was just like, it's like, oh, it's the kind of stuff that I like. It's like, well, I like sci-fi. I like watching movies. Thank you. I like going to theme parks. I like going to theme parks to interact with the stuff that I've seen in like comic books, movies, TV. I like to collect stuff. I just all that stuff. Kind of, I want to say pretty much what my channel has evolved into, because I didn't know what it was going to be, is pretty much my whole personality in the channel. That's pretty
Mhm.
much what you get, because it's like I'm all
Yeah.
over the place. Sometimes there's stuff that, wow, I found out about, let me, kind of get into, but I'm just about having fun, liking what I do, whether it's, reviewing TV shows, whether it's having, watch parties with like you and her, and we're just watching a watch
Ah,
party.
it's so much
Although
fun.
we don't just look at the movies. So this is what people don't understand, and what I
Hmm.
love about meeting, ladies like you. We will comment through the entire thing.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like Mystery Science Theater 3000. We will talk about it, we will comment on it, we will give our own point of view on it, and it's so much fun doing that, cuz it's like I like watching movies with my friends,
Hmm.
and you never really watch it in silence.
Yeah. No,
You
I
never
mean,
really do.
yeah. And like I've learned too is like I've watched a lot of watch parties on YouTube, and some of them can be really boring because nobody, and even so I have to
Like
remember,
what?
like there may be some moments where I'm looking at this and I'm like, what's going to happen next? So I'm really quiet. I'm like there are moments when that happens, but I try to be to talk through what I'm feeling at the rawest moment, like somebody's walking in, oh, who's this? I want to keep the excitement going, but I also too want to like reach right inside that raw, fresh perspective of looking
Mhm.
at of whatever it is. And it's just been fun. Watch parties are definitely the rage. I like watching other people's watch party. I love, you know doing my own watch parties. I love doing the watch parties with you. And another thing we were doing together, we were breaking down the Star Wars Mandalorian. Oh,
Yes.
I mean, we took we tore it apart though.
We did a CSI on every episode.
That was, yeah, it's a little bit savage there, but I mean, I did like the Mandalorian. I keep telling you on my channel, I was very nice to the Mandalorian, but I think when I got on your channel, I let loose on some of my complaints.
No,
Um,
but it was great. It was great stuff though, because the way that we broke it down,
oh,
a lot of people commented that they appreciated that, that we did that, because people could kind of see where we were coming from, kind of like what we thought was going on, and kind of seeing not only just like your thought process, but the thought process of two other people. So we were kind of all there, and people were like, I hadn't thought about that. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. And it's kind of like EFAP but not EFAP, kind of.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely I did love, well, first of all, you have like great tech.
Oh, thank
Yes.
you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. The way you're able to kind of make it exciting. You have like the actual movie or thing playing, and people can kind of follow very well. So I do admire your tech. It's incredible. And your knowledge of tech, and and you like let us know where you got to be so savvy with such tech.
Yeah, I work in IT, so if it's new, if it's flashy, or we need a MacGyver something to put it together, that's like my thing. And I like, because even though I'm in technology, I have to work with a lot of people who have no clue. Like literally, you have to say, they're like, it's not working. Okay, well, did you turn it off and on again? I mean, that kind of thing. So I really like breaking it down and making it, kind of simple for folks when it comes to tech and everything. So I'm glad you like that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely admire your tech skills. And one other thing that I do adore about your channel is recently you were doing games, but there is a strong Disney influence on your channel, especially Saturday mornings. You do like a walk through the parks, and sometimes even Universal at times. And
Hmm.
I've never been there in the Florida one. I think I visited the one in California a long time ago. I mean, like maybe
Hmm.
30 years ago, but it was a long time ago. But I've never been there, and I do want to one day go there. So when I look at your videos, I'm like, oh, maybe one day I can go there. And, it's just sort of kind of an escape, from the everyday, to see your videos on Saturday mornings. They're really fun.
Oh, well, I'm glad you like them. There was a time when it's just like, okay, I go to the parks maybe once a year, because I was living in suburban Philly. And when like things were really good, I actually got to go, like twice a year. But there was a while there where I couldn't go. And when I found YouTube, I'd see these people like out at the parks, and it'd be cold and freezing in Philadelphia. And it's like nice and sunny. They're like, oh, this is great. It's beautiful here. It's 75 degrees. And I'm like, I love and hate you at the same time. But just like how they would kind of go around and show you things and answer questions, and things like that. So it's like I got to live vicariously, through them. So when I started going to the parks, then that's kind of like what I started, to do. There's things that I haven't seen in a certain way, because some things I'm kind of used to seeing, but someone new will say, hey, I have a question about XYZ, or oh, I've never seen that before, or whatever. So it's just fun to just walk around and talk about the parks. as opposed to, okay, we got to go, we got to go, we got to get in this
Yes.
attraction, we got to get in this attraction, we got to get in this. No, we don't have time to watch that. We have to keep going. It's like a different mindset. So
Hmm.
I love that you enjoy it.
Oh, it's great.
I love doing it, and I love it when people interrupt me. Like they'll see me live streaming. They're like, "Are you on YouTube or TikTok?" I'm yeah. Like, "Oh well, I don't interrupt you." I'm like, "No, go ahead, ask a question because somebody else probably wants to, or the same thing." There's people who will find my live stream and they'll say, "Hey, we just passed by you." Not go.
Yeah, yeah. No, and look, and the other thing too is how much you know about saving money and doing things like really smart when you're there. That's like part of the other thing that's like, oh my God, if I ever do go, I'm hitting you up with all the like, okay, what do I need to do? How do I save a few bucks? I don't know, it's like not empty out all of my money um when I go there. So yeah, I do adore all of that stuff that you do there. And also recently you were doing some gaming as well, which
Yeah.
I got caught in a trap and watched the whole thing. I was
Which
like,
one?
"Oh, let me just see what you're doing for a few
The
minutes."
last one that I just did.
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny. I hadn't been gaming for quite a while. Actually weird. It got to a point where I had more money than time. Wasn't always that way. And it's just like I don't have time to play games and lose a weekend, or people are like, "What'd you do this weekend?" I was playing Grand Theft Auto. When I woke up, it was time to go to work on Monday. And it's just like I can't do that. So now I'm starting to get back we're back into it with a couple of games. And one, there was a quest that I didn't think was actually going to start, and I did, and it was like a hour and a half or something. I
Oh
cut
my
it down to
God.
40 minutes, but kind of got sucked into it. But yeah, I'm getting back into gaming because it's something that I like to do. And I'm
Yeah.
finding out, the games I like, the games I don't like, how much things have changed. Especially since now it used to be gaming companies would put out a game where there's hardly any bugs. If so, there was a way around it. Now it just seems that they're just releasing stuff and like, yeah, you guys find the stuff for us and we'll fix it. We'll fix it whenever. I'm like, you've got to be freaking kidding me on this one.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a gamer. But somehow I do kind of I like knowing about the games. I like to know what's going on in the zeitgeist, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it was just so interesting. First of all, the thumbnail you made was so cute. And I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And so it trapped me in there. I was like, "Oh God." And I was like, and then I saw all the cute stuff to do with Disney and all that, and I was like, "Oh gosh, I need to watch this." It seems, to see if she's gonna make it out of this thing because it was sort of like it was telling a story, which I always love. So, yeah, those have been really fun. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you like them. I love my first person shooter games. I do. I do. I love to, just point and kill stuff.
Oh wow.
But I also like games that have like a storyline to them,
Mhm.
like Fallout. Like
Ooh.
Fallout is one. Fallout 3 is one that I started playing. I'm getting back to it. But basically, there's a nuclear war that happened. Turns out you were born in like this vault and you've lived your whole life in this vault. No one
Ooh.
has ever left the vault. They say we were born in the vault, we die in the vault or whatever. Next thing you know, you wake up, your dad escaped the vault, his best friend's dead, and they're coming after you. And you have to like escape from this, vault. But you find out, well, at least I do, because I'm one of those intelligence type of people hacking the computer, finding out all the information about what happened. And I'm finding out stuff like they did what? And then you're out and roaming about and finding out towns and people and threats. And my favorite, raiding people's houses for stuff
Oh boy.
to like stash. I'm like, oh, I found a frag grenade. I can't wait to use this.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's there's a lot of stories going on in the really good games are the ones that people really love have great storylines. Like I've seen a lot of the cutscenes for a lot of a lot of games,
Hmm.
like Mass Effect. I've seen almost all of them, and the different versions of the characters and different things like that. It can be very very involving, and like I said, like when I was watching your gaming session, it was so good, that I was like, oh, I really wanted to know what was going to happen at the end, and how they how games are now allowing you to kind of make your own story within it, you know uh, like uh, I mean, the part of that you were doing, the gardening and stuff, and then you were like, oh, I have spells that I need to make, and there's a workshop, and I was like, this is intense. This is like the energy you would put into like a movie. So yeah, I do love that stuff, so keep up the great work.
It's fun. I'm just like, yeah, I'm trying to get to 100 million gold coins by the end of the semester, end of the summer. I think I'm at 36 million. I tell
Oh,
people I have that Scrooge McDuck um, mentality. I want all the all the gold coins.
so the more gold coins you get, the more you can pimp out your house. Right?
Yes, your
Because
house.
I noticed your house has so many like little like extra things in there, and the mannequins that you were working with. I was like, this is really cool. You could like pretty much live in there. And with the new AI, stuff that they're developing, I'm sure, pretty soon you'll be able to do something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
For
but
real, it's just fun finding these things, and it's just like, oh, you mean to tell me I can buy a Little Mermaid toilet? Or like if I hang out with the fairy godmother, I get my own pumpkin coach and I got it and parked
ooh,
it right outside like my house. So I have that like like parked there, and I'm actually working on a villains themed bar like
mm.
up in the scary
Oh yeah,
part of
I saw that. I was like, "Ooh."
I can't wait. I'm working on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible like what is possible these days with
That is
games,
true.
but yeah, but that's just a small portion of what you do on your channel, and I'm glad you said exactly what you said. Your channel is like what you've kind of developed it to be, and it's definitely I just love that channel so much.
You.
It's like I don't just show up on it. I love it. I actually watch it.
Well, thank you.
Now, I had a couple more questions for you, but uh, for your experience on like getting started with YouTube, and you said that you had some people say, you need to be doing this. But how easy was it for you to do it, or how hard was it for you to get started?
Um, that's a very good question. It was hard for me to get started in the beginning because I'm just like, all these people have all these channels on YouTube. What is it that I have that's different, to offer? And I also was not comfortable with showing my face on camera. It's
Oh,
just I do not like the sound of my own voice. I don't. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's like the way that you hear my voice and the way
mhm,
that I hear my voice, it's completely different because of where the sound, is coming from. So I'm looking and I'm
mhm.
like, who the heck is that person? I don't recognize them. But my sister's like, you look so good when you're up
Oh,
there.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, all right. My nieces and nephews are like, hi, auntie, hi, auntie. And my sister sometimes has to say she can't see you. She can't see you. I'll have to
Oh,
message
man,
her
that is so
and tell
adorable.
you, that she can't see you. But the hardest thing about getting started was I didn't think anyone would really be interested in what it was that I had to say. I had no idea. I just knew that people were telling me, probably because I was such a pain in the butt in the chat. Because let's see, the first chat that I harassed was the Dark Council, of course. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
like I'm the producer. Been a producer for about 2 years, but that's like with Abu Nas, Damajani, Fatal J, Mark with a C, Drunk 3PO, and like Lord Callus. So I would be in the chat just saying all kinds of stuff, and they had to just keep putting it up on the screen because they're just like, where the heck are you coming up with this? And I would do that on a couple of other channels, just interacting with people, just bouncing off of what people were saying on screen. And they're just like, you need to have your own channel. I'm like, well, what the heck would I flip and talk about? I have no idea what the heck, I would talk about. And eventually just kind of started talking about uh, pop culture news with other people on streams, not showing my face because I was not comfortable with that idea of having my face out there. I mean, for some people, they're not comfortable with it, and I get it because I was like, no, I really no, I don't, I don't want to show my face. But eventually, I got peer pressured into that. Mark with a C and Abu Nas basically tag teamed me to get me to reveal my face on his channel. So I
Oh
did,
my God.
and it was very welcoming. People were like, "Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see what you look like." I'm like, "Okay, yeah,
I
all right,
mean,
okay, I guess I'll
I
put my face on now."
you're first of all, you're drop dead gorgeous, and you
Oh,
have
thank you.
a like an incredibly gorgeous voice too. It's like fantastic. It's like already built in radio talk show voice. Like it's like perfect. I mean like I think it's you have a great voice. So um
Oh, thank
when
you.
yeah, absolutely. Definitely you have an incredible voice. You should consider doing audiobooks and things like that. That would be a
Oh, yeah.
business for you.
That'd be
Um,
great because then I wouldn't have to put my face on.
just do it, yeah.
I just do it and just, yeah, this is great. I don't even, have to be on screen because for work, because I work in IT, I said it before. One role that I had, I was kind of like under the radar. And then when I moved into a role that instead of dealing with maybe 6 personalities or 10 personalities, I'm dealing with like 50. So I actually had to start going on camera for work, and I did not like it at all. There's sometimes I'm
Oh,
just like, no,
wow.
I'm not gonna be on today. Nope, nope. It's like, nope, face isn't made up. I'm just not, not doing it. But
Yeah.
thank you, because that would be so much fun to do. And I know there's two media personalities that I absolutely love, and it's like kind of two sides of a different coin. There was one DJ called Lady B in Philadelphia. I love
Okay.
listening to her. Her voice is amazing. Okay, three. The other one would be Robin Quivers from
Oh,
the
yes.
Howard Stern show. I
Oh,
used to like
yes.
listen to her
Mhm.
like all the
Oh, what a
time.
great voice.
And then Wendy Williams before she kind of went
Oh,
off to yes.
interesting. Yeah,
Yes.
interesting. I hate to focus the attention my way at all with this, but my mom has a phenomenal speaking voice. It's like got this bass. So I didn't inherit her voice. I did not inherit her voice. She has this wonderful like texture to her voice, and just yeah, I wish I had inherited that.
Oh, wow.
But really quickly, I just wanted to say hi to anti-derivative Jill, who also has a YouTube channel. A lot of ladies here to in the chat today. It says, "Congrats on 7 years listening in and driving." And yeah, definitely do stay safe. And thank you so much for chiming in and saying congrats. Really appreciate you. And her real review is here, who has
Oh,
a great channel. She just did some really great video
oh,
reviews.
good.
So yeah, take a look at her channel. Says, "Hey, Retro Nerd Girl, congrats! You are one of my biggest inspirations. 7 years strong." And then she has all these emojis, which you guys know I love emojis. We got like the planets, and it looks like a another planet, and a rocket ship, and a
Ah.
shooting star.
Well, her real review, I just subscribed to you and I am looking forward to watching your review of The Blackening because that
Oh
one
yes.
and They Cloned Tyrone are on my short list to
Oh
watch.
yes, I
Yes.
want to see that. So my it looks really good, and I kind of we could talk about this at some other time, but this whole thing with Jamie Foxx is definitely kind of scary and stuff. But it'd be nice to see one last thing from him as an actor, fully healthy and
Mhm.
everything. But yeah, I definitely was talking about it on Wednesday, how that is the premise for that is intriguing. And it looks like it's set in the 70s. So,
That's why I like it.
yeah, yeah, it looks really good. And yeah, so thank you, ladies. I just wanted to highlight the two girls there for chiming in and saying hello and wishing and giving the congratulations for 7 years. Thank you, ladies. Um, I think that it is kind of strange because before finding your channel and a couple other channels,
Mhm.
I have to say that there really weren't a lot of ladies doing movie reviews when I started 7 years ago. It was really definitely dominated by a lot of guys. There were a few, and some of them have stopped making videos, unfortunately. Um, and some people are still doing them, but it's been very few and far between. And I think that you could say the same for like ladies, guys being into makeup and clothing hauls. Not going to have a huge group of guys there. So I that's something I'm probably going to talk about a little bit further along the video, because I'm going to show my a little bit of my demographic and how I respond to that. I think it's kind of a cool thing to hang out amongst the guys. But for me in particular, I've always loved movies. What about you?
Well, let's see. When I started about 3 years ago, it did seem to be very male dominated, at least in, we'll say, in the sphere that I'm in with the people that I know. It seemed most of that commentary was basically done by guys. I have no idea why that, but yes, I do actually. I believe why that is just because of the genre. Sci-fi seemed more disposed towards them. But when I would show up on live streams, 9 times out of 10, people wanted to know what I or another woman thought about it. And I'm like, okay, well,
Mm,
maybe I'll just, you know, do do reviews when I have times,
mhm.
when I have time to do that. And it still is that way. It takes a certain I would say it takes a certain analytical mind to do a review because you have to take into account a lot of different things when you're doing a review, and you have to be very systematic with it or you're all over the place. I have to pull myself back from the brink sometimes when I do that. um, but
It's
it
fun
just
sometimes to dance on the brink, though.
yeah, it kind of is like, okay, we're going to go on this tangent. Eventually, I will land this plane. So kind of just, hang in there with me because I've had someone who I guess different from me said, "Oh, well, you ramble in your views." I'm like, "No, I don't. It's a stream of consciousness. You just hang on for the ride, and eventually,
Yeah.
I'll get back to it." But especially when it comes to science fiction, like if I go on YouTube right
Oh,
now
yeah.
and I pull up review Transformers: Rise of the Beast, which I did see, and that movie was freaking awesome. Um,
Ooh.
you don't really see you can maybe count on one hand or possibly three fingers videos that'll show up from women.
Mm, mm. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, you're hitting on something because yeah, science fiction in particular is it's some fantasy. There's a little bit more, but science fiction is definitely the area where I feel like maybe a lot of ladies will not veer too closely towards. I know for myself, I mean that's my jam. I love science fiction. I'll even tolerate horror if it's science fiction. And even then, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can get that. I'll go too close to that. But it's definitely like it is about those interesting little niches of it because if I did a review on Disney, all of the Disney movies, I'm sure that I would probably have a greater female audience, as far as that. And I do plan on doing them, but I plan on doing them later on. Because there's what I'm particularly interested in is the story. What makes a story interesting, and which I think we've gotten away from sometimes when there are a lot of like big budget blockbuster movies that want to get all of the people in the seats, and there's a lot of action, but then the storyline just doesn't seem to be as satisfying as audiences would like it. And sure, if you're 5 you can, or 6, it's going to be wonderful for you. But I think for mature audiences, we really want that depth of storytelling. And I'm finding out that more movies from uh, uh, older movies had that somehow. In a weird way, when I was little, seeing a movie like Highlander, I was like, oh, uh, it's cool. It was a little gross and gruesome, uh, but there are a lot of like deep undertones in that story, as well as like Conan the Barbarian. Um,
Mhm.
and so breaking it down, like the things that we were doing with the Mandalorian, where you kind of went through each part of the story and kind of broke it apart, and we got really in depth in the story. Those are the things I think that we really I want to see so much more of on YouTube. And of course, I'm here to bring it, and so are you, right?
Yeah, because it's fun. It's fun seeing, the 10-minute or 12-minute, videos. But for some of us, especially those of us who love the craft of storytelling, we need more time to get into the guts of it and, and extrapolate it out. And nine times out of 10, even though we're talking about that one movie, we'll find references not only to other films, but you'll find references to literature that we'll bring up. We just like doing that deep dive. And you can't help but do that when you are, I won't say a fan, but I'll say, well, yeah, a fan, but also a student of
Yeah.
storytelling.
Ooh, love that. Yes, a student of storytelling, because in that's exactly what I feel like I'm doing. I'm learning about story and story structure, and what are the ingredients to make a really good story, and like just trying to figure out, like when I'm watching something, there's a certain feeling you get when you see something that's good to you, you know,
Mhm.
and and how it makes you feel. Like, uh, what's your favorite movie, or do you
Mm,
have a favorite?
goodness. There's so many of them. I mean, it's like if you ask me what's my favorite science fiction movie, I'm gonna say The Empire Strikes Back.
Ooh.
I really am. That was a
Yeah,
film
it's so
where
good.
you went in expecting one thing and came out like, I need to question my life because of, because of what happened. So for those
Yes.
of you who think that, Infinity War only had that type of ending, no. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Empire Strikes
Absolutely.
Back,
Yeah.
did it first. There's so many. There's like when it comes to action slash sci-fi, it's like, is it Alien? Is it The Thing? Or is it Predator? I don't know.
Ooh.
There's so many of them to choose from. Like animations, like what's your favorite animated movie? I'm like, I don't know. Do I want to go back and like say Sleeping Beauty? Do I want to say The Little Mermaid? Do I want to say, what's Cars? What's your favorite, fantasy movie? I'm like, well, that could be The Dark Crystal. It could
Ooh.
even it could even be The Wiz.
Ooh, The Wiz. I love that movie. It's so cute.
I loved it. It
The
was
music was so hilarious
70s in
too.
a bottle. Dang.
Oh gosh, yeah. And you know what I think about that movie that I really like is they redid all the music for it to make it special. Like they didn't just like get the same movie music from the movie. They actually really did their own adaptation of L. Frank Baum's book, and it was
Yes.
really good. I enjoyed it. uh, yeah, that's a great list of movies that you listed off there. That's really good. Coincidentally, I am working on The Dark Crystal right now, everybody. Doing
Man,
a crazy
that
deep dive
just
on it.
scared the crap out of me. That and Fizz Gig, the cutest little thing, but scary.
Yeah, oh my God, Fizz Gig is like, ah!
I know
It's
it's
like
crazy.
we just yell and scream. Um, and oh, he was so cute, and he had those paws, and he was like,
Mhm.
ah!
Crazy. I love them.
Yeah, I mean, those are great movies. I mean, I was one movie that I reviewed that I didn't really think much of when it came out. That was The Labyrinth.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, it never really caught me. When I was little, I was like, oh, that's cute. And I recently, for my review, really dug really deep into it, and I was so surprised how good that movie is and how many subtle um, um, story pieces and ideas, subtext was in that movie. It blows my mind just to think of how much Jim Henson was thinking about life and messages, and he put it all in that story. It was just beautiful to revisit that movie. And so that's kind of cool, like, being young and seeing some of the movies that we saw now that we're grown up, we and also our palette is kind of changing. Our knowledge of how movies are being made is widening. We're understanding a lot more about subtext, and that it could be there, and we're looking for things, and we're finding these great little things about these movies. It blows my mind every time, and just makes me so happy that we can do that, and we live in an age, even with all the bad things that people are saying about AI and technology. This is what technology is for, you know connecting with people, uh, doing a deeper dive into humanity. And
Mhm.
and for me, I feel like movies are that it is a huge piece of humanity that we can that's like a time capsule, you know, a wonderful time capsule that we can share with each other. So even the stuff that's coming out today. Like
Agreed.
even the stuff that people are saying about, you know, all of the movies today. That's part of our now part of our history, part of our retro for like 20 years from now.
Mhm.
And it'll be great. It'll be great. So what do you have planned for your, you know, what's coming up next for you?
Programming wise, or like next for the channel wise,
Oh,
or
yeah, both.
oh, both. Let's see, channel wise, got some things coming down the pipe. Just stay tuned.
Okay.
Because now I actually have more of an idea of what I was doing, because it was just 3 years. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. It's like, I'm supposed to do that. Okay, I'll go and do that. Memberships. Yeah, I'll go put that out there. And now it's kind of like, okay, maybe I need to approach this a little differently now that I know somewhat more about what I was, kind of what I was doing. Because when I started the channel, it was just something to do.
Yeah.
And now it's evolved into a bona fide side hustle. So it's like, okay, so where do you go from here? Because I've seen people like in their 60s and 70s on
Okay.
YouTube. I mean,
Yes.
just because they
I don't know
started
how they
it.
do it.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's like they started it so, so much so early ago that now they're kind of like, yeah, I just bought a new RV, and I'm like, oh, okay. Mister, how do you make your money? So now it's just like, okay, we'll go from, I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with my channel, where now it's evolved to that it's like, okay, basically it's my personality. So someone may like sci-fi, but they may not like theme parks. So it's something there for them. Somebody might like just the anime aspects of my channel. Someone might only like the Indian movie parts of my channel. Some people may only like when I go to the parks, a new thing. Some
Okay.
people might only like when I do, dining reviews, at the park. Some people may only like the comic stuff that I do at the
Hmm.
parks. Some people are probably like, I'm just here for the watch parties. When's the next one? Or I'm just here for the gaming. So just looking at what to do more with the channel programmer wise to kind of be a bit more systematic, so to speak, and to try to get more videos out, because I don't like doing videos. I don't like dealing
It's
with the
hard.
editor,
Yeah.
because I have 50 million ideas, and it's it's not something that I like to really do unless I have to do it. Like, case in point, with the theme park. So at Universal Orlando, of course, they're opening up Minions Land. Okay. So whenever they have like a shop that just opened, like soft opened, it's like, okay, that's not something that I would really live stream. That's something that I need to do a video with, because it's like I need to go check prices. I need to look at sizes. I need
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
actually touch stuff. And it's like, that doesn't work with like a live stream. So it's like, dang it. Okay. If I'm going to do a video, I have to be super committed, to doing it. But there's some people who they just like videos, and
Hmm.
YouTube tends to like videos. So it's like, okay, now I need to figure out how to do that to make, the algorithm happy.
Yeah.
I'm much more disposed to doing live streams, because I'm just like, boom, it's done, it's in the can. I don't have to think about it.
Hmm.
anymore. But just looking forward to doing more watch party content. That seems to be just a lot of fun to do that people like, especially with you and Herm as well. And let's see. As for what I have coming up, let's see. What's today's date? I have to ask that question because
Yes.
because I'm just literally I'm just like everywhere because I'm either on someone's channel like yours or I have to go record something or plan a live stream that I'm doing. So I do know later on tonight, like around 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be on her channel. We're doing a
Ooh.
watch party for the new season of Outlander.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So I think
Okay.
that's dropping. I
I
think that's
haven't.
like weekly.
I have
Yeah.
to catch up on that because yeah, that's one that I heard was really good, and yeah, I heard that Outlander was really good. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah. Oh gosh, I hope you guys have a good time with
Oh,
that.
it's gonna be fun. We have that, and let's see. Yeah, tomorrow's Saturday, so Saturday morning, I will be at the Magic Kingdom. So,
Okay.
gonna be taking in, the sights, the sounds, of course, looking for disrespectful treats that are out there, but also giving you summer vacation tips because when I was a kid, we were always in Florida in the hot summer. I freaking hated it, but that's why we were there. But just like tips and tricks, how to deal with, the heat that's there. Of course, I always give you ways to save money, like what you should spend
That's
your money
really,
on,
yeah, that is really important.
what you don't.
For
Because with my family, it wasn't always easy to go. We had family that lived in Florida, so it made it a lot easier for us to go. But with my family, pretty much it was like this. All right, you need to eat before you go. Um, we're not buying a whole lot of stuff. You need to pick one thing and it needs to be under, I think, like $10 or stuff like that. So that's why I'm so into like window shopping and showing you guys stuff because it's just like we didn't know, my parents didn't have always money to buy stuff. It's like we got you into the park. You may get, one take not takeaway, but quick service. That's just why I love Casey's hot dogs. I need to actually do a review there because we could sit there and it was really nice and you had like really good hot dogs and chili dogs and stuff like that. That was there. And it was a big deal for me when I got a job as a teenager. I'm like, I have my own money to spend. Okay, maybe I don't need that one. Maybe I don't need that one. Maybe I don't need, that. But that's kind of like the perspective that I come from is that you don't have a big wad of money to spend on a vacation. It may just be that you just have enough to get into the park and stay there, for
Mhm.
a week. So that's kind of the perspective that I come from. I don't expect that everyone has, $5,000 to drop on a trip. And
Okay.
if you did, I'm still coming from the angle of
Save money, right?
save money every single opportunity that you can get. So that, of course, is Saturday morning. Saturday evening, speaking of watch parties, Herm and I are doing a watch party of Star Trek The Motion Picture. So
Ooh,
that is going to be on
1980.
my channel. Yes, going through all of the original series Star Trek movies this summer. So that's
Oh,
definitely
that's
what we're
good.
starting out with. So I haven't seen that in years. Again, the 70s in a bottle. Star Trek The
Eh,
Motion Picture.
Oh yeah.
check
Oh
that one
yeah.
check that out. Let's see. Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern is the video premiere of Toxic Male Appreciation Show. Um, Herm and I, we saw Across the Spider-Verse, and that's basically our women taking over the Spider-Verse. So you probably want to check
Ooh.
that video out to find out what our thoughts were. And of course, 8 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, the Welcome to Florida show. We are going to have comic book author Mike Barron He's also worked on The Punisher, among other things. He's got a new campaign coming
Oh,
out, but
wow.
he did the Florida Man comic, so we have him on our channel to talk about his new project. And we also kind of ask him, okay, here's this Florida Man story. Is this in the Florida Man comic that's coming up? That's what we want to know. So of course there is that. And Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern, I'm going to be live streaming from Epcot for Juneteenth. So what I am going to be
Ooh.
informing you all is my family's Creole history from that point of view when it
Oh,
comes to
wow.
American history, because it is not something that's taught in a history book. It's something that I found out with researching my own family. I haven't been to the American Adventure over in Epcot, so that's going to be interesting to check out. And for folks who are not familiar with exactly what is Juneteenth, guess what? You're going to get a history lesson from your
That
girl
is
on that.
awesome. That is really awesome. Because for a lot of like my family, I don't have we I would say we have some history, but not a whole lot. It doesn't go back that far. And for a lot of people, a lot of their history is lost. So it'd be great to hear your family story, and how your family was affected by the whole thing. And this is good. That's absolutely great. What a great lineup.
Here.
That is a great lineup, and I'm sure, like I know that Robert Meyer Burnett is doing something very interesting on his channel, which is he's doing like a variety show, kind of where people can find different things on his channel, and so like I think I do like that setup with your channel, the way you have like different categories of things. You know that certain people come for certain different things, and you're like, yeah, just service everybody. Everybody come and have fun over here.
It's like something for everybody, to be in, to be interested in. And it's I find I find it that especially with YouTube, yes, the algorithm seems to like it if you just stick to one thing. But I find that those with, say, the biggest or like larger, more involved subscriber base tend to have several things going on that they are genuinely interested in, because there's a difference between doing something just to do it and putting something on your channel because you have a vested interest actually in it. And when people see your interest, they're kind of like, oh, okay, I can see why. They kind of like this, they're passionate about this, that's okay. As
Yeah.
opposed to, like I would never get into Warhammer on my channel because I have no idea what it is. I don't care about it. No, I'm just not interested in it. So that's not something that I would do.
Well, I have a question here. Let's see if we pull it up from Bonzo Kilborn. Says, do you ever get to any Six Flags parks? Six Flags parks. Oh my God,
Wow.
that was a tongue twister.
I haven't been to Six Flags since I was at Six Flags Great Adventure probably 8 years ago. Six Flags Great Adventure. I hated going to New Jersey. Um, I just did. People from Pennsylvania and New York, Philly and New York, we do
Oh
not
my
like to go to
goodness.
New Jersey, but we all for some reason meet at Six Flags Great Adventure. So actually I've been to two. Six Flags Great Adventure and Six Flags Magic Mountain out in California. So I have been to both of those, but I haven't been to any Six Flags parks recently just because I don't live near them. I think the nearest Six Flags that I am is Six Flags over Georgia. So that's probably the closest one, but I haven't been there though.
Yeah, I think I went a long time ago, but I've never been much for amusement parks, like with actual rides, and I never loved those. I love the ambiance of them though, but not like the rides were. are sometimes fun, but not particularly something I enjoyed. I know there are some people who are just junkies for it. They love the thrill of, of just climbing up those insane roller coasters and plunging all the way down really fast.
But it's the atmosphere. It's
Yes.
kind of like the atmosphere too with some of these parks, because just like with Six Flags, it's not known as being the cleanest park in the world. And when you're on a ride and they're basically saying, please don't spit during the ride,
Yikes.
yeah, yeah. But that's Six Flags.
Well, Stunt Brat 777 Smith is here. She is just, darling. I'm gonna give you some
Mhm.
hugs.
She's
Always give her
amazing.
hugs. And she says, I know that Lorraine's family is from the Slytherin line.
Yep.
Uh,
Slytherin for life.
oh my goodness. Yeah, and yeah, it is like I do love the sounds and the popcorn smells, and the like the ambiance of an amusement park for sure. And definitely where you're going to, you wouldn't really call Disney parks amusement parks, would you? They're like a different level, uh, would you say? There are
Um,
some rides, but they're not like the center stage.
no, it with like Six Flags is kind of like we have some attractions, it's here and that's pretty much it. With like say at Disney, way that they used to be, but not recently, is like when the attractions are actually experiences, that you go to, and there's a story and there's, immersion, to it. At Six Flags, if you're going to ride like the Superman coaster or the Flash coaster, pretty much it's like it's a coaster and it's got, an overlay of Superman and Flash or something like that. But there's nothing really deep into it.
Yeah.
Like, say, for example, the Velocicoaster at Universal Studios. You
Okay.
go, you feel like you were actually in Jurassic Park, even down to
Yes.
the announcements from John Hammond about the park. You actually feel, like you're there. All the theming is like you're there. Even like say with the especially the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. You walk in there and you feel like you are literally
Oh,
in
that
the
that
books,
area. Oh, it's so
in them.
incredible. The big dragon and everything on top of that building. I'm like,
Gringotts.
I gotta go there.
It is absolute coolest. You feel like literally you feel like you are in, you're in the movies. And that's
Mhm.
one of the cool things about Hogwarts Legacy, which I haven't played because I haven't had time. The stuff I got to do. I think there's some place I got to sneak into again. But everything in, for the most part, in the game from the books is also reflected in the parks as well. So that's different.
Yeah. I mean, and I know that you did go into like one of the sweet shops,
Oh
and
yeah,
they were
honeydukes.
just and the decorations. I mean, like not playing around, like for authenticity. I do love that about what you're showing on your channel, because I love when places and just put the energy into creating an experience for people. And I think that that's kind of what we want movies to do as well, is make us feel like we're in it, we're actually inside of the thing. And yeah, I really want to go to those places where you've been showing. And before we get to this question, because we have a this comment, Stuntbrad77 Smith said, "Love you, Retro and Lorena. God bless you." Just incredible. And then her real review. said that she definitely subbed to your channel.
Thank
And yeah, she
you.
says that she's a Disney fan. My dream retirement job is to work in the parks. I started collecting ears. Oh, that's so sweet. Yes.
Lord, not just it's it's an
That's so
addiction. It's I'm not even gonna go down there.
cute.
There's a whole bunch of like ears that are like down there, and I do, although I'm picky about my ears, but there's some of them that I love. Like these are my Dumbo ears that I got. So
Oh, how
so
cute.
these are cute, and I
It's
have like
sparkly
a ton
too.
of them. Yes, usually if there's bling or they're Polynesian themed, I'll buy them. But there's something even worse than collecting ears, and that would be the lounge fly bags from Disney.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I got a. It's that's a. Oh God, it's a problem.
Yeah, my issue
It's a
would be,
problem.
yeah, gosh. Yeah, my issue would probably be the dolls because I do love dolls quite a bit. So I'd
Yeah,
be,
they're behind the
yeah,
chair.
and they're
No
not cheap.
joke. No. Oh my gosh. I'm where the heck is it? Okay, well, let's see. I'll roll this one out. So literally, I got cube storage from not Target. Excuse me. Um, IKEA, because I needed to put some of this stuff up. Excuse the desk,
Oh, that's
because it came out of storage, and this is one of them.
oh man. Oh, let me get hold on a second. Let me see if I can put you on center stage. Can we do that? Oh, we're doing the wrong thing. How do you? This is gonna be my first time trying to do this.
I think it's the three dots on the side. Like if you,
Oh, this. I'm
is
learning,
it the
guys.
three?
I'm
Is it
learning.
is it the three
Uh,
dots? Let me take a look.
um,
Is it the
is
three?
it the three dots?
I swear I'm not even looking. I think you click in the upper left of
Oh, I
the
got it. Yeah.
thing.
There
Okay,
we
there
go.
we go.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
yeah,
learned
yeah,
something,
yeah.
guys.
Okay. Yes, this is
She's beautiful.
just it's Tiana. Look, it's like the like the designer sketches like you would see
That is
like haute
so nice.
couture. So yeah, so it's like that's the sketch, and she's number 1412 of 4,000. So I have Tiana, I have Belle, I have Mulan, and I have Ariel, and
Oh
there's
man.
enough. And the computer engineer Barbie behind me too.
Oh yes. Okay, yes. Let me see if I can put
Gosh.
it back though. Yeah, there we go. I'm learning things, guys. I love learning. Let's see. Sean Ennis has a question for you. Do you know whatever happened to Paramount Parks in the early 90s? A friend of mine cut some commercial spots when they started, but I haven't heard anything about them since.
That is a good question. I'm wondering if, man, I may have to Google that because something tells me I'd heard of one, and I don't know if they got folded into the I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm trying to wonder if they got. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. There is one that I am aware of because I have passed by it all the time on I-95, and that would be King's Dominion. I had to Google it.
Oh, okay.
I had to Google it. So King's Dominion is in uh northeast north northeastern Virginia. So I pass it on I-95 all the time when I'm coming down south. That's the only Paramount Park that I know of, and I didn't know it was a Paramount Park. I just knew of it as King's Dominion. So I don't think they're
Oh.
going with the Paramount, I guess, Paramount brand, so to speak. I think they're just going with whatever it is um, locally. Because, for me, it's like I've never heard of a Paramount Park, but I've heard of King's Dominion, so I know what that is. They're kind of like pretty much like Six Flags. you know,
Mm.
but I think they've been around longer than Six Flags.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm totally clueless when it comes to theme parks and things like that. William Blake Hall says the University of Pittsburgh has a cathedral of learning, which feels a little like Hogwarts.
Yes, as does University of Pennsylvania, as does Princeton. Because when I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and especially in the tower where the Defense Against the Dark Arts Tower, I'm looking, I'm like, why have I seen this architecture, you know, before? And yeah, so many other like schools that have been there for like at least the past 100 years, I would say, all
Yeah,
have that same type of architecture.
it's kind of it is like taking from like actual history in that regard. Stunt Brat says, Lorraine, I got cast as one of the Vicky Vales in Six Flags Batman show. We all
Oh,
went to Dallas to learn, but us Cali cast members quit before the show due to safety reasons. Ooh.
oh my.
Oh gosh. Anyone who's watching Stunt Brat 77 Smith was a stunt person in the 80s, 90s as well. And so she has lots of stories that she shares with us across both of our channels. And it's just wonderful to always hear these stories. Thank
Love
you
them.
for sharing that with us. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I think there may be some more. Let's see if there's any more. Um, Ooh, her real review says, I would love a Loungefly collection. Can't afford them yet, so buy the Walmart ones for now.
I'm gonna
Oh
give
my
you a
gosh,
secret.
that's
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah, this one. I did not pay full price for this bag. If you go to a site called Box Lunch, BOXLUNCH.com, okay, stalk that site. When they have sales, they will have some crazy discounts
Ooh,
on Loungefly bags. So that's one of the things to like keep an eye out on, especially with Disney Loungefly bag. Again, another thing that I have to do on my channel is like my Loungefly bags, because people are like, "Where do you get these bags at?" And I very rarely, if I pay full price for a Loungefly bag, it's because it's either the last one or it's so distinctive that
mm,
it's like I know I have to
you
get it.
need
But yes,
it.
I know they are pricey, but yes, Walmart has some nice Disney swag.
Ooh,
So, yeah, if you can't get a Loungefly, go to Walmart. Walmart has some of the best, Disney swag to get for, like, a on a discount. It's great. Oh, they do?
and the Chuck Taylor says, Paramount Parks got bought out by Cedar Point.
Oh.
Is that true? Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's see. I think Paramount Studios bought up a lot of the theme parks in the early 90s. They had Klingons roaming in the parks. That sounds
Ah,
cool.
I think I remember a commercial for that.
It sounds really cool. Um, and Sean Ennis says, my friend worked with Caleb uh, Deschanel,
Deschanel?
uh,
Okay.
as the choreographer on that ad campaign. Interesting. You guys are just giving me all kinds of information, right? And her real review says, thanks for the lunchbox tip.
You are welcome, my dear. I don't know when, but it's gonna be, fairly soon. I will have a stream on my channel about Loungefly bags and
And
how to
it's
purchase them, 'cause I
probably going to
have
get a lot of views too.
I have too many, and the way that they put them out, it goodness, I saw one, I kid you not. it has, not only is it Scooby-Doo themed, but it's got the Looney Tunes characters as the Scooby-Doo characters instead. So Bugs Bunny is Fred.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's adorable.
It's so darn cute. Daffy Duck is Shaggy.
Oh man, yeah. Well, that sounds right. That sounds about right. And Stuntbread says, I love sharing my stories with you, film nerds. Great memories. Oh, that's awesome.
I love it. It's like every time
Yeah.
we're doing a watch party, we're talking about a movie. Chances are Stunt Rat 777 has a stunt story to share
Yeah,
about it.
yeah. And it's always like a juicy, it's a juicy story too. It's like, what? Well, I don't know what your time is looking like.
Yeah, I've got to
Uh,
scooch out in
you do
like
have
about
to.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. I really appreciate,
You're
you, your
welcome.
friendship, and definitely stopping by today. I didn't send out a lot of invitations today because don't, I didn't, this is my first time actually having a guest, and I don't know what I'm doing. And so I'm just loving
You're fine.
yeah, I love the fact that I'm like learning on the job, if you will.
You know what you'll do is that people will make clips, and then, when you're celebrating your 8th year or whatever, let's say,
Ooh,
hey, remember
remember
when
back.
you did X?
Like I do. Like yes, I definitely won't forget my flubs. But I love um learning. So this is yet another skill that I'm learning, and on YouTube this stuff is invaluable. And I wanted to say, not just to you, but to all of the other people who do live streams, my God, you guys, my props to everybody who's doing live streams, because it is a lot of work. And there are some people who get help and some people who don't get help. And like I said, everybody, just you guys are incredible. Thank you for doing what you do. And I think for a lot of people who enjoy live streams as much as I do, being in them and also being a part of the chat. Definitely thank you for all of you guys. Definitely look up to
You're welcome. There's
what
some
you're
times when
doing.
I have no idea. Well, I won't say no idea what I'm doing, but there's still stuff that like I'll mess up, and I'll like say something, and someone's like, "Play the clip, play the clip." I'm like, "What? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have clip queued up." And you just do. And the audience loves it because it's
It's real.
genuine,
Yeah, it's
you know.
real. Like, and I think we can see ourselves in real people who make mistakes, and even like, uh, it just feels like a real person, So yes, and thank you so much for stopping by today. I really appreciate you spending as much time as you did to go back and talk to us about your experience, your plans for YouTube, and definitely like all the people that are seeing this. If you haven't subscribed to Lorena Creole, I'm serious. You're gonna enjoy her content. You're gonna love the Disney walks. They're just so much fun. And the gameplay. You're gonna love her talks about movies and the watch parties and things like that. And even the Florida Man. The
That's
Florida Man is really
insane.
hilarious. I mean, talk about
That was my first show. Like, I was like, uh, "Anybody interested in a Florida show?" And people were like, "What?" I'm like, "Oh, nobody's gonna be interested," and stuff I bring up about Florida, my relatives that live here. I've had that show for 3 years now, and it's just evolved into the craziest thing. It's just been fun laughing about Florida Man stories, and just my chat is actually the true stars of that show, because we
oh,
will bring up stories and they will just go
oh
nuts.
yeah, they're the stories of what Florida men do is insane. And then on just your take on it with your screen partner is just like riffing back and forth. It's just
Culture
yes,
conspiracy.
so good. And I'm like, wow, that's really hilarious. And the chat chimes in with their jokes and responses. It's just great. So yeah, the continued success with all that. And I have a little comment here that I thought was so sweet from Keith E. Don't be a stranger in the future. How sweet is he?
Well, you know what? I had told Retro Nerd Girl, I said, because I felt so bad. I was like, it seems like I'm always dragging her on my channel to do stuff. I'm just like, if ever you need me, you want me on your channel and I'm available, I am more than happy to pop on because likewise, I trust your friendship. I am so thankful that I got to meet someone,
Oh.
like-minded, to have fun, streaming with. It's just so much fun. It's like because you love storytelling as much as I do. You love having fun, as much as I do, and just being your lovable self.
Oh, thank you. And everybody just remember, well, I think sometimes Lorena and I don't agree on everything.
No,
We don't agree on everything, but we have a friendship, and we're not gonna say nasty things about each other while we're like we can get along, people. We can actually get along even though we don't agree on everything.
my whole thing is if you don't, it's not enough to say that you don't agree. You have to explain what that is.
Hmm.
And that's cool because not everyone is going to have, the same opinion. And it's
Everything, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Like, I mean, there are things, that even people in my family, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't subscribe to that, but that doesn't mean I kick them out of my family. Uh, so it's really interesting. I think it's we can design the future we want by just being the example of how to go forward, and I think what you mentioned it, like we both want the same things ultimately, which is we want good storytelling. We want we want to talk about movies, which that's what we've been really connecting on, and there is some overlap here and there, but definitely I have been enjoying your channel since I discovered it, and so like a great content all around, quality content as well.
oh,
So yeah, I
thank
mean, and
you.
we're just going back and forth, but it's just
And
I can tell you that.
I just love your like when the first time I interviewed you, I'm like, a channel full of retro reviews. This is so cool. Planet Ape. It's just wonderful. Likewise,
uh,
it's like I know my schedule is crazy. So usually if I see, that you're live, I'll like sometimes I don't always talk because I just kind of like to have it on and like listen and watch while I'm doing stuff. But you're doing great stuff on your channel. You have such a wonderful positive attitude, even when there's things that you don't particularly, you know, like or anything like that. But it's fun, it's engaging, and you're genuine,
oh,
and
thank
again,
you.
congrats on seven years. So
Oh,
much love for your channel from
thank
everyone in
you
in
so
the chat,
much.
and always a pleasure. Again, don't hesitate to tag me. Hey, come on.
I sure will. Thank you. Thanks again for joining me today. And it was just, I'm having a blast with you. And well, we'll see you again real soon.
Yes,
As
yes,
long as
we
we
will,
say that.
everyone. Make sure you hit that like button.
Yes.
Bye, my
Thank
dear.
you. All right. Take care. Oh my goodness, you don't know how much I love that lady. She's incredible. And I'm so glad that I was able to introduce her to you guys so you can talk to her. I do have a request in the audience from Outcast Creative who's here, who's says that he would like to jump in on the action if it's possible. Let me that will take me a few moments, because I don't know if I have, I would have to find something, wouldn't I? But let me do this one thing. I want to go back a little bit and to check out some of the comments that I missed. I won't get to everybody's comment, but there's a couple ones in here that I really did want to highlight. And let me see if I can find them. Yes, I wanted to Tojo Jr. is here. Looks like you changed your name to This is Tojo. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the congrats here. Happy 7 years. Thank you, Tojo Jr. It's gonna be hard for me to not call you Tojo Jr., but this is Tojo. um, and let's see. What else? Yeah, a lot of people, let's see, a lot of you have been subscribed to Lorena, and I am super, super happy about that. Oh, look, Katar Lal was here. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you so much for stopping by. Hi, Retro, congrats. I definitely wanted to make sure to say hello to you. And let's see. Um, Anything else that I think if I missed anything, guys, just let me know, and I will read your comment again. Just say your comment again, and I will let you know. And there's Lorraine's last comment. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful and blessed evening, and congrats to Retro Nerd Girl for 7 years on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet to me, and I am truly blessed to have such wonderful people in my world. Um, and Sean says, I gotta jump in my car, but we'll continue listening on my ride. Okay, be safe. Uh, and okay, so now definitely okay, hold on, Outcast Creative. I am actually gonna send you a link and everything. But before I do, I just wanted to go through a little bit of um, the uh, behind a little bit of um, the stats here. Let me see if I can do this. Um, okay. um, which is Retro Nerds Girls 7 year anniversary. I like the way that sounds. So there's been a couple of things that I've been working on pre the channel, and it was basically for my channel Veltus Angel that I did a lot of wild experimental stuff on, and there are actually a couple other like secret channels that I have, that I'm not sure if I want to share all of them, but definitely will let you know like later on in the stream what they are. Um, at least one of them. And so one of the projects that I was working on was called The Kid Adventures, which is a sci-fi story I wrote back in about 1992, 1993. That was really a story about clones and the future, and it's really cool. I'm still working on that project, but it is definitely something that I'm not quite ready at this point to like kind of introduce or go into detail. But what I do have though is I have two videos. I have um uh I have um a trailer for what was going to be the beginning of the movie, and this was live action that I was going to do, and I've hence changed my ideas that I should do it in sort of a different format, with six 1/6 scale, uh, action figures, if you will, and kind of do something like a robot chicken kind of thing. Um, and so this one was live action, and I'm gonna show it to you guys. It's gonna be kind of fun. Um, let's see if I can if I can find it. Bear with me, guys. Presentation. Where is it? Um, video file. Um, let's see. I wonder where it is. I thought I put it on here. Oh no, don't tell me that I don't have it didn't work. Oh no, I can't find it. This is wild. I had it all queued up and everything, and now I can't find it. Um, that sucks. Don't you just like it when you're like looking for something and can't find it? Maybe it's in here. Ah, can't find it. That's weird. Um, that's that's weird. I don't know why I can't find it, guys. Um, okay, well, I'll have to do it a little bit later then. I'll have to do it a little bit later then, guys. I can't seem to find it. Um, and it's taking too long. So I'll just go on to start to talk about my first video. My first video on the channel was Day the Earth Stood Still 1951. And 7 years ago, in 2016, I posted uh, this very video. Doesn't have a lot of views. It has, well, in my opinion, it has a lot of views, but probably in a lot of other people' point of view, that it has um, 3,000 views. And I think, when I think of views, I think of like, imagine talking to someone, that these are actual people in a room. That's a lot of people. But in terms of social media, people are really looking for huge numbers to consider it like a big number. But for me, I feel like it's a big number for me. At that point, I had only one sub, and that was one of my own channel, which was the Veltus Angel channel, which was really, I mean, who else could I have sub to my channel other than my own self? And then so the next video I had that same day, I posted Masters of the Universe on 1987, because I wanted people to be able to come in right away and have at least two cool movies that I had reviewed. And that was kind of a fun day for me to finally. I had been cooking on this for a long time. I'd been uh, putting together all of this stuff for at least a year prior, so I had a lot of stuff waiting to be released. And I just kind of put these out first, because I was just like, okay, let's see what happens. Um, and not much happened, to be very honest. Got Outcast Creative says, "The Day the Earth Stood Still." What a great choice! Thank you. It's really one of my favorite sci-fi classic movies I've seen, and it's just wonderful. Um, And Stuntrat says, "Cool, retro cool about your book. Thank you." And let's see. Um, yeah, Masters of the Universe was next. I had a very interesting take on it because a lot of people that had reviewed Masters of the Universe 1987 really trashed it really bad. I mean, they went for the jugular on this one. They just really tore it to pieces, and I thought that this was because I was such a fan of the TV show. I didn't hate it, and I loved myself some Dolph Lundgren and some Frank Langella. So this was a nerdy venture for me that I loved. So I enjoyed that movie quite a bit, and I had some choice ideas of what could have been done to make it better. To date, it's only got about 1,200 views, so not a lot of people, have seen it, but it is definitely one of my favorites because of what it meant to me. That it was the first, one of the first reviewed movies that I did. Then I continued on with Chasing Amy a few days later and managed to get 4 subs. That was pretty incredible. I was like, "Ooh, we're getting somewhere." And that one to date, which Chasing Amy was sort of, is not sci-fi. It's not what you would call a classic movie. It's just a movie. I thought, hey, I need to get good at doing movie reviews, so why not do it with Chasing Amy? It has a good script, and I really enjoyed the content. Like I really did enjoy that movie, and so I used that as my third review. And more kind of guilty pleasures I went after, like Star Crash, total guilty pleasure, and that I managed to get a 12. Oh boy, sorry about that, guys. Oh, how do I get rid of this? Um, um, so somebody doesn't know it's my 7th year anniversary. Okay, and hold on a second. While that's happening, let me put this in. Um, Usually I put it on airplane mode, but didn't know that it was going to be on today. Um, yeah, so I did a lot in the beginning of like guilty pleasures just to get my feet wet into um, uh, Outcast Creator says that your Outcast reminder activating. Perhaps. Let's see. Let's see. And Equilibrium was, and yet another one. And so we're just continue doing a lot of like guilty pleasures, things that I love. And the nerve of them to call right now. Oh man, that's so hilarious. um the Lathe of Heaven, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this movie, but it is so interesting and freaky and just a mind twister. I love this movie so much, even though it has very low like I would say it's not like the highest quality, but Blade of Heaven, my goodness, I do love that movie and the actors in that movie. And it got a lot of, I think it got a decent amount of views. 3,700 views that's not bad for, for just being there for 7 years, just hanging out on my channel for 7 years. So that's pretty cool. And at the time I released it, I only had 7 subs. That was after about a month of uploading. And 2 months later, I managed to get 13 subs, which is really fun. Um, to see the number rise when you're just starting out, because I think a lot of people think that when you post your first video, you're supposed to get like hundreds of people piling in right away. And as you can see from my numbers, it really took a long time for anyone to notice that I existed. And the views, they may be a little bit bigger, but now, 7 years later, but at the time, like scarcely, it was like looking at maybe 10 people saw my videos, and it was a bit of a struggle to realize, okay, I'm in the third month now of releasing of putting out content, and not that many people are watching. So I think it really made me understand how much my love for this subject matter was going to matter. Um, and it did. Let's see. Gus Creative says subs creeping up to heaven, and oh, seven, they're creeping up, and yeah, it takes a while. It takes a long time. Now I see channels are, some of my friends who are just starting channels are just doing so well. But yeah, it does take time. And 80s Made Consumer is here. Thank you for being here, 80s Made Consumer, for this extravaganza party. Uh, and uh, and Sembrat says, Retro, you came up for me on YouTube on your first live stream, probably because I was subbed to Lorena. Oh, possibly, possibly, yeah. And also, it might be if you like, or you're more apt um to like live streams, and I put out a live stream, it may be showing you the live stream because of that, because and especially, and you're right, anything adjacent, if you have adjacent material to somebody else, it will show, it will recommend, the algorithm will recommend it. And 80s Made Consumer says, my first subscriber was also my first subscriber, but I never thought I would be close to 500 after a year. After a year, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty well. I mean, your topic, topics are really important too, because if you do it, certain topics are just going to click better than others. And William Blake Hall says, there have been a couple of attempts to televise the Lathe of Heaven. The first probably remains the best. Oh, I think so. Yeah, I didn't see the one that was done in the 90s, but I'm looking forward to one day seeing that and see what they did with that, if they understood the material as well, because Ursula Le Guin had a specific message that that she had in that story, and I find sometimes adaptations will mess up the messaging, um, or misinterpret it. And Stuntbrat says, "Yeah, I like live streams." And 80s Make Consumer says, it's been forever since I watched the 13th floor. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it so much. I love this. I love it so much. Um, and Outcast Creative says, goes to find trailer for the Lathe of Heaven. Yes, yes, it's so good. Um, and yeah, it's so slowly getting a little bit more. And as as you see, um, the 13th floor is one that people really like, that movie, or at least has a fondness for it enough to click on my video, 19,000 times. So that's pretty interesting. So I've got 19,000 views on this video, which is blows my mind completely. Um, and this is another one. This is one I didn't this is a guilty pleasure of mine, and I was actually thinking about not uploading it at all. Um, because I was like, oh no, people aren't going to be able to understand it. There's some parts of it which are very adult, very grown up subject matters going on in the story. And I was afraid that people were not going to understand where it was coming from. And so it's been doing very well, and I'm glad I didn't delete it, or I'm glad I left it up. But at the time when I put it up, there were only 19 subscribers, um, and after 4 months. Uh, of making movie reviews. Let's see, and William Blake Hall says, Species 2, Peter Boyle screaming, we should have never gone. Absolutely. And Outcast Creative, okay, that trailer is very strange. It is yeah, the trailer is not very not very good. I hate to say that, but it's not very good. And the movie is weird. It is a weird movie. It is weird, weird. But I do get a chuckle from that movie. And this says, uh, most people like the original ending that was cut from the 13th Floor film. Oh, yes, okay, the original ending was, I think I saw the one with the original ending, where they go into the future. I think I saw the original ending. I do believe I think I saw it. And 80s Made Consumer says Species is another fun series. Yeah, the series itself is weird. The first movie, I know it garnered a lot of credibility. A lot of people loved it. I wasn't so much one of the lovers of Species 1, but Species 2 had me laughing, and I was having a great time with it. Again, a guilty pleasure of mine to watch Species 2. Species 3 is like weird, a lot gorier, and definitely out, like totally out there. And Species, Species 3, also Species 5, sorry, 4 was also a weird movie. So they kept getting weirder and weirder and weirder, but definitely enjoyable if you don't mind uh, horror movies. This is after the first one, which was, of course, the blockbuster. We had, a trickle effect of the movies going down, as far as like the further down the alphabet, if you will. And yeah, so the Fire and Ice was a joy to make, and that was, I would say, 6, 7, 8 months later, 39 subs back then. And to this date, 15,000 views. That's incredible for that amount. And of course, Fire and Ice, you can't go wrong with this 80s deep dive classic. Not everybody knows about Fire and Ice. It's like a specialty movie, I would say. It's like, but it is definitely, and even if people know about Fire and Ice, not a lot of people like Fire and Ice. So there's a lot of people who think it's terrible. They don't like a lot of features to do with Fire and Ice. I look at movies in a different way, I suppose, because was mostly concentrated on the art form of the type of animation it was, and also the ideas that they were trying to present in the story. Not so much like the things that they didn't get quite right, or the things that they were, a victim of their time, if you will, or things that were because of their time period. They couldn't have certain special effects the way everybody would love them. So I try to give a lot of these movies like this a little bit more flex, um, as far as judging them, because I did enjoy the creativity of Fire and Ice, and I still love this art style. Rosetta was incredible, and And William Blake Hall says, I suspect the Frazetta com Cummins connection may have helped Fire and Ice. Yeah, it is. Any like pure fans of Frazetta are going to probably love this movie or seek it out at least to check out what's going on. And 80s Made Consumer says, love Fire and Ice. Watched it with my 6-year-old and she loved it. Oh wow, cool. You're cool. And this says, now that Disney owns Foxfire, uh, Fire and now that Disney owns Fox, Fire and Ice is now a Disney flick. Really? Ooh. That's too bad. It's probably might be on Hulu or something. So let's see what next I have going on here. Carmen Jones, which is again out of my genre, if you will, but kind of still, it's still a retro movie, but this one was more of a musical, with dramatic musical. And of course, I love this movie so much, and with Dorothy Dandridge and Harry Belafonte, who unfortunately passed recently. This was just a guilty pleasure I was giving into, and also like learning how to review movies, how to take them apart, how to really dissect them. I would say I was still in the learning stages in the first year, but I'm getting close. I'm here at year one, and my subs got to be 299. So I had 99 subs after 1 year of posting, and that's really kind of interesting because, like I said, I see people who have been on YouTube for maybe 6 months, and they've got hundreds and hundreds of subscribers and doing very well. And I think it may be a sign of the times. Things are maybe going faster, or just the subject matter. Some people just like certain subject matters a little bit more, and so the growth will be different, right? The growth is going to be different. And I love that even from back then, like 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I had 99 subs. Can you believe that? That's really pretty awesome to think about. That if I continue on, I will just continue to grow. It's just it's math, right? I mean, does that make sense to anybody? Like that makes sense to me. Oh my goodness. I am still tickled by this comment. Thank you for sharing that. And I do love my mom used to let me watch all of this stuff and didn't make me a bad person. I hope, that I would say I was enriched by learning about so many cool movies. And Outcast Creative says Fire and Ice was produced by Ralph Bakshi, the guy who did animated Lord of the Rings. Absolutely. He did The Wizards and he did Cool World, and I do love his work. Did a lot of other things, Rock and Rule, and some other like controversial films. But yeah, he had unfortunately, after his experience with Cool World, he didn't want to have anything to do with Hollywood anymore and stopped making movies. So it's kind of really, uh, really sad. And 80s Made Consumer says, makes sense to me. Yes, it totally makes sense. And always, Outcast Creative said, I saw Carmen Jones on stage with Danny John Rules, the cat from Red Dwarf. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Now, uh, let's see. Let's keep going. We're almost there. Well, almost finished. I did some of my like favorite movies of all time. I just had to do all those, right? Um, and thank you, Keith E, for saying that. Don't forget to hit the like button if you're enjoying the content. Um, American Werewolf in London. This is a classic, one of my very favorite. This is my favorite horror movie. This is my favorite horror movie, um, of all time. is one of the best in my opinion. And just the innovation that was done in this movie alone is just like incredible. The music, the storytelling, everything about it, the romance, loved it, the whole thing. At that time, I had 118 subs, and we're just climbing up the ladder here on subs, and that was absolutely fantastic. Um, and yeah, just great thing. Now, this is one of my bigger videos, or the one of the videos that is probably one of the longest, but also has the most. I wouldn't say it doesn't have the most views, but it has a lot of views. It's got a lot more views than a lot of my other uh, thing, and reviews. And I think that this movie in particular is just incredible, and I really am super proud of the work that I did on this review. It took me over like 6 months to a year to make this one, and it was I as far as, like, tactile work, I would say 6 months, but definitely, it was like a year already in the making of kind of getting the assets and everything together. Um, and at that time, I had only, 125 subs, um, and, it was just one of those moments when I hit the, the upload button. I was like, "Wow, this is." I felt chills because of the way I feel about this movie, how passionately I feel about movies in general, and definitely the way I feel about this movie. Um, and yes, Outcast Creative says, cheers for the reminder, Keith. Yes. And 80s Made Consumer says, watched American Werewolf when I was really young, got me into horror. Yes, it's just one of those movies that just incredible to look at. Uh, all of the work that was put into it, and how important it was for cinema. It influenced so many filmmakers. And anti-derivative Jill says, I could use your reviews as an essential watch list. I'm so behind in watching so many great movies. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was hoping that I could do with the channel, as far as like the essential watch list for like classic sci-fi movies. And I have a long way to go. I've got hundreds and hundreds of movies to review. But thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. That was so sweet. That's exactly what I want the channel to do. Um, and interestingly enough, the live streams are sort of like supplemental material. It's doing so good. I'm so glad to be able to talk about so many retro things with you guys in these live streams. It's just amazing. And the Outcast Creative says, at school, a pirate copy of this movie was going around, and I saw it on an iffy copy of VHS. Ooh, and says, always remember the scene where the SS Nazi zombies that came in and massacre the family. It comes out of nowhere. Yeah, it did come out of nowhere, and I think a lot of people didn't understand that scene and what it meant. But it was part of David's imagination, because he was getting all sorts of signs from inside of his own body that something was wrong, and he wasn't listening to them. He wasn't paying attention, and this nightmare was one of them. That he was going to lose everything, and and he wasn't. I thought that was so brilliant to put this nightmare sequence. There were a lot of nightmare sequences in this movie, and I thought at least one other that I can remember, and it was so good because again, it's signaling to David that something is wrong here. You're going to turn into a wolf. And it's and then he's got his, whether it's in his imagination or really happening, he's got his best friend saying, "Hey, look, you're gonna turn into a werewolf as well." Great stuff. Love that movie so much. The story and story, guys, the story. It's the strongest element besides the special effects. It's the strongest element in that movie is the story. He says your Saturday night show is great, but the Wednesday morning is really uh, one of the is one on one almost. Oh yeah, like Wednesdays, we get to chat about anything, and these I get to hear your takes on some of the stuff that's going on, and I get to tell you what I'm looking at, what's interesting. So yeah, I love this the Wednesday mornings. Thank you for shouting out the Wednesday morning. They're just a lot of fun for me. I'm so glad I added it to my schedule. And let's see. Silver Bullet is another like one that was tugging at my heart to do. It does it got only 1,200 views. By YouTube standards, that's not a lot. Uh, but it's definitely one that I really wish had that more people were interested in. It's such a good movie. It really is. In my opinion, there's so much subtle stuff going on in that movie that I was able to kind of talk about and cover. And I hope I was able to deliver some background information on some of the stuff that uh, that's going on in that movie. And at the time, I only had 150 subs. It says steadily growing, steadily growing. Look at that. And Keely says, not to suck up, but your show Nash is Lance almost perfectly. Your show, oh Lance, oh wow, you're getting some love. You're getting some love, Lance, from the Outcast Creative. And Outcast Creative says, "Oh, retro, love Silver Bullet." Yes, Silver Bullet is just incredible, a classic, just a classic. One of my favorite films. Yes, Corey Haim. Yes, and one of Canon films. A few really good films. Yes. And I'd like to one day. Let me write this down. Go over Canon films because. That Canon Films is like it's sort of like a staple of the old days, and I kind of want to go through some of their greatest hits as well. So let me oh, look who's here, Tom Jr. Jackson. Hello and congrats on 7 years. Thank you so much, Tom Jr. Jackson. Tom, you are a moderator, so if you wanted to go on ahead and put your the link to your channel on in the stream, go on ahead and do so. Tom has a wonderful channel that he's developing, doing more movie reviews, chit chats, and talks. The other night he was just doing just jokes, uh, inappropriate dad jokes. It was hilarious. And for those of you who know of Irene Jobson, she was there too, and it was just a blast of fun. Well, she was in the chat. She was in the chat. And 80s Made Consumers, this Canon Films has an excellent catalog. Yes, yes, yeah. That would be so cool. I'm gonna write that down because that could be one of our Friday retro movie explorations one day. If William Blake Hall is still here, William, what do you think about that? Going through Canon Films, that might be a good one, right? And yeah, okay. So let me see if there's more. Um, and oh wow, the Outcast Creative says I used to work for Canon Films. Okay, so we might have to have you in on that conversation. All right. Now, okay, so if you guys, I want to get Outcast Creative in on this because I'm sure he's going to have a lot of information. And I do want to talk to him about his channel too as well. So let me see if I could figure out how to do this. I hope you guys will indulge me in a second of trying to figure out how to send him a oh, here it is. How I can send him um a message. Let me just see. I'm on Twitter right now trying to find oh, okay, here he is. Right at the top. So I'm just sent you Lance a link to join the chat because I think you would have some incredible statements to make, and I'd also like to ask you some questions about how you got your channel started up, and more people to get to know you. Okay, so Tom Jr. Jackson, you went all out. Did you have this prepared? It says check out and subscribe to my channel, Tom Jr. Jackson, and he says join me June 20th, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, as I interview Maria Espino, CEO and President of The Last Prophecy Gaming Inc. and director of Star Wars the Star Wars fan film, The Chosen One. Okay, this sounds really cool. Wow, Tom, this is wonderful. Thank you. Uh, hopefully, I'll be able to do that. Okay, so let me put a pin in that, and let's get we got a guest, guys. Guess who it is? It's a surprise. Maybe not so much.
Ah,
Hello.
hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm knackered. It's so hot over here at the minute, and we English we can't cope with the heat because we're not used to having any.
Oh yeah,
Um,
let me pull you up on. Yeah, there
there we
you
go.
are.
And I'm oh hey, look, I got my.
Oh wow! Yes, guys, he's wearing the
I put
shirt.
that on especially. I went hunting for it, and I was thinking, oh god, I hope it's not in the wash basket. But fortunately, it wasn't because I do wear it quite a lot. So
Oh wow!
it's frequently in the wash basket. But
Oh wow!
yeah.
Great,
Thanks,
guys.
thanks for having me on. Such an honor to come on your channel. I love your channel,
Oh,
and
thank you.
I like Lorena's and yours are probably outside of drinkers and drunks are probably the two channels I think I watch the most. So
Oh wow!
I'll have on when I'm working. You're always on in the background when I'm working.
Oh cool!
Sometimes it's a bit of a distraction, and I have to put you
Oh.
on pause.
Oh yeah, I do that as well. I watch all the channels, and I have to put it on pause every once in a while to if I'm doing something high, high brain activity. But if I'm doing something a little monotonous, I can still pay attention. I could do two things at once.
Did I see that you just did a review of the new Extraction movie? Is that right? The sequel?
Yeah, no, well, I did the first one because I missed out on the first one. But
Right.
this Wednesday, for my morning show, I'll be doing a full review of Extraction 2. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Have you seen it?
I'm probably going to watch it after this.
Okay, yeah, me
Weird
too,
echo when
probably.
I'm speaking in your spaceship. Sounds like there's a weird echo when I talk. Um, it's probably because you're in an orbital weapons platform above the Earth.
Probably.
That's
Oh,
what it looks like.
maybe. Is it you? Do you think it's me?
I don't
Um,
know. I can hear something your end when I talk, so
okay,
I'm
well,
pretty sure it's not me.
I'll try on my headphones to see if that might help.
So everyone's talking about Canon films now in the chat, right?
Okay, yes, Canon Films. You used to work for Canon Films?
Yeah, could you bear with me 2 seconds, and I'm going to run and get something Canon related that I want to show
Ooh.
you guys. Hold on 2 sec.
Okay. Oh my God, we got a special treat, guys. Let's see. Let me know if I encounter any volume issues. Or let me know. Can you hear me good right now? Not really a big fan of wearing this. Okay, let's see what else you guys have said. Okay, so this says Netflix Castlevania and Arcane with Amazon's incredible, seriously dark animated shows mostly got their inspiration from Universal 1994 Exo Squad. Okay.
Good God, these are heavy. Oh
boy.
right, hang on.
Okay.
It's taking too long to find what I wanted, so I just brought in these huge, big, heavy boxes, and you're gonna love this though.
Oh wow.
So hold on, where are we? So I'm looking for Canon stuff. So, and I know I've got loads. Was that Canon? No, I don't think it was. That was New Line Cinema. I'll put that down there. Come on, where are they? Oh, here we go. Right, okay. There's one. There's one of their best ones, without a doubt. Actually, I love this film. I know you do too. And then I also have. This must be in the other box. So check this out. Very rare. Vinyl soundtrack to Cannon's Invaders from Mars.
The 1984 one, or
I love this film. The music is a really fantastic score, especially when all the military arrive at the pit. And this has got the actress who just died recently, who played the nurse in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and she basically plays the same character.
Nurse
and
Ratched.
does the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I saw this on my birthday with my very first girlfriend, and we went to a Canon cinema to see it before I worked for Canon.
I think that was Mary Louise Fletcher.
Yeah.
Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's wonderful. I love that movie. I know a lot of people trash it, but and the original,
I think it's great.
I thought so
too. I don't
too.
understand why people trash it. And you know what? It did not have a big budget, but it looks good. It looks.
I thought so.
There's really good miniature work in it. The monsters look cool.
Absolutely. I love the original too. Yeah, the original was fantastic. And it did a lot to repeat a lot of the same things that the original did. By the way, Keith E says Lance is great. Hooper calls him Uncle Lance.
Who's Hooper?
Hooper is Keith E's hippopotamus.
Oh, okay, guys. So here's another one.
Delta Force. Oh wow, cool.
Canon soundtrack, really good soundtrack.
Wow.
Vinyl. You definitely got to get me on for this Canon. We were talking about doing a Canon stream on my channel, but we've got a list of ideas we're going to do because my channel is going to be my full-time job from the middle of July onwards.
What?
Yeah, I'm giving up everything else.
Oh my God. That is so awesome. Actually, I wish I could do that. I mean, I do like my.
I can for the next few. I can for the rest of the year. So here's a couple more that people are going to love. So
I do like my other jobs though, but I'm definitely. Which one is this one? Oh, Firewalker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chuck Norris's one attempt at doing comedy. And a kind of an Indiana Jones.
I remember that movie. Yeah, I need a revisit.
I just got the Blu-ray of this. I think it might be in the other room. but I just got the Blu-ray of this. Oh, this is a movie you definitely
Who
have to watch.
remembers Firewalker? That's got to be like, that's a deep cut.
Well, hang on. And then, of course, my all-time favorite canon film, without a doubt, number one, Invasion USA.
Oh, wow.
What other film are you going to see a force invading America with World War II landing barges on the beaches of Miami?
That movie is insane.
And it's got Richard Lynch. There he is. God rest his soul. Who was the bad guy in Sword and the Sorcerer, which I also have the wine down here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and now this wasn't a canon movie, but it came out around the same time as the 80s sort of canon deluge, Death Before Dishonor. It's actually not a bad action film.
Actually, let me put you in the center screen so you can really, there we go. That's better.
Yeah. This was New Line Cinema. It was
really.
It was basically designed to give Fred Dryer a lead role in an action film. It's kind of like a mini Commando kind of movie. But it's fun. It's a fun film. It's it's not going to change your life, but it's a beer and pretzels kind of film. I might have a couple more canon.
Wow, you've got everything so pristine too.
Well, do you know what? I came so close to selling these records not that long ago, and it's actually my casting director, who's one of my closest friends, said, "Don't sell them. You'll regret it," and she was right. This is a film that you definitely have got to do a retro review of, by the way, if you haven't done it already. And that's Jodie Foster and Mark Harmon, Stealing Home. This is a beautiful little film. I review it in my new book, the one that I've got coming out. It's actually out already, but I haven't officially launched it yet. It's my diary from when I was in the States, 1988.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I saw 137 films that year. About 45 of them I saw in America. Stealing Home was one of those. So as soon as I came back, I bought the soundtrack for it. But it's a beautiful film. I love it. About this guy going back to his hometown. He's trying to work out what to do with the ashes of his best friend who's passed away, just Jodie Foster's character. And it's got like two different timelines. It flashes back to earlier, and you see like the earlier him played by a different actor. And Harold Ramis is in it in a supporting role. He's really good in it. It's just, I don't know if you've not seen it, but if you've not seen it.
No, I've never seen it.
You know that Mark Harmon says that he gets more people coming up to him and talking about this film than any other movie that he's done.
Wow.
And it didn't do that well in the cinema, but it found its home on video. But I saw it in Arizona in '88, and all the films that I loved in '88 are all reviewed in the book, so including that one. And that's also the year that I saw Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I've got the first assistant director of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, David Gifford, on my channel tomorrow at 9 o'clock. He was also the first AD on Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3.
Holy moly!
So what a guest! I'm trying to interview one person in every position in a film production unit.
Wow.
So I'm going to get runners. I'm going to do makeup artists. They're really hard to get hold of because they work so long hours. I've been trying to pin mine down for forever to come and do an interview. But yeah, so David McGifford's going to be great. I just did the comms check with him yesterday because I was supposed to have the DOP of the Goonies come on a couple of weeks ago, and he had to cancel because we couldn't get StreamYard to work. So we tried to do Zoom, but on Zoom he sounded like a Dalek. So we couldn't get that to work because he lives in a certain part of Malibu where there's almost no reception.
Oh, okay.
And he was also the director of photography on both of the Cannonball Run movies and about 5 other Burt Reynolds films. So he had a really strong relationship with Burt Reynolds, and he knows like, all the stories. So hopefully we'll get him back on another occasion. This is another film you've got to see, and I bet you haven't seen it. Seen that?
No.
So this is Asian cinema's answer to Big Trouble in Little China. Came out about 6 months later. It is absolutely nuts.
I must see it.
You're gonna love it. I just seeing the films that you like, because you and I have got pretty similar taste when it comes to older movies. You're gonna love it. I can tell you.
Oh wow, yeah, I must see it. Well, what's the name of it again? Let me write it down.
The Seventh Curse. Somebody's just mentioned Light Force.
Oh, you know it
in the chat. That was that. I had about 5 friends that worked on that, and that was a production that ran out of money before they finished shooting.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it had loads of scenes cut from the production schedule. They lost about 11 days of filming, something like that, which I can tell you now from a director's point of view is a catastrophe.
Oh yeah, that movie had so many problems, but boy,
there's
do I love it.
There's a lot of good in it, though. So there's a lot of fun things in it.
Oh yeah, I love that movie so ridiculously. It's my favorite, movie of that, probably of that year, I think. It's so good. Like to me, I just find it. It's like a unicorn. It's. I'm sorry.
Space vampires.
Yeah, it's just like a rare gem that you will never be able to find anywhere else. It's just so unique and special.
I think that came out in 86, I want to say. Was that 86?
I think so.
85 or 86, I think.
Yeah.
So I worked for Canon from the late 80s until they got bought out.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically I was already working at one of the cinemas that was owned by we were Granada, and then we were at another company, I forget which, and then we were Canon, because Canon decided that the way to claw back the money was to control the distribution network. So they would make films, and then all those films would screen in their cinemas. So they bought out about 55% of the entire UK cinema network. Huge amount. So I applied for a job as a booker at Canon head office, and had a bit of a crazy time from there. There's quite a lot of things I probably can't talk about, but anyway, It was an interesting time. It was an interesting time to be working for that company. It was a lot of crazy. I was trying to get into production. That was what I was trying to sort of because the people at the top were looking. A lot of people got their first directing jobs with Canon, and
of course Canon, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one of my best friends is the director of The Sword and the Sorcerer and Cyborg, the late great Albert Poon.
Albert, yeah.
And
I loved his work.
Tell you about Albert. He was a wonderful human being.
Oh God.
I reached out to him when I'd done my last feature film, which is I've done 3, but I mean it's the only one that's any good. And I wanted to get his opinion on it, and he wrote me this wonderful long review, and he said, you can use this, you can quote this anywhere you
that's so sweet
you want. And it was when I found out he got brain cancer. I was trying to get over to Hawaii so I could interview him before he passed away, but I did him a video which I think might still be on my channel, just thanking him for all the films he made. I could tell you so many stories about his career, and you'd be amazed how he ever managed to make any films at all, considering what they put him through. They really did put him through. They put him through hell. He turned up.
Maybe we'll do a stream on that.
Yeah, I mean,
you know how much I love his movies.
Yeah, and he would love that, because in the video that I left for him and Cynthia, his wife, who I'm still in touch with, I said, Albert, you've moved more people than you realize. You've taken us on amazing journeys. You've taken us to strange planets, and I hope you know that you've impacted people's lives, including mine. And apparently, when he watched it, and it was one of the last things he watched before he passed away, he cried, but like happy tears, And his wife wrote back to me and said, "That was amazing.
That is so sweet. Stop it! You're gonna make me cry."
I got to do something for him.
Yeah.
It wasn't much, but it was something.
Yeah, his work is just incredible. I do like a lot of his stuff. Cyborg was pretty much the one that was I would say the famous one, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Cyborg
I still
was the
think Sword and
famous
the
one.
Sorcerer is his best film.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. And I
It's
know
pretty good. I mean, in my opinion, I think it was really good, and the story was really,
story's great.
it's so
Um,
good.
I mean,
Uh,
if that film had been made on a huge budget with digital effects, it would have been
mhm,
amazing.
mhm.
So when you consider it was made in 1982 with not a very big budget, you
It did
felt
well.
it did do well. It made back, I think, 4-5 times its money. It was
Yeah,
like this kind of sleeper hit of the year.
yeah.
And that's really what got his career started. But he turned up on day one as Cyborg to be told the budget was this. He goes to day one of shooting and the budget's this. And that happened to him on about 20 movies. So yeah, he went through the ringer in the film industry.
Wow.
It's and I've been there myself, and it's oh man, it's just such an unpleasant industry to work in sometimes. You're so passionate about wanting to tell stories and make good films, but you have to deal with all these idiots to try and get there. Sorry, I don't want to wax on about that. Let's talk about your 7th year
No, well,
anniversary.
no, well, that's exactly why we want to turn, we want to dig inside sometimes and find out what's really going on. But yeah, there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that we're definitely not aware of. And
Yeah.
we see the movies as they are, but a lot of them have stories about how they were made, and not all of them are nice stories.
No. Yeah, I mean, I had a film taken out from under me about 4 years ago, and it destroyed my whole life.
Oh no.
It ruined everything. And the worst thing about it was a true story World War II movie, and of course we had contacted and interviewed all the veterans, all the
Oh,
soldiers that were still alive.
yeah.
And pretty much at the end of every single interview, when I said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" they would say, "Well, hurry up because I'm going to be dead soon, and I really want to see this film." And then these, I won't say too much because I can't, but for legal reasons, but these people basically managed to divert the funds that I had found elsewhere where they would get paid a lot more money. Okay.
Oh no.
And I had to go back to all these, and this film was all booked. Everything was, cast, locations, everything was ready to go. We'd even done a load of second unit filming, and I had to go back to all those families and say, look, the film's not happening now. And I tried for the next 3 years to find the money from somewhere else. And at the end of that 3 years, I still hadn't managed to do it. And every single one of those veterans is dead now.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, that's what the film industry did to me. And actually, the part of the reason my channel started was because we got stuck in lockdown and my actors didn't have anything to do because I'm an acting coach. But the other reason that I found it was really useful was it was really great for my mental health because I'd never struggled with my mental health before. I'd always been a really kind of strong, outspoken guy and a bit tough. And when that happened and I kind of lost everything, I had a real, it really knocked me over. So I've got to tell you that I really look up to people like you and Lorena, and you guys inspire me because I kind of sort of didn't really know what I was going to do with this channel. Somebody told me to do it about 5 years ago, and I was like, look, I've got a great face for radio. No one's going to want to listen to what I have to say. But actually, people seem to be enjoying it, and I'm really loving running it. And I know so much about the film industry, and films are my life. I mean, who goes and watches 137 films in 1 year? I did. So
That's incredible. That's an incredible story, and we're going to talk about that. I just wanted to say here, anti-derivative Jill says, "I just subbed Lance. Thank you for the link, Tom."
oh,
So
bless
you
you.
got another
That's very kind.
subscriber.
We're creeping up to 2,000 subs, I think, and in 7 years retro, I may be at 6,000 like yourself.
Oh, probably much more. Because I think the algorithm takes it's going faster now. It seems like it's picking up faster, and there's more talk about movies in the way we're talking about movies nowadays.
Because it wasn't really, I think when I started, there were a lot more comedy-driven channels around making fun of a lot of movies that were, that were charming back in the day. Like I remember watching someone totally tear apart a movie like Willow, and take every single part about Willow that was.
I've got that down here.
Oh, you do. And it was sort of like, you don't understand Willow. You don't understand why that movie is what it is. You don't understand what it is. And so that's kind of what drove me to make my channel, because it was we needed, I think we needed that. We needed somebody to say, hey, look, here's why Willow is a great movie and why people loved it back, when it came out. And there's a lot more channels like that now. I'm not alone anymore. There's tons of channels that are doing that. So I am super excited. I'm so glad that there's a lot of movie lovers out there, and we're banding together and we're celebrating the movies we love and talking about them.
Are you a big fan of this? Because I am.
Yes.
See, I knew you would be. I love this movie.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, that's a great one. I mean, your place is like.
Guys, check out this, American audience. What's this? The vinyl soundtrack of? Can anyone in the chat guess?
Oh, let me put you in the center so that way you could see it.
Can anyone in the chat guess what that's the vinyl soundtrack of? Well, if I shout the words Wolverines, then you'll probably remember. That's the soundtrack for Red Dawn. That is one of the most expensive soundtracks I've ever bought. It was not available in the UK.
Oh, wow.
So it was an American import, and I think it cost me about £80, which back then was a fortune.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red Dawn is a movie I saw maybe once or twice. I think it was one of the few movies that actually scared me. Like I watched Clockwork Orange and all kinds of weird stuff when I was little. But
yeah, did your parents let you watch Clockwork Orange?
Absolutely. Absolutely, no problem with watching that. That's nothing. My mom was very clear about, like, this is make believe. This doesn't happen in real life, or this is not real. But I think I mean, it's possible that it could happen when we don't. I mean, it's just one of those things where she kind of didn't let me believe that it could happen, like or it was happening. But for some
Willow
reason,
must be in the other room. Sorry.
But one thing about Red Dawn, though, I was a little bit older, and it felt really possible. I was scared.
Yeah, that came out, I think, I want to say it came out around 83, 84. So obviously the whole East-West, you had Rocky 4 around the same time. And there was also that mini-series called America, with America spelt with a K. Do you remember that? With Chris Christopherson?
It's ringing some bells, but I don't think I've ever really said.
Well, another retro review beckons. You better put that on the list.
Okay.
That's a really kind of serious, very gritty, hard-hitting drama series. Chris Christopherson's the lead.
Okay. And that was a TV?
Yeah, it's like 4 parts. It's probably very difficult to get hold of. I used to have it on VHS.
Oh, like a mini series.
Yeah, and I did my own edit of it, and I edited all the scenes from Invasion USA and Red Dawn into the story.
Oh, wow.
If you can believe that. So I turned it into this massive action miniseries. It had action in it, but I added more action.
Oh, that's pretty
cool. Did my own kind of like version of it, which was nuts. Made it about like 12 hours long or something. But it's a really it's an interesting show. It's very of its time, but it's basically a hypothetical. America has become fractured in the future. Sam Neill is also in it as a kind of communist sympathizer. It's kind of fallen into a sort of communist state. It's kind of not owned by Russia exactly, but it's kind of gone that direction, and now they're trying to break it all up. And it's very well done. There you go. Yeah, America spelt with a K. Sam Neill also. I mean, it's got a pretty good cast. Bit slow at times. Doesn't quite know what it is some of the time, but there's a lot to recommend it though, and there's a really good action scene right at the end, where they kind of storm the main Russian base, and
Holy moly!
all these American farmers with shotguns and tractors breaking down fences and this kind of thing. But that Red Dawn was all, they all came out around the same time, and it was just that kind of vibe, wasn't it? East versus West, and I know a lot of people think Red Dawn is quite not far right, but kind of a right wing propaganda movie. I don't see it that way. I just see it as an action adventure romp, and picking up on something you said earlier with my channel. I don't really want to spend time kind of trashing films that I think are crap. I mean, I'll talk about stuff that I think doesn't deserve to be watched with people on a channel like yourself if we happen to discuss a film. But I really don't want to spend time doing reviews of films that I don't even want to recommend people. I would much rather spend time talking about stuff, why it's good, why it's bad. I'm doing something every Tuesday, and we compare two films that are quite similar. So next week we're doing Black Hawk Down and We Were Soldiers.
Okay.
And they came out, I think, within a year or two of each other, and they're similar films in the sense that they're battles about historical events and their modern warfare. And we're looking and comparing them. We did the two Robin Hood films a couple of weeks ago because I wanted to do retro reviews, but I didn't want to copy what you were doing.
Oh, come on. No. You can always do retro. I think this is where I think the market is thirsty for.
Well, I
thirsty for it.
I thought, let me try and do something different. And I've got a film director buddy from Australia who does them with me, Matthew Holmes, great guy. And we spitballed some ideas, and I said, how about we do 2 movies each week that have something in common, and pick them apart, whether they're good or bad. So we did Kevin Costner's Prince of Thieves and then Patrick Bergin's Robin Hood together. And it's funny because a lot of people slate Prince of Thieves now. I think it's a fantastic film.
I never caught that one.
You've never seen Kevin Costner's Prince of Thieves with Alan Rickman as the sheriff? You haven't seen Alan Rickman?
I've seen parts of it, as it would appear on TV every once in a while, but I don't think I've actually sat down and watched.
Oh my word! Alan Rickman's got all the best lines in the movie, and he wrote most of them himself.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah. But,
yeah, it's kind of interesting. I like that concept of getting 2 movies that were similar to each other. And
if you ever want to come on any of those streams with us, listen, for the Outcast Creative, the door's open. I've said the same thing to Tom Jr. Jackson. I've said he's welcome anytime.
Thank you.
I don't care whether people have got 2 subscribers or 2 million. If you like films and you like talking about the same kind of stuff we like talking about, or you're connected to the industry and want to talk about, because we do industry interviews, that's our other big thing. I'm happy to have people on. My channel's not even monetized yet. I'm still, I think 1,500 hours away from. I've got enough
the hours.
Yeah, I haven't got the watch hours, and I put my last feature film up there for free, and Drinker, bless him, he gave it a plug, and that immediately.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, it boosted it by about 1,000 watch hours.
Oh wow!
Within like a couple of days. But I'm still a ways to go.
It's right around the corner. There's a couple of people probably today that's watching this that are like, oh, let's go check out some more stuff. Because I actually need to watch that video. I have it in my queue because I have a little area where I watch all the live.
Oh, do you mean my feature film?
I did not catch. I need to catch your feature film, and I gotta catch everything.
It's this. So this is on the channel. You can watch it completely for free.
Okay.
All pretty much all filmed in Greece. There's Jason Fleming, who's like the closest thing I've got to a brother in real life, so he's in almost everything I've done. This guy here, on the second guy in from the right, that is Duncan Powell from Rogue One, who was in charge of the commandos in Rogue One.
Oh yeah.
And then the guy to the left of Jason, that's Dickon, who's the co-founder of the Outcast Creative. The black lady, Valile Tushalabala, she was in the Doctor Who Christmas special with David Tennant. And other people might recognise Mitchell Lewis from Rise of the Foot Soldier. So they're all kind of like jobbing British actors. We basically went to Greece for 4 weeks and we filmed it over there. And I had to rewrite it halfway through filming, which is the making of is, you can see the making of and find out why that happened. And but that was a feature film that was made for about £40,000, so about $55,000, something like that. Yeah, all shot in a foreign country except for 2 days in England.
And how did you get involved in filmmaking? Where did it start?
Well, I was an actor when I was younger. I did a couple of plays. I did one in the West End, and then my parents didn't really support me wanting to be an actor. So they wanted me to. My mum was a ballet dancer, okay, and my dad was a graphic designer. So I was never going to become an accountant in a household like that. But so I had a sort of fairly arts orientated, creative upbringing. It was my father was a really wonderful, creative human being. I'm going to do a video about him on my channel fairly soon because he was a runner in the Danish resistance. He also traveled all around Europe in the 50s, and I have all of his photographs because he had a black and white camera. He hitched a ride with a French Foreign Legion supply convoy across the Sahara Desert, and I've got all the pictures that he took on that journey. So I'm going to try and put them all into sort of this video and pop them up. But anyway, that's where I get all the creative stuff from. It sort of comes half from my dad and half from my mum.
Okay.
And but they packed me off to art college and onto a film course, but the film course was undersubscribed. You can read about that in the book because it's all because this is the year that I was at that art college.
Okay, and your book is out right now on Amazon?
Actually. Yeah, it's out.
Okay.
It's already out. But we got merged with graphic design, so I didn't really get to make any films at art college. It all went a bit wrong. And then I went off to work for a cinema and video shop and kind of did the Quentin Tarantino thing, who people keep telling me I look like because of my chin, you see. So, and then I kind of did some other things, and eventually I became a playwright and a theatre director. And between 97 and about 2005, I did about 10 plays in London and won a couple of awards. And then when film went to digital, that's when I started making movies, because then it was easy. Before you had to run around and try and find some 16mm film and a camera, and also, someone who could edit a film with a Steinbeck machine, if you know what that was.
What is it?
Well, it's when you put film under kind of like a cutting machine, and you have to look at the shots, and you're lining up the shots, and then you're cutting that piece of film, and then you're gluing that piece of film to another piece of film.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
how editing was done.
Oh, okay.
Pre-digital.
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen it. I mean, I didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, I mean, it was, back then, unless you see the problem with the film industry in the UK, and it's slightly different in the US, is there's a real class system over here. All the big actors tend to come from the upper class echelons of society. They all get taken on by the top 5 agents. The top 5 agencies all have production companies. So they're also the ones that are making the films, and it's really hard to break through that nut. And there are some people like Michaela Cole, who I hold in extremely high admiration. She was just so determined. She managed to get her own stuff made, and she even fired her agent, and now isn't represented by anybody.
Oh, wow.
Imagine to have the freedom to do that. That's a dream goal, that. So so I've been beavering away making films and doing plays as a full-time job pretty much since 1997 up until the present day. And I've just said that the play I'm doing now, which the poster's there, which is on next week in
False
London.
accounts, yes.
Yeah, that's going to be
I've seen
my
those videos. They're really compelling. Yeah, they're very compelling. Guys, false accounts, if you don't know about it, it's about a post office scandal that happened.
True story.
And it's really compelling. And Lance has been featuring it on his channel this whole for the last, I don't know, month or so, or
yeah. I mean, if you I'll put it in the chat. If you Google Horizon Post Office scandal, you'll also find a number of documentaries. Don't spell office with 3 F's like I just did. But you'll find a number of documentaries about it on YouTube. And the Panorama documentary was the first one to break the story. And basically they uploaded software that didn't work to the computer network, the new computer network for all the post offices in the UK. And it was making so many mistakes and bugs in the system that it made it look like all the postmasters were stealing money. And so these people were then being prosecuted by the post office and being sent to prison. One woman went to prison when she was 3 months pregnant.
And
these people hadn't stolen anything. One of them committed suicide. I mean, you're talking hundreds of people this affected, probably 3,000 or 4,000 actually. And
holy moly!
They're still fighting for compensation now. So that's the play that we're doing. I do a lot of social issue stuff because that's kind of how I believe the best way to effect change is to educate people about a subject. And so I've always kind of picked those kinds of subjects, human interest stories are what interests me. My movie is dedicated to my friend Angela Thomas, who passed away very suddenly, sadly. And it's all about people dealing with bereavement, but it's not a depressing film. In fact, you need to watch it and review it. You might hate it, and that's okay. You know, if you watch the film and you don't like it, I don't mind. I just like people to watch it. Yeah. So I've always dealt with pretty. I'm not. The joke I always make when I do talks at universities and things is I do write comedies, but no one ever comes to see them. So you know, I did a musical once, and that was like the biggest disaster I'd ever directed. Apparently. So yeah, but there you go. That's a little bit about me. And I mean, if I could, I'd make films all day long. I mean, look, to give you an idea of the kind of work that goes into something, this is a pitch pack for a show that we took to Netflix. This is a European Band of Brothers. So it's basically like Band of Brothers, but it's about all the European airborne forces. So you've got the Polish, the British, there's even a German episode, there's the Canadians, because they were part of the Commonwealth, of course. And so I had to do a breakdown of here's me on set with a load of tanks.
Oh, boy.
So we had to do a breakdown of all the episodes. We actually shot a whole load of footage as well. I shot an entire tank attack. You can see some of the shots of that there.
Let me get you one full.
There you go. So this is a pitch pack. I spent, I think, about another 2 years developing Paratrooper. And I mean, the pilot episode is the story about Sidney Cornell. He's the first black paratrooper in the British Army. And I didn't even know we had any black paratroopers in World War II. And he dropped into Normandy and fought close by Pegasus Bridge, which most people will know from the film The Longest Day. So I worked nearly full time for 2 years on this. And
this is the movie you were talking about, right?
No. This isn't the movie that went under. That was before this. This was, we tried to salvage something from that. And we thought, well, why don't we pitch a TV series? Because everybody wants TV series. And there's a massive audience for well-made World War II. If you make it well, if it's historically accurate and it's well shot, the audience for it is huge, and they will really go.
Yeah, there's a huge audience for that.
Yeah. But so Masters of the Air, when that comes out, I think if they've done it right, and I mean, look, it's Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, so I'm prepared to put my money down now that show is going to be a monster hit.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing a review of that. So I'm really enjoying this chat. You got to get me on here more often.
Yeah, this is you're going letting you go free here and just
I'm talking
talk
too
about
much.
everything.
Let's talk about your seventh.
Before we go on, before we go on, I just do want to let people know. Oh, Tom Jr. Jackson, thank you so much. Has put a link for your channel in the chat.
He actually posted it earlier, actually, as well.
Yes, so this is a second chance to go directly to his link, and I'm gonna actually post a link to your book, 1988. I just tested it out and it just worked for me. I hope, let me know if it works, everyone. But yes, and anti-derivative Jill says you're not talking too much. You're perfect. You're perfect.
I'll warn you now, 1988 reads like a season of Dawson's Creek because it's mostly
that
me
is so
whinging
sweet
about girls. That's mostly what it is.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love the idea of it and everything. I mean, this is I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up becoming something that is taken up by Hollywood and someone decides they're going to make a movie about it.
Diary.
Oh wow!
This is the real diary. see the slasher skateboard thing.
Oh, cute.
And because I've always wanted to show this to Lorena on her channel because I've got all my postcards that I bought when I went to the theme parks. They're all in here.
Oh, cool.
That's Epcot in '88.
Wow.
I've got all of these in.
You've kept everything so pristine. Like all my stuff my memorabilia is all tattered up, but look at how pretty and perfect that is.
Well, I'll show you how. So look, this is how tiny the writing is.
Oh wow!
And it's a straight translation of the diary. I've deleted a couple of things because I didn't want to embarrass people about one or two little details, but it's pretty much a straight up telling. But listen, wait till you see this. Look, you're gonna love this, Retro. Check this out.
Oh wait, hold on. We gotta put you on full screen.
So this is I kept this.
Oh, Roger Rabbit, Die Hard, The Blob.
These are all the movies that were on at the Cinema 9, Chinatown Square.
That is so cool.
I was working
Coming to America, Bull Durham.
I mean, there's more good films on this piece of paper than there's been in a single year in the last 3 years at the cinema. That should tell you something.
Wow. Sweet.
Yeah, there's also the Rescue on here, which is that's not so great. Fish Called Wanda.
Fish Called Wanda. Oh wow.
I saw Die Hard 6 times. That's why the cover of the book is a rip on the Die Hard poster. You see?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, we had to change it quite substantially so I didn't get sued. But yeah. So, oh man.
Cool.
It was quite hard reading this because I thought I'd thrown this away. And when I read it, the guy in here was having a really tough time, and I'd completely forgotten about it all. And I wanted to kind of go back in time and give him a hug, but can't do that. I don't own a time machine yet, so.
Yeah, I just want to read this one comment really quick from William Blake Hall. In honor of 7 years, I am now going to post a hashtag as number 49 because 49 is 7 squared, and someone else consider being like number 50. RNG, congrats, all the best. Thank you so much, William Blake Hall. You're incredible. You leave the best comments for me. You leave the best comments in the chat. So much information. I know who to turn to William Blake Hall as the resident expert in the community. Thank you so much.
I think doing a channel for 7 years, especially when you were talking about when I saw you pulling up all the different videos and going, oh, I only had 2 subscribers then, and then I had 4, and I was thinking, God damn, but I know you love movies as much as I do, because you persevered with it because you love it.
Yeah, I mean,
talking about the films you love, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be something else driving you if you only have 4 people watching, your videos. There's or like you look at it and there's like just 20 people who watched your video and a lot of them didn't subscribe. You're like, why haven't all 20 of these people subscribed to my channel?
Yeah.
And so you people can take it personally, especially in this world of likes and subscribers and numbers. Numbers seem to matter in social media so much. And so I feel like really focusing in on, okay, let's get to the core of it. Did I do this for likes and subs? Or because I could do anything for that? Or did I do it am I doing this because I love it and it feels right? It feels good to me, and I wanna keep doing this. I still have the passion for it. I'll like, when times are tough, will I still have the passion for it? Movies? Yeah, no problem. Other things, maybe not so much, but movies, definitely, definitely. And like, later on, I'm gonna go through some things that I had been playing around with or fooling around with idea-wise, and didn't really follow through on them. I kinda gave up on a couple of other channels I had. Um,
Right.
and so it didn't, like, starting a channel didn't just happen, overnight. It happened over time. So, let's
I mean,
see.
that's true for ours as well, because my channel was kind of dormant, and then it became the Outcast channel, so we could stream stuff during lockdown, and then it became what it is now. So kind of had a growth period, I guess you would say, over 3 years.
Yeah, that's really cool. Like, okay, so when did you realize that you wanted to start using what was the trigger for you besides, like, I know you were saying with that situation with where things went south. Did you go directly to YouTube right away, or did it take time, or did you see someone and say, "Oh, I think I can do that, and I think I could do it better," or
I
what
don't know.
happened there?
I don't know how personal I want to get here. I mean, in terms of, look, I was one of the first people to follow the Critical Drinker. In fact, I was the first moderator on his channel.
Oh, wow.
I just happened to be in the chat when somebody said something about needing a mod, and he went, "Yeah, perhaps I do need to get some mods now." And I didn't even know what a moderator did. I just went,
Uh-huh.
"I'll do it, Will," because I'd already spoken to him in private email, because I messaged him very
Oh.
early on, because I said, "Mate, you're picking up on what's going wrong with the industry." I was one of the first people to contact him, and I've met him in person. I've been drinking with him in Scotland, so that was
Oh,
an experience.
wow.
It's funny, actually, because I've met quite a few of you in person. I've met Lorena in person in Florida, and I've met RM in person when she came to London. So I feel like I've kind of met a few people, which is nice as well, because it sort of puts your friendship on a bit of a different
Yeah, I mean,
um, different level.
it's like we're dealing with real people here.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't met anyone yet, but it's like definitely seeing a lot of my friends on the internet meet each other helps me too to like, oh, this is real. This is real,
yeah.
and hopefully one day, definitely would love to see everybody as well that I've been making friends with.
Well, you've got an open invite to London
Oh,
anytime.
thank you.
But to be honest, I've got to give my ex-partner a little bit of credit, because she was the first person that said to me, "Babe, I've got a great idea." When I came in one day, this film deal was falling apart at the time. You got to go on YouTube. You'll be great. And I just didn't get it at all. I just, when I looked at things, it was all women's hair products, and look at my skin cream. And I saw a couple of the reviews. I saw somebody
Yes.
called Annoying Matthew or something, and he just did seem very annoying. And I just didn't get it. And I just thought, I haven't really got I haven't got a niche. I don't know what would my niche be. How would I be different from these other people
Mhm.
doing film reviews? And I said, you're going to have to give me more than that. I mean, she didn't push me, and I kind of shrugged it off. And I think if I'd done it when she said, and I'd taken it a lot more seriously, I would have been way ahead of the game. And that's my short-sightedness for not doing that, and maybe also not giving myself credit for people being interested in the knowledge that I've had to say. I mean, I've worked in the industry. I still work in the industry technically, although I'm pulling out of production at the end of this year. But that's a whole other stream. We won't talk about that now. But you know, like I said, when I was growing up, I worked at the cinema. I worked for 3 different cinema chains. I worked at 3 different video shops. And when I went to America for the first time, on my day off, I would watch 4 films a day. So I lived, breathed, and eat films. It was, and they were huge escapism for me. And actually, when I read this diary and I read how important the films were, I can see that they probably kind of rescued me a bit. So you know, yeah, I don't know. This outlet's been really good for me. I mean, just coming on here and talking to you makes me feel great. So makes me feel like I'm useful, makes me feel like I'm contributing something to someone.
Absolutely. You're absolutely contributing, and your channel as well. You know, I think, like I said, like I was saying before, around the time that I started, the reason why I even started was I felt like there was an empty space, and more of that space is getting filled up. But the way it's being filled up is absolutely like incredible, because like you just show part of your collection to us, and all the stuff is like gorgeous and pristine, and we're all like nerding out like, oh my god, did you see that? And it's like a free, it's interesting
I've
how
got so much cool stuff up here as well.
yeah, it's that's what that's the good stuff. You know, like borrowing words from other people, but that's the reason why, like, there's so much that can be said about social media, tech, and the problems that of our world, things that are not being, people aren't playing evenly with everyone else. But one thing we have are the things that we love, and like, you can show me you know, something that says invaders from Mars, and I will freak out about it, and because I love that
I
movie.
knew you'd
And
love that.
yeah,
I knew
oh,
you'd
come
love that.
on, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
and we can bond over that. And you know, of course, we're gonna talk about invaders from Mars in the future in great deal in detail, because that movie was intense. And
Have you done a stream about that movie yet?
not yet. I'm
Oh, get
actually
me on for that. I'm there. I'm there because
okay.
I know a lot of stuff about the production, about how it was filmed as
Oh,
well.
really? Okay.
Yeah, because when I'm really into a movie, I want to break it down. I want to know how they shot that.
Me
Where did the
too.
budget go? Because this stuff for me as a filmmaker,
Hmm.
it's all useful. I mean, maybe not so much now because I'm kind of pulling away from that. But yeah, but back then, like The Sword and the Sorcerer, I know how all the shots were done for that. I spoke to Albert about the film in like huge detail.
Hmm.
And yeah, so but yeah, Invaders from Mars definitely have me. These are I just had some really lovely compliments in the chat.
Oh, let's see them. Okay.
No
Let's
real
see.
reviews, just subscribed.
Oh,
Very kind.
wonderful. Yes, thank you.
I mean, the other thing I kind of really liked about what I saw with YouTube, and you know, is I liked seeing the mutual support you guys give for each other, and I
Yes.
thought I want to be part of that community, but only if I feel like I can contribute something useful. And we were just going to carry on doing our live performances, but then kind of when the lockdown ended, because I've got this script all about the firing of Gina Carano ready to go. We wrote a whole like live stream performance script for that to be streamed live on YouTube. We were all going to perform it, but now that all the actors have gone out and got work again, I'm not sure I'll get them. but yeah, so I thought, well, I want to do something else with the channel now. Now it's become kind of reviews and industry interviews. Loads of great industry interviews on there.
Oh, you. I do feel a little smarter after watching your videos. So,
Oh,
definitely keep going at it. I don't
I'm
want you to stop
I'm
that.
doing them. I'm doing them every Tuesday. We're always doing the duo thing. It's either me and Matt, or if Matt's not available, it could be me and you. But it'll be me and somebody, and then so
I
that's
work on. I have my day job
oh yeah,
on Tuesday night.
the dreaded day job.
Oh no, it's not. I actually love my day job, but it is. And I have two of them, so it's kind of like I really am a workaholic. But luckily I do enjoy this, so I wish I could do this like a lot more.
Well, I'm
And
gonna be adding a whole load of other windows, so don't you worry about that. There'll be plenty of
okay,
times where you can come on
yay,
the channel. So I'm
yay.
I'm gonna be streaming at least 4 times a week
Oh,
from by
good.
the end of July. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Because now, okay, so once you pick up with your new schedule and start
Mm,
going at it, then we'll be able to get to see
yeah.
exactly, what that's gonna look like. And like at the beginning of January, I started doing the live streams, and I was like, I really wish I could live stream every single day. That's kind of something I really would love to do.
Chrissy Meyer in the morning, doesn't she do that every day, I think?
Oh, I don't know who that is.
She's one of the Friday night tights gang,
Oh, yeah,
which
I don't know about those guys.
I drop in on that occasionally.
Yeah.
And there's some. I mean, I'm a big fan of Drunk 3PO because he brought the whole Gina Carano thing out in the open, and as someone who works in the film industry and
Mhm.
doesn't think that people should be fired for voicing their political views, because that's what a democracy is.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if I don't agree with them. I might not agree
Right,
with them.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
might not want to employ them, but they certainly shouldn't be fired off a production for voicing them. That's completely illegal, as far as I'm concerned.
I
So,
agree too.
so that's why I've always bought his merchandise. And this hat, by the way, appears in our play on stage in London,
Oh, cool.
because we have all the
Rebellion.
postmasters rebelling against the post office. So there's a whole rebellion scene, and they've all got rebellion hats on. So yeah, so I bought a load of them especially for the show.
And I just wanted to highlight the fact that Tom Jr. Jackson was so sweet and so kind to post her real review channel's link inside the chat. And guys, let me just let you know that her channel is really good. She has a lot of reviews. She has some recent reviews of recent movies that have come out, and just telling her point of view of what she thinks about these movies. And she's really good. I mean,
I, I
I
have
do love her channel.
I've just subscribed to
Okay.
her real reviews, and also I'll
Mhm.
extend the same invitation. You are welcome to come on my channel anytime you want to discuss something that you think might be
Yes, I mean,
mutual ground.
incredible stuff. And oh, and also I just wanted to say hi to Zachary 315 real quick. Great to have you on with us today. Yeah, I think what's really kind of gonna matter going forward is like what does a schedule look like
Yeah,
doing this full time? Like,
yeah,
I mean, uh, I I do have a ridiculous schedule. Like, it's nuts. But I feel like if I was doing this full time, like, it really is gonna take a lot of personal, like, drive and go get it to, like, actually say, like, I'm gonna
yeah,
wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, or I'm gonna wake up at a certain amount of time to do a morning show or to do an evening show or whatever, to block off that time. It's kind of it's admirable is what I'm saying. So I'm definitely looking forward to what
you do with your scheduling and everything, because yeah,
I mean,
it
I'm still going to be writing books. That's my other job. I've got a couple of sci-fi novels out on Amazon.
ooh.
Actually, you would love it now I think about it, because there's loads of like Easter eggs that
Mhm.
are references to movies and things.
Oh, cool.
I think I've got one. Yeah, here we go. This is the first one. And
Oh, I
it's
saw
quite,
that. I saw
yeah,
the
it's quite
advertisement for that. Yep.
it's quite prophetic, because of course alien ships are going to arrive soon on the Earth. I firmly believe that. I think that's all. We're all being prepped for that.
I think we're being prepped for it.
Yeah, I do, but it's yeah. So I'm gonna, if I don't do 4 hours of writing a day at least,
Okay.
then I'm upset with myself. And in lockdown, I was writing. I kid you not, I was writing 22 pages a day, and that, even for me, that is really huge. Most writers will do between 5 to 10, but like the creative was so on at me because they wanted to read more scripts.
Mhm.
So I actually wrote the pilot, because this was always designed to be a TV show. This was, so I wrote the pilot script for this, and we had 25 actors on reading all the different parts from all these characters all over the world, and they were all like, "Oh yeah, Lance, this is so good. So we're reading part 2 next week, right?" And I was like, yeah, sure. I hadn't even written it yet. So by the time they got to the next week, I'd already written not only episode 2, but I was halfway through episode 3. And by the time they did 3, I was on 5. By the time they got to 5, I was on 7. By the time they got to 7, I'd done all 10 episodes of the first season.
Oh, wow.
60 pages of script. And it's some of the best writing I've ever done. So I'm going to release those scripts on Amazon as well. So I'm going to do a Diamonds in the Sky scripts book.
Okay.
So you can actually read the scripts for the TV show, because I've already published a few of my scripts. I think there's about 3 or 4 of them on Amazon, because I've written so many. I wrote 30 scripts in lockdown. 30 in
wow.
2020 alone. 30. I just was on fire. I just couldn't stop. I just had another idea. I had to write it, and there was nothing else to do, you know. So I was pretty much up to date on all my TV shows. So I didn't get to like binge The Sopranos like some people. But I love writing. I find writing quite easy, because it's one of my other day jobs. Is I edit people's scripts. I ghostwrite biographies, and I also do online teaching. So I do like not just acting coaching online. I booked 4 people on Law and Order.
Oh, wow.
For that, and then yeah, that's kind of like my day job. My bread and butter is doing that kind of thing. And I do script appraisals, and I'll teach people how to write. I'll teach people how to break down a story and do all the prep work, so that by the time they get on the computer, they'll be able to literally type their book as fast as they can write it. You know,
Oh my God.
all the prep work is
Now,
done.
see, here's okay. This is what I do. You need to like teach a class then.
Yeah, I need to figure out more ways to get this monetized. Funny, I knew some sort of retro nerdish type girl that could advise me on these matters. I'll see if I can find
Well,
some.
here I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely yeah.
Is it? I mean, we're live on YouTube right now, so I can't ask you what your other 3 day jobs did you say you had? Is that
two more?
That's the
Yeah.
other world, isn't it? We don't talk about that here.
I don't mind. The one of them I can definitely talk. I just work at a convenience store in my area.
And that acts as the cover for the secret agent job that you do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because those are like Joe 90 glasses, aren't they? They've got like sort of computer systems in them, and
oh yeah, of course.
you you touch the sides, and you can like see through people and that.
Yeah, complete. You know, X-ray, all sorts of things. Yeah, it's been really, really great. Let's see what her real review says. Part 1, I'm trying to sub to everyone before the kids drag me away again, but I can't wait to start supporting everyone. Thank you so much for a real review. And part 2, RNG, if I step away and miss the end, just know that I'm so proud of you, friend. And I have a recommendation if you haven't done a deep dive video on the Meteor Man.
I
Oh,
I
I
think
love that
I think
movie.
that's the movie with the black superhero in
Oh
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I remember I
Um,
saw that. I saw that at the cinema.
yeah, Meteor
Showing my
Man.
age
Well,
now.
me too. I was there too, and Meteor Man was really good. I will definitely. It is already on my list to review.
Retro.
To
How
do.
crazy was that Body Rock not Body Rock, Beat Street interview that you came on for?
Oh, that was nuts.
And then we had, I mean, not only did we have our guest, but we had all of our guests' friends. And then suddenly we had that singer who did Band of Gold come on. And man, that was like the craziest thing ever. My friend who was in Pearl Harbor, the actor that was on Rufus, he's now best friends with those guys. He's cast them both in his movie.
Oh, wonderful.
And he's got invited out to all their concerts and everything. And he's sending me all these pictures of him having personal dinners with them in restaurants, and I proper set him up there.
Cool.
I've been dying to tell you about that. I completely forgot.
Yeah, that's so cool. I mean, yeah, that was an incredible stream, and I don't know how many people were on the stream all at once. That's where I'm like sort of. Wow.
That was my baptism of fire. That was, but I
it was a
handled it quite
baptism
well, I
of
thought.
fire. Oh yeah, because there was like 7 or 8 people on at one time, and I was just like, "How is he doing this?"
With great patience, you know.
Let's see. Okay. Yep. So her real review is off taking care of the kids, and says thanks to everyone. And 80s Made Consumer says I like Blank Man better than Meteor Man. Oh, interesting.
I don't know if I've seen Blank Man. Let me look that up.
That was with the Wayans brothers. And that
was... I did see it. Was kind of a goofy.
It's a little bit, yeah. It's like a fun kind of thing. Yeah, they were really fun.
Yeah.
I liked Meteor Man just a little bit better because Robert Townsend. I did like him so much. I thought he was. I'm just surprised he wasn't in more things over the years. Because
you mean the black actor Robert Townsend? So
yeah.
he was one of the 4 Sorrels in the film Streets of Fire. Which
Yep,
you were
yep.
about
He was in that movie. Yes, he was in that movie. And he I think he went on and did another movie that was kind of like that, where
Hollywood Shuffle.
He did the Hollywood Shuffle is a great
That's reviewed in that's reviewed in here.
Yeah, that was a great movie, and it's sort of there's a scene in that movie that pretty much predates and kind of predicts kind of what we're doing here, but with like 2 homeboys that were reviewing movies. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, I remember that scene. That's so prophetic. That's so weird.
Yeah, it was sort of like the preview to what what we're doing pretty much here.
They were
like
kind of doing like a Siskel and Egbert thing.
Yeah, they were like, it movie was kind of like a little cheap, but the way they were talking was just like, it was so cute, and I did enjoy his comedy. The stuff he was saying in that movie was a little scandalous in a way, but also had like a real, it was like, okay, we're dealing with this, but we're also having fun with it as a joke, and sort of miss those days where we could talk about things but also joke about it at the same time.
It
was very classy, like the way he did it. I enjoyed it immensely. And I've seen it recently, and to me, I think it still holds up, but I know I'm not sure if that would go for everybody. But one of my favorite scenes in that is the zombie pimps. Is it that?
I remember that.
Which is one of the movies that they review.
Oh, talking of zombies, I just watched before I came on here, and when I finished it, I saw you were streaming. I just saw the first episode of the new Walking Dead show, the one that's set in New York. It's like Walking Dead City. God, it was good. It was really good.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm one of those people that has I hate zombies.
Is that a zombie phobia thing?
Zombie phobia, that's what it
Right.
is. Absolutely can't stand them in movies. And maybe it's because I think that it's possible that zombies exist. I love vampires. I love, all sorts of other kind of mysterious creatures. Um, but zombies, oof, oof.
Retro, have you been taking your medication?
Heck no. I haven't been taking that medication.
That was a joke. She's not on any medication that I'm aware of. I don't know. It's like, by the way, Keith, I haven't been to bed before 4 a.m. in about 7 years, so I wouldn't concern yourself with the time in the UK. Because I'm an acting coach, most of my clients are based in Los Angeles or New York, so they're 8 or 5 hours behind the UK.
Oh wow!
So my body clock is completely different to everybody else's over here. I get up at, I still have the same amount of sleep as most people, but I get up about 11, and I normally go to bed about 4 o'clock. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, if I could have my perfect timing, it would always be after 1 o'clock a.m. in my time. So that's like anything
Well,
between that and 5. I love that. I like that time period between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. But I've been doing the opposite of that to try to stay on track with regular life.
well, it sounds like your schedule is pretty demanding, so I'm not surprised. Can I give a shout out to a favorite actress of mine who was in Blank
Sure.
Man?
Oh, sure.
She's no longer with us. I don't. Maybe if I do this, maybe I think you can. Can't you press a button and make it pop up? There you go.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, so you can now share that on your screen. Right, this
Oh,
is Lynn.
wow.
This is Lynn
Yes.
Thigpen, who had a small role in Blank Man. Now she is the voice of the
Oh,
woman on the
yes.
radio in the Warriors movie.
Oh, yes.
She's also the angry parent in Lean on Me with Morgan Freeman. She did a lot of great theatre. I always wanted to work with her. You see, I'm one of those people that when I watched films, I always looked at the people in the smaller roles and thought, who are the great character actors? Because those are the people you actually want to give a lead part to in something else, not just the DiCaprios and the Brad Pitts of this world. And she's a fantastic actress. So if you look at her resume, it's amazing. She sadly died of cancer in 2003.
Oh, that's
But I just
terrible.
wanted to give a shout out to her because every role she's done, she's always good.
Oh, yeah. She always brings it.
Even if the film was crap, she's always amazing. One of the things I actually want to do on my channel, nobody reads my blog, but I've got a blog on the Diamonds in the Sky website, and I did my top 10 favorite American character actors. So in other words, the people that don't play the big lead roles. And I mean, actually, she wasn't on that list, but she was in. I did a short list of about 30, and she was on that short list.
Oh, cool.
But I mainly focused on people that were still living. But I want to do a stream about that, so I'm going to do it with one of my director friends. I'll get him to list 10 actors, and I'll list 10 actors, and we'll see who's on each other's list. I think that would be quite good. Good fun.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a good one. That sounds like a good one. 80s made consumer says no zombies, not even Thriller. The zombies in Thriller are okay. There are certain ones like the zombies in.
So comedy zombies are all right. How does that work?
Yeah. Comedy zombies are okay. The zombies in Night of the Comet is okay.
Oh, that's a great film,
isn't it? It's a great film.
Guess what?
That's the one. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Guess what? I've got the vinyl soundtrack to that.
Oh wow!
I think it's in the other room, but I've got it. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my
That song,
goodness.
unbelievable. It's not the best soundtrack in the world, but I knew it was going to be an obscure one, so I thought I'd buy it.
Oh, 80s made consumer says that that actress was in Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? My God, that's really taking me back.
Yeah, that's an old.
Her voice was in it. Yeah, she was. She had such an incredible voice.
She did a lot of theatre work, I believe. So she had a pretty substantial career in theatre, as a lot of the character actors do when they're not doing movies.
Yeah. I mean, I do, I think that being an actor has to be one of the hardest jobs, and definitely like trying to find work.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I mean,
uh,
I'm working with 10 right now, and you know, it's a passion for all of them, and they're all very dedicated and work really hard. And I'm acting in this play as well, and I don't
oh,
normally act.
really?
Yeah, I don't normally act in the shows that I direct, but because Dickon, the co-founder of The Outcast, is co-directing it with me, he directs the scenes I'm in, and I direct the scenes he's in.
Okay.
So, because I'm not an advocate of actors directing themselves, because I knew it was going to be my last play, and I thought, you know, be good to have a bit of fun in this one. So I thought, well, I'll do one of the smaller parts, and I get to play a villain, so it's a lot.
Oh, nice.
Do
Villains
you
are always juicy.
want to see it? Do you want to see a photo of me in it? Because I think I've got
Yeah,
one.
yep. Show us a photo.
Let me see if we can
Guys,
use.
we're getting a treat. We're you're pulling out all your collectibles, and you're showing us pictures. I'm
Well,
enjoying this.
Retro. Anytime I come on your channel, I will always pull out the collectibles.
Oh,
Okay,
thanks.
so
Yeah.
here we go. This is a great picture taken by Jeremy Baker, who also features in the book 1988, because I went to college with him. So here I am playing one of the villains. It's a lawyer for the post office, and this is in a scene. See, I've got that long pointy thing, and
Let's see the whole thing. Let's get the whole thing in there.
the girl who's got her head on the desk has just been executed by the head of the post office, because this is a satire. So this is one of the scenes where we go for maximum comedy.
Okay.
And the woman who's behind the table, she's kind of she's playing a character called Paula Venables, who was in charge of the post office for several years when this horrible thing happened. But we play her like she's Darth Vader.
Okay.
So she actually killed that girl on the desk with a Vader death grip, you know, like when he strangles the admirals and things. Yeah, that's what I meant by we set up the postmasters as the rebels, hence the rebellion hats. And yeah, we set up the I'll grab you another one. And we set up the other side as the empire, basically. So yeah, it's been really fun being in it, because I really do love acting, but I once I got into directing, that was all, like writing and directing was all I wanted to do. But and a load of the postmasters took the post office to court, and this is the scene where they win the court judgment, and my character, who's the lawyer, is kind of going and then literally seconds after this picture was taken, he scarpers off stage because he doesn't want to take the rap for what's happened. That's Dickens in the play as well. That's him with the grey suit on, playing Ian Henderson, who's a forensic accountant who discovered that the post office knew what was going on and tried to cover it up.
Wow.
So yeah, there you go. Anyway, enough of that. So what have you got planned for you've been doing this for 7 years. What's coming on the Retro Nerd Girl experience?
Well, before I answer that question, I just want to acknowledge Stunt Brat's unity with me in hating zombies. Says fist bump. There you go. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So yeah, Walking Dead is an absolute no for me.
There's some pretty gruesome, I've got to say, there's some pretty, in that first episode, there's some stuff you would really hate, like a mouse crawling out of a zombie's mouth.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Okay,
la 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 la.
Okay, forbidden subject from here on in. I'll know not to send you a Blu-ray box set of The Walking Dead for Christmas.
Oh no, yeah. And so okay, answer your question. What's next for the channel? I don't know yet. I just know that I want to continue to do what I'm doing, because I'm kind of, you know, started just being gradually doing more and more and more.
But I had this horrible thing happen where the work that I was doing on some of my reviews got deleted, and I had to start over.
Oh no! What, the
What?
files corrupted or something, or?
No, my computer just went dead, and
Oh
it was
God.
like it was like, oh,
That's my
okay.
biggest fear, by the way. And if it happens next week, it means it's your fault.
No, I will not take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will not take credit for that. But
You
it.
never quite managed to back up everything the way you really should.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
even I have tried, and sometimes I can do some backup stuff, so that's why I even have a lot of the things that I do have. But then there, I had some other issues. It seems like the internet was not being my friend either. So I had a couple of times when the internet was just out. Um, and then this computer that I was on didn't seem that had to be restarted, and it was like it was, I think, at that point, Mercury retrograde or something, and it was like they were coming for me. I don't know who they were, but they were coming for me. And then so everything got halted, but then also live streams were like going, was the only thing that was going, and still
Right.
seems to be going. And so I'm like, okay, well, the live streams are kind of cool because you know when you're going to get them, right? Wednesday, you're going to get it Friday, you're going to get it Saturday. And I know what shows are going to be there. So that's stability. That's great too for like people who are trying to fit me in their schedule and want to make some time for me. They know what time they can find me. Um, and and also like friends who have been here since the beginning, like Keith E and Unicorn Rampant Studio and William Blake Hall, like since my first live stream. These guys have been like super supportive and awesome. So a lot of
Yeah.
times,
Keith is always.
And Lance too.
Yeah.
Not
Listen. If
not
whenever I sit in front of the computer, I will stick YouTube on, and if either you or Lorena or Drunk or Drinker are streaming, I mean, I know I'm moderator for Drinker, so I try and be available when he's got his.
Oh, sure, yeah,
It
and
gets a fair few loonies in on his chat.
yes, and
We
and
need moderators there.
yeah, I didn't realize that I needed moderators until the porn bots showed up, and I was
Oh my
like, oh
God, I
Lord.
had so many of them at the beginning.
I
I
was like,
think
please, somebody help me.
yeah, they're leaving me alone now, but no one wants to see XYZ Czechoslovakian naked
Yeah, it's just
girls.com
been
or whatever.
so wild. And so, yeah, and also, I must say, Lance Chafin, is just like from the beginning, well, they were like completely, just giving me so much support. So you guys are so incredible. I also, before I go, to the next topic or continue on, let me give them a little love. So let me, find my mod. I moved a lot of things around, so let me see if I can find my mod love for them. There we
Yeah.
go. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you so much.
Erin Gray, Buck Rogers' Adventures in the 21st Century.
Oh yeah. I had a girl crush on her when I was little. I was like, I want to be just like her.
I'm pretty sure I had a girl crush on her as well. Bless her. That was a good
Yes.
show. I liked that show when I was a kid.
We got more unity, no zombies with the Unicorn Rampant Studios.
Yeah, damn. I don't think I'm going to be invited back now that I've mentioned zombies.
Oh no! Look, like I said before, we don't all have to like all the same things.
No, it would be a very boring world if we did, because then all movies would all. Well, I mean, yeah, I could go there, but you know.
Yeah, we accept and like the fact that we have different tastes around these parts. And this says, did you ever do any of the two U.S. Guyver films based on the Japanese anime of the same name? Oh, you mean reviews?
This is a favorite topic of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of the Guyver animation.
What?
Series. It's really good. I didn't know there were two live action. I saw the first one. I thought it was okay. The animated version is so much better. It's just some of the Japanese animation doesn't lend itself to live action necessarily, because part of the artwork style is what makes it so great. So, I'm watching Attack on Titan at the minute, which somebody constantly recommended on Drinkers Chat. And in the end, I said to Will, listen, that guy somebody keeps mentioning it. Everybody's mentioning Attack on Titan. I'm going to go and get it. And it's a brilliant show, but it wouldn't translate to live action very well.
Mm-hmm.
It's got that Studio Ghibli style of animation.
Ooh.
So it leans towards that direction. Really beautiful visuals, and the world building is just amazing. It's an incredible show. I've got the box set of like the first season.
See, I never did get into this, and I love the fact that at my age, there's still uncharted territory for me. And so
I think at the age of 28, there's quite a lot of uncharted territory for you.
28. Good, that is super sweet. Thank you.
You haven't aged a day since you've been on YouTube. I think I look 2 years older than when I started a year ago.
Oh man. Well, I will say that I definitely appreciate the compliments. So, guys, I always love your kind words.
I think you and I must be around a similar age, but you look like half my age, so that can't be right. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, like, why why you think that. And Keith he says, your moderator is considered an honor, but Unicorn is definitely the number one. And that is so sweet. Amongst the moderators, they've named a king of moderators. So that is awesome. And Unicorn Rampant Studio is, I would say that would be blushing or something to that effect. And so I think I really wanted to share some old stuff with you guys before if I have to get it off my other computer.
Are you all right with me staying on?
Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah, please do if you'd like to.
Oh God, yeah, no, please. This has been
I'm really enjoying.
It's been the most fun I've had all week. So
oh, cool, yes, because I'm just enjoying you being on here and sharing your stories and stuff. And this is says props from Buck Rogers' TV show was used to help me Star Trek to make Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan.
Do you mean this one?
Ow!
And James Horner is my favorite composer, and I also have
He's pretty amazing.
Star Trek 3. And look what this does.
Oh my God, that is in such great.
Look at that! Look at that!
Ooh, oh my God!
What a great photo, eh?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
If you could see in my living room, I've got 5 shelves worth of Star Trek ships because I made a board game, a Star Trek Space Combat board game. and I actually made it in the 90s. And when I got divorced, I decided the one thing I'd really stopped doing was playing board games. That's my other big hobby. So I went looking on eBay, and there was 120 of these ships for sale. But the climax of the eBay bidding war was the same night as the Outcast Christmas party. And of course, we were all getting drunk. So I had 4 of the Outcasts all bidding on this thing, because we could see this guy kept trying to outbid me. So the 3 of us would outbid him one after the other. He had no chance. And I got them all. I got them all for $120.
Oh my God.
And that company's gone bankrupt now. So those ships, you can't get them anymore.
I mean, that's incredible.
This is my favorite James Horner soundtrack, Cocoon.
Give you the full stream again.
And by the way, Cocoon is one of my favorite films of all time, and I cannot watch this film without crying twice. And if you've seen the movie and you like the movie, you'll know which 2 scenes make me cry. You know, it really takes me back to a certain time in my life. I saw this with my dad. I took my dad to see this, and he loved the movie. Me and him, we went to see this, and we went to see Ghostbusters together in the same year they came out.
Oh, that's so sweet. Well, my mom and I went to
see it at
the same time too. Willow, yes, I love that movie.
I couldn't find it before because I'd put my James Horner soundtracks to one side. I've also got Krull.
Oh, stop it!
And Alien. And I was trying to. The reason I've got all these together is because I was on RM's channel the other day talking about Glory, which is one of my all-time favorite movies, about the first Black Regiment in the American Civil War.
Oh yeah.
And I realised that my Glory vinyl soundtrack is missing because I went through the whole collection. I couldn't find it. So I don't know what happened to it, but it's gone.
Oh no.
So I don't even have a vinyl turntable at the minute to play these on.
Okay. So yeah, that's the other thing. Is just having a lot of the tools are gone. Like I had a whole bunch of VSH tapes that I ended up just giving away because I don't have a VCR. And
I've still got a VCR, but
is it working?
Yeah, but I've only got about 5 tapes. I just don't use it. But I've kept it because I think I might need it as a prop in a film or a play at some point.
Okay. Yes.
You know, maybe we'll need a VHS recorder on set. So, and it's working perfectly. So we did actually use it in a play. We had a tape we played in one play, and it had a different ending for every night. And the actors didn't know what was on the tape. That was kind of a cool gimmick in one play that I did.
Oh, cool.
And they had to react to the message, and the message was different every single night. From one of the characters that had died. It was quite a cool little thing in this play I did called Making Time, I think it was called. That was a long time ago now. God, it's ages ago, that one.
And how many? Oh, I was going to ask you, how many plays do you think you've been in or been a part of over the years?
Well, False Accounts is, I think it's I want to say my 14th. I've got. This is my play portfolio.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me blow you up. There you go.
And you can see it's filled with programs. And my first Borderlands was the first one we did as the Outcasts. Just before that was in November, just before the pandemic happened. And that's set in. I actually wrote this play to put on in New York because it's set in the immigration center of an airport. And a woman's coming back from the Middle East, and there's a child off stage who may or may not be hers, and something with her paperwork is amiss. And the audience had to vote by the end of the play whether to let her in or whether to detain her for further questioning.
Oh my gosh.
And there's a different ending for the play depending on which way the vote goes. And it was really clever because by the time you got to the end, you knew that you had enough information to know there was probably going to be a consequence either way, and there wasn't an easy choice. So that was a real good one. Probably the best one I've done is Sticks and Stones, which was about the conflict in Northern Ireland. And that was like a 3-act play. The first act was the 80s. The second act was the 90s. No, 70s, 80s, and 90s, sorry. And it had a cast of like 28 people. We had a massive gun battle on stage. I went all out on that one. And yeah, that's been on a couple of times. So that's the other brochure from when it was on another time. And that's actually out on Amazon. You can buy that one. I did, we did a lot of work for the paratrooper thing. This is the actor that was going to play the black paratrooper. We got him all his uniform, and there's a whole ton of stuff in here from either one film project or one play project, or the program from the premiere of the Journey, signed by all the cast. So that was when we had the premiere.
Wow.
So one time in the future that might be worth about £7.50 on eBay, or maybe a bit more. Who knows? This was the play that I directed that I can't remember, but it was the play that put me in hospital. It was so stressful. I had a brain aneurysm afterwards, and I collapsed. I don't know if you can see the scar on my thumb. Can you see that?
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of indent. That happened at the same time, and I had a blood clot in my brain the size of a golf ball, and I've got a big scar in my brain, so I've got kind of lazy eye. I can't focus one place for too long. My eye contact drifts with people. They think I'm being rude, but it's because of that. And that was one of my 9 lives right there. That was.
Oh, gosh.
But when I was in a coma, I was in an induced coma for a few weeks and intensive care for a few months, and when I came out, there was a massive chunk of my memory I can't remember at all. There's like about 4 years, or there's 2 productions I directed in here. I can't remember directing them.
Oh, wow.
So this is the Marchioness disaster. That was a big thing that happened on the River Thames, where a barge rammed into a party boat, flipped it over, a load of people drowned, and it was all to do with corruption and lack of safety. So there was a public inquiry about it, and we reconstructed the public inquiry on stage. I don't know if is this interesting for your people?
We're watching. We're still
that old movie.
We're still watching. We're still figuring. We're still attached to the story. Hold on a second. Let me open it up.
That's a still from the reconstruction of the public inquiry. It's quite funny when this still was taken, because Steve Bowyer, who's sitting at the back here, he's pulled a face at the camera, and everybody else is looking dead serious, Yeah, so I was particularly proud of that piece. We did. I've done a couple of inquiry plays. This was the movie that went completely tits up, that destroyed my career pretty much. Pegasus Bridge. Any World War II person will know what Pegasus Bridge is. It features in The Longest Day. This was the sort of part of the pitch pack and a load of the work that we did. And I worked on this full time for 3 years. Yeah, it's hard for me to talk about that without getting upset. So I'll leave that there. There's several others in here. This was the second feature film that I did that you won't ever have seen, because it was shot on high def video, which is no longer a format, and I tried transferring it to digital. It didn't transfer, but that's 30. There's about 6 actors trying to make it before they were 30, and if you look really closely, you can see Lance Nilsson with long hair.
Oh, look at you.
Actually, I have a picture of me with that ponytail in here. I know I do. I've got to really, here we go. Because that was one of the few projects, again, that I had an acting role in. So if you look at this picture, right, this is me and this other guy on a date that's going disastrous in the movie. If you look at this picture, you can see that my hair goes all the way down to my bum. Yeah,
very long.
It was proper long back in the day.
And
I act under a different name to my writing directing name, because I don't like my acting to be critiqued in the same box. I'd rather people just, if I'm acting in something, I don't want them to know that I'm the same person that directed it.
Okay.
It's just because critics can be weird about that kind of thing, and I'd rather they just judge my acting for my acting and my directing and my writing separately, you know?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now with that long of hair, how long did it take for you to grow it that long?
God, I started growing it. I think I don't know, because at that time in my life, I can't remember much of that. That's all like the late 90s and early 2000s is the bit that all got wiped out. But that's one of the reasons I wrote that book, by the way. It's one of the reasons I wrote this is because I was trying. One of the girls that I was in college with, in art college, there's me as a lifeguard in America on the back, by the way. One of the girls in this picture, D, who's sitting there, she contacted me on Twitter, and I couldn't remember her. And I thought, God, that's got to be to do with the brain damage thing. So how am I going to address that? And actually, that's how I came up with the idea of transcribing the diary, because that's from the time when we were at art college together. So I thought it would help, like, rebuild a lot of the memories that I'd lost. That's the first play I ever did, called Waiting for Hillsborough, about the Hillsborough football disaster, which was a big tragedy in my country. There's a really superb drama film called Hillsborough, which actually inspired me to do this play, written by Jimmy McGovern, directed by Charles McDougall, who would go on to direct several episodes of Sex and the City. I think you can watch it for free on YouTube. In fact, I will find the link for you and I'll drop it in the chat. I challenge anyone in the chat to watch that film and not be moved. I would recommend a box of tissues, because it's a completely true story. Everything you see in the film really happened. All the characters are real, and it's one of the worst tragedies in my country's history. And I got very involved with that whole thing for a while. But it's also really just an incredible movie, so powerful. And I do like my true story dramas. So a lot of the stuff that I'll watch on Netflix will be, you know, the true story stuff like that. I just finished watching the Fukushima thing called 8 Days or something, about the power plant in Japan when they had that earthquake. And then there was a tidal wave that swamped part of it, and it all became irradiated, and a load of people kind of went in to try and fix it. And of course, it's a death sentence to do that. It's very similar to what happened in Russia, you know, and they did the TV show about that. Somebody in chat will know.
Was Chernobyl or something?
Chernobyl, right? So they did a the drama series about Chernobyl. Japan have now done their drama series about their power plant disaster. It's really good. So that's a great show that I can recommend people to watch.
Well, on a lighter note, Unicorn Rabbit Studios.
On a lighter note, sorry, I get too heavy then.
He says, we won't get old and we're never gonna die, which is a famous line from Cocoon.
Cocoon, yeah. Does that mean we're gonna live forever? We don't know what forever means. That's a good line. That's a good line.
I do need to revisit that movie because I remember loving that movie, and it's been a while. And Jakers88 is here. Hello, says happy anniversary, RNG. Thank you for being here. That's fine. He says I'm sorry I'm late. I work late on Fridays. I'm just so glad that you're here, and we might be here for. I might be here for a little bit. So there's still a lot more that I wanted to share with you guys before the end of the night or the end of the stream.
I'm happy to hang around.
Okay. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, yes, I've been following the Fukushima disaster from day one. Really? Wow. You guys are schooling me today. I didn't even know about it.
And actually, guys, another drama series that's really worth watching is called Anne. And that's also about Hillsborough, and I'm going to drop the trailer for that now. I think you guys can probably watch that on one of the main channels, and actually the Hillsborough video that was on YouTube has been taken down. So
wow,
that's a trailer for Anne that I just dropped in the chat.
Okay.
That's a mini series about the same subject, also worth watching if you like your true story dramas. Very, very good.
I wonder if it's taking a while to get
Yeah.
It's gonna take a little
Don't
bit.
forget, I'm in the UK.
That's right. It takes
So
me a while. It's traveling through
the
time.
little gnome is running along the digital tunnel with his little clipboard and hasn't
Yes.
quite reached you yet. We'll get there.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this, but this will be very fascinating. I wanted to share a couple of old an old video from an old channel that I did a long time ago. Um,
How
for
many
the
channels have you had?
Oh gosh, it's just too many. Too many that
Really?
yeah, a lot. I still own them. So but the one that I had before is Feltus Angel. And I shared for my tribute to Tina Turner, one of the
Oh
early
man.
Wednesdays, a little
Yeah.
performance that I did, sort of a tribute to her that I did 11 years ago, which was quite fun. And actually, maybe if I still have the link, I can drop it in the.
Oh, and after this, could we talk about Treat Williams, please? Because he's one of my favorite
Oh
actors, and I'd
yeah.
love to let him. Because
Well,
I saw you.
that's
I did a
another.
dedication to him on my channel. So did you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a sad thing that of that. Okay, let me see if I can
Just-
find the link
But yeah,
so
do the
that
other thing
way,
first. I don't want to
if
take
I
us
can
down too many
find
rabbit
it,
holes.
copy, and I'll toss that in there in the chat for anyone who did not see my I think it's funny, to be honest. It's me singing as Tina Turner 11 years
Oh,
ago.
this I have to see.
It's funny, and but I had fun with it, and it's definitely something more celebratory. If we were, if we were like actually, if you guys were actually in the room with me, we'd be watching this hilarious thing. But I can't.
Can you share it?
Yeah, yep. I just put it in the chat. I didn't.
Oh,
I'm not going to put it on the screen because it does have music that will get copywritten, and then that's a whole nother
right.
thing with this live stream. And also, I'll probably lose the chat that's going on there. I like
No,
to,
we don't
yeah,
want that.
yeah. I like to leave the chat so we can all like see what was said and what everybody said in the chat, especially since I'm not able to highlight every single comment. Let me see. Uh, so while that is happening, let me see if I can bring up some other hilarious videos that doesn't have a copyright problem.
Angel
Let's see.
503Z.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just looking at your.
that was my old
What? Hang on, is that you?
yeah, that's me.
What? That's you?
Yes.
Delete
It's
saying
hilarious.
this. You look totally different here.
See, I don't look the same.
What the? Whoa! What's going on with this slinky dress? Oh,
Well, it's a Tina Turner would wear a dress like that, right?
yeah.
That's who I
I think I
was
better be
kind of
ready to
maybe.
take myself off camera. Oh wow, this is quite a different side to you, retro.
It is, yes, it is. But I am gonna let me see if I can get another um video file if I can. For some reason, it was giving me trouble before, so let me see if I can find those. Um, uh,
Are you actually singing in this, or are you
oh
just
yeah, that is
miming?
me singing.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
the
Well,
best singing, but
I'm gonna.
oh, God.
Snow is everywhere.
Ah!
Oh, so this is another one.
Yeah, this is, but it's not ready yet.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, I'll wait.
all right. In the meantime, I will entertain your audience with Indiana Jones 5, seen through the medium of interpretive dance.
Have you seen it yet?
I haven't. It's not out in the UK yet, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten
Is it out in America?
I believe.
Hang
Guys,
on.
does anybody know if it's out yet?
Let me see if it's out in the UK. Maybe because don't forget, I've been directing a play, so I'm not really keeping an eye on the new releases.
We're getting more reviews right now.
28th of June. 28th of June
Okay,
release
so
date.
it's not quite out yet, but we're getting more reviews now, and the reviews have been very mixed. Like there's some people who are just saying it's horrible, and then some people who are saying that it's okay as a last outing, and so it's kind of hard to know what to expect with this one.
My problem with it, and I look, I don't want to get into bashing it. I didn't like Indiana Jones 4. I thought the script was appalling for that. And so for a long time, I'm in that camp. There's only 3 Indiana Jones movies. I deliberately bought the box set that's just got the 3 in it.
Oh,
I just can't stand the 4th one. But when I heard it was filming, and I knew some people on the set, I was hearing good stories coming back from the set. They're really working hard. It's going to be a good movie. But then I saw the trailer, and I saw that stupid scene with the horse in the American subway, and it's very obviously CGI.
Oh yeah.
So you're not sitting there like in the first movie going, wow, look, he's chasing after a truck on a horse. It's, I'm watching a computer generated. So it just takes me out of the movie completely. Yeah. And I'd rather not do that. Just
the CGI stuff is just too much. It really is.
I mean, the action in the first film was actually, it was really well choreographed, but quite simple action. Like the gunfight in the bar with Marion at the beginning, and when the German agents come in, that's a great gunfight. That
incredible, yeah, and great action scene.
It's not that complicated. It's not Michael Bay. I like to be able to follow action when I watch an action film. That's why I'm not, sorry if I offend anyone, I'm not a big fan of the Transformers films because I can't follow who's getting hit and are they really damaged? I don't know who that is, and it's just there's too much going on, and it just disengages me. I like action that's really well choreographed, and that's actually what I did like. I'm not a big superhero movies guy, but I really liked Captain America: Winter Soldier.
Oh, that was good.
And the action in that is really well directed. It's really good action.
Give that movie its roses, because that was a great movie, in my opinion, for a Marvel, comic book movie. I thought it took me right out of that and put me in a realistic kind of feeling. Now, even some of the professional industry professionals that do action, had their critiques of what was going on in the film. I think it conveyed enough energy, and definitely had a great storyline that it really was to me one of the best. I enjoyed it quite a bit. And there's a lot of movies. Unfortunately, I kind of side with you on the last Crystal Skull. It's not that I think it was a terrible movie. It's garbage or anything. There were moments that I rather enjoyed. I had a good time with. I smiled at.
But it was instantly forgettable.
Yeah, and for me, what did it for me was the monkey swinging scene. That was the moment I was out of the movie. Once I saw the monkeys and the swinging, and then standing between the 2 cars and sword fighting, and then there was a cliff with water, and it just was like, we're going for ridiculous now. And the ants. That one scene, Indiana Jones can't even, dispatch this guy. We have to depend on the ants to do it. It's like really.
I actually think action, when it's more grounded, you know, because now I mean, you know,
Exactly.
the damage people can take in films now is verging on the ridiculous, even in
Well,
a
yeah.
serious action movie. I'm not talking Fast and Furious 50 or whatever. I'm sure it will go up to 50. But The Rock's children and, you know, Vin Diesel's children probably in the franchise. But I mean, they're just what they are. But even grounded action stuff, you know, the amount of hits and that people are taking in fights without getting seriously injured, just kind of like that. Okay, John Wick 4, you know, the fight on the
Oh,
staircase.
John Wick, yeah. I didn't see the fourth one, no.
Okay, I
But
mean, that to me, I was just watching it.
yeah,
I was
I
going,
heard about it though. Yeah, that there's a lot of stuff that
I
happened
did
where it's
enjoy the film.
unbelievable.
I enjoyed the film. I
Mhm,
enjoyed the film. It was fun, but it was a bit too over the top for me. It was a bit
mhm.
like, yeah, you're kind of taking me out the movie now because you're being a bit silly now. You know.
Well, I think what would do it for me is like just like a head that's hovering over a body, like we have in that horror in the trailer for Indy 5, where the head is just sort of like hovering over the body that of the rider of the horse, and I think it's just like this is canny. Like this is definitely not normal. This isn't what my eyes are trained to see as reality. So
Yeah.
I think if you want to get me through the door, you got to show me hints of a good story, hints of something interesting, ways that I believe that Indiana Jones can actually still be fighting at, you know, at however age he is now. And at the time being, it looks like his younger compadre is going to be doing all of the work. So I don't think I want to see a movie with somebody else doing the work. I want to see Indiana Jones and maybe perhaps laying the character to rest, which I heard that that's what this movie is doing.
Yeah, I mean,
It's the best thing, you know, all the way around because
I'll reserve judgment till I've seen it, but the trailer
mm,
does not bode well.
it doesn't bring me into, you know, it doesn't help me to walk through the door. And I think that's the thing about what trailers are supposed to do is
Yeah,
supposed to show you the best of the best of the best,
no, no.
or it gets you so curious to want to see this
This
thing.
comment on the screen now,
Oh
if I
yes,
can,
I wanted to talk about.
well, I just did a stream where we compared Inner Space and Fantastic Voyage.
Ooh.
2 films about people going inside the human body to retrieve something.
Mhm.
And I watched I was working at the cinema when Inner Space was released. I can tell you the 3 films that the cinema shut down, it refurbished for a year. And as soon as it reopened, I got my old job back straight away. And I was still at school at the time. By the way, I lied to get that job about my age. I said I was 2 years older than I was. Total fib. I was really tall, the tallest in my year. And the 3 films that were on when we reopened were Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs re-release,
Ooh.
Dirty Dancing, and Inner Space. So I saw Inner Space like about 20 times. I watched it again for the stream. I think it's called Chew the Fat. It's an episode of Chew the Fat rather than a retro discussion. But I was playing around with different titles for different reasons. But it's on the
Yeah.
channel. I really rate it. I'll give it a solid 8.5 out of 10. It
Oh, yeah.
still holds up really well. It's got a great cast.
Oh, insane. I love this movie. I don't know how many times I saw it when I was a kid. I think I didn't get to see it in the movies, but I did see it on cable, and they would play it like every day. I'd watch it every day. I would watch it every day. It was just sick. I thought it was there were, you know, the funny parts were just you know, they had comedy. It had comedy down with
Yeah, it's a
action.
good role for sure.
Oh yeah.
His style of comedy really worked for that film. And another film that he did a couple of years earlier that no one remembers, directed by Martin Scorsese, is After Hours. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't. I've heard of it, but I have not seen it.
That would definitely appeal to a wacky nerd with glasses type person. It's
Okay.
right up your street. It's a nut
Well,
film.
I suppose, my thing is mostly like if you'd say sci-fi, I'm there. But
Yeah,
everything else is hard. It's harder for me to see other things.
After Hours is like watching an episode of The Twilight Zone.
Oh, okay, good.
It starts off as like a sort of rom-com, and you're watching it and you're thinking, yeah, okay, this is kind of interesting, and then you get introduced to it's like the underbelly of New York in the 80s, and you get introduced to wackier and wackier characters.
Oh, wow.
And then it starts getting a bit surreal. It's very, very clever film that not a lot of people have seen.
Okay.
Sure,
All right, you're selling it. You're selling it.
Probably his finest performance, I would say.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say a quick hello to Tim's Talk here. He says on your left.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't see you, Tim.
Oh, good.
There is, however, a Lego Death Star on my right. Look, there you go.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was eyeing it earlier. That it looks really
I made a lot
cool.
of special modifications to it myself.
Okay.
Cooler than the regular Death Star. It's each level slightly higher, so I can fit more stormtroopers in it.
How big are your little figures there? They're like an inch or?
I bought you can buy these, you can import these from China on eBay. I think they're I mean this is a proper Lego one, but I bought like a pack of about 50 stormtroopers. So I've got like an army of them.
Oh, cool.
To populate.
That's really cool.
And I created a board game to use the Lego Death Star for, using a deck of cards.
Okay.
Where you're trying to get various things to then get the Millennium Falcon and get out. You move your figures around the boards, and then like the black cards activate stormtroopers and things like that. So it's kind of fun. I'm always doing wacky things like making my own board games.
That sounds like a fun project, to be very honest with you. Yeah, and so we were also going to talk about, there was something else that you said you wanted to talk about that, but I can't remember what it was.
God, I can't either now. Oh, Treat Williams.
Treat Williams. Okay, yes. So yeah, I think I've seen pretty much. I've said pretty much all that I think. I don't know a lot of his work. I just know that I've seen him in like pretty much everything my whole life. Like,
may I recommend an older film of his, as this is the retro channel?
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right?
Oh yeah.
Now it was called I think it's called Flashpoint. It might have been called something different over here. For example, I don't know if anybody watching knows what film this is, but it was called something else in America. It's not called Best Shot in America. This was called Hoosiers in America.
Oh, really?
That's one of my favorite sports movies of all time.
Yeah, I didn't see Hoosiers. No.
I've got an American import DVD.
Wow.
With the
Did
correct
not
title,
know
because
that.
no one knows what Hoosiers is in the UK, so they changed the title. A great film. I saw it at the cinema.
Wow.
The movie I'll share screen with you and I'll get the cover up. But Chris Christopherson, also a great actor, also in this movie, and it went straight to video in the UK. And I remember watching it. Now, my friend Jason Fleming was in Deep Rising. Do you remember Deep Rising with Treat Williams?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't watched it.
Well, that's sci-fi horror. You'd like that. It hasn't got zombies in it, but it's got massive man-eating worms.
That's probably why I didn't see it. That would terrify me. Thank you for the nightmares.
Okay, well, I'll continue to recommend you these very scary.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so this is I was right. This is called.
I'm gonna write that down though, just in case.
I think you probably quite like Deep Rising. I think, but I might be wrong. So this is a film that he did in the 80s. It came out in 84, called Flashpoint, and it's basically about two. I think it's like border Texas Rangers, and they accidentally stumble upon an old car which may or may not have the body of the assassin who killed Kennedy in it. And it's like a rifle and a load of money in the car. And it's just a really good little movie. It's not a brilliant movie, but that was the film that first brought Treat Williams to my attention. And I followed his work ever since, just like I followed Chris Christopherson's work ever since watching that, I think. But I put the poster up if you want to share it.
I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do see it. Hold on one second. Just really quickly, Tim's Talk wanted to ask us if we saw The Flash this weekend.
No.
I haven't. Yeah, I can't. I don't have a theater around where I live, so I can't see The Flash.
But Paul Biddis was the military advisor on The Flash. Why they need a military advisor on The Flash, I don't know, but he was. And there's an interview with him on my channel. He also did 1917. So and he's done loads of other stuff. Really great bloke, ex-military himself, and there's a 2-hour interview with him on the channel, which I think people would find interesting. So this is Flashpoint.
Okay.
And like I said, it is a good movie.
What is it about?
Well, I don't want to give too much away, and I don't think this poster really, does it justice, because I mean the tagline, or logline as we call it, they drink together, work together, party together, they live for trouble. Now they've uncovered a secret and their troubles are just beginning, is a bit naff. Something like two Texas Rangers discover a secret that could change the course of history would be maybe a bit more gripping. But it's a good little film, and if you haven't seen it and you're a Treat Williams fan, I just say to people, check it out. I think it's worth looking at.
Okay.
And he also did a great 2-part miniseries called Echoes of the Darkness with Stockard Channing, and that's one of those kind of true story odyssey movies that were very popular back in the 80s, and they did a lot of true crime dramas, and that's one that he was in. And it's about a particular murder case, and Peter Coyote is in it, and he's chilling. He plays a killer. And Robert Loggia is in it, and he also plays a killer in it. And that's a very good Treat Williams outing.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know my films, So I worked in a video shop, 3 of them, and I would like, the whole time I'm in the shop, I was watching movies as well.
Oh, that sounds really cool. I applied for a job at a movie shop, or like a VHS kind of like location, and the guy was asking me about movies, and I failed his test because I forgot the question he asked me, but he asked me about some sort of deep dive question about a movie, and I was like,
I'd love to know what that question was.
Yeah, it was like, and of course I totally answered wrong, but he was like, "Yeah, we don't need we don't need anybody right now." It's like,
No.
man, you don't know. I really do love movies. I just don't know that movie.
I just don't do well under intense interrogation, but I'll be great.
I honestly didn't even know that movie. I don't even remember. I guess I blanked it out of my subconscious because it was such a, but it was weird because I did truly like movies. But sometimes I wonder what my life would be if I got that job. That's always interesting. And this says, don't forget Treat Williams' best and long forgotten zombie buddy cop film in 1988, Dead Heat, which I recently saw clips of, and I was like, maybe I should take a look at that. But it's got zombies in it.
You might like it. Funny enough, I saw this film. It had a big bill, one of those standing posters, cardboard posters, whatever they call them, in our video shop. They had a big poster for it in the front window. And I remember seeing the trailer and thinking, oh, this looks very kind of quirky Buckaroo Banzai across the fifth dimension type thing, because I was a bit of a fan of that film, strange though it was. And yeah, it was with it was kind of with Joe Piscopo, who was trying to predominantly he was a stand-up comedian, I think. And he was sort of trying to launch a bit of a movie career at the time.
That's when he was really pumped up and all like jacked up. He still is, I think.
I mean, it's a silly movie, but it's kind of there's some fun bits in it. I mean, there was a film that came out with Jeff Bridges where it's like Department of the Dead, LAPD or something. What was that called?
I think
you know the one I mean.
I think that's it. I think the Department of the something like that.
Yeah, it's basically a remake of this.
It's like R.I.P. something.
Yeah, R.I.P. PD or something.
Yes, exactly.
Rest in peace, police department. And it basically the story is very, very similar to this movie. The premise has got a lot of similarities, and that's why this film's been on my radar recently. But I'll tell you who else is in this movie. Robert Picardo from Star Trek Voyager is in Dead Heat, and he was also in, of course, he played the cowboy in Inner Space.
Yeah, in Inner Space, yes, he was so good in that.
I met him recently at a Star Trek convention, which I blagged my way into completely for free. And as I went in there, Kate Mulgrew was on stage talking. So, of course, all the fans that were at the convention went in to see her speak. All the other actors that were lined up at their signing desks were completely like, there was no queues. So I just went and talked to them all in a row, a whole load of them. And they were all lovely, especially the guy that played, he also played Liberace in the TV movie. He's a fantastic actor. He played the Cardassian on Deep Space Nine, the tailor who owns the shop, and he's really a spy. And he's a brilliant actor. And I got to shake his hand, and I said, God, I wish my career was in a better place, because I would give you a job in a second. And he said to me, you've no idea how much that meant to me to hear you say that. He was really chuffed. And I said, well, I'm not anyone important, but yeah, he was a really pleasant guy. I think his name's Andrew something. It'll come to me.
John Walker has it. Andrew Robinson.
Andrew Robinson. Thank you, John Walker. Yeah. Andrew Robinson. Very, very good actor. Yeah, I met him, and I met another one of the character actors from Star Trek. They were sitting next to each other, and I was a big fan of both of them. And I knew all their other work that they'd done, and that was what I talked to them about rather than the Star Trek stuff. So they were quite impressed that I knew their catalogue of work,
Oh, cool. That's always nice. I mean, so I think, let me see, did I finish going through? I didn't finish going through, and then I have a couple other videos that I can play for you guys. So the one I'm going to play for you, I'll just play this one. It's really hilarious. Guys, I have a character that I created called the Ice Queen. And
I can't wait to see this.
And all the videos are totally janky. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because it was done.
Could you please define the word janky? I'm not sure that's in the English dictionary, but I will check.
They're not great because I shot them on like a really terrible camera, and it was like I was just experimenting, as most people do when they're just starting to like play around with cameras and ideas and stuff. So I put together some videos. A lot of them are unintelligible, like you can't really tell what the heck I'm saying or what I'm doing, but this is just one of them that doesn't have copyright music on it, and I can play it for the stream. So I am gonna toss it up here. Let me just get the screen ready. See if I can do it.
The anticipation is killing me.
All right, there we go.
Oh, this one is just fun. Now I shall bring upon my greatest snowstorm of all time. Yeah, my greatest snowstorm. I mean to proclaim the greatest powerful. The power bestowed upon me at birth. The power that I've harnessed within it. The perfect snowflake. The perfect snowflake. The perfect snowflake is my greatest creation of all time. You shall witness it within this winter. Yes, you shall. Yes, you shall. You won't be able to understand the magic behind this. However, I will cover these lands with white. For the snow.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing.
I have some questions.
It is so hilarious, but that was like one of my first videos on YouTube, and that was, I'm gonna say, about 12, maybe even 15 years ago, a long time ago.
God, really?
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
So
I think it's 12 years.
I have a theory about the influences to this video. One, you had just watched the 1980s Flash Gordon and said, "I'm going to play an evil queen," and promptly went and made that video. Two, you came across some recreational drugs, took them accidentally, not knowing what they were, and made that video. Three, possibly both of those things happened at the same time.
Maybe the insanity still continues. I still dress up as the ice queen on occasion.
Is like Snow Queen erotica, is that a fetish? I'm not really familiar with this territory.
Well, I mean, there's no erotic stuff in there. It's just me being silly.
I think I actually own that snowflake. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not the only one. I think I might have that.
The perfect snowflake.
I think I've got that same plastic one with my white Christmas tree with all its red and white decorations.
I love that snowflake. It's great. I got it from the 99-cent store.
Well,
but I was so tickled that I got it to spin.
You got your money's worth out of it because you put it to production use. And,
yeah, I got it to spin, and it looked so cool in my hand spinning. I thought it was the best thing.
I'm seeing a whole different side to you tonight with these videos.
They're great. To me, I'm just having fun. So it's part of celebrating. I think it's part of celebrating the 7 years, because that was pre this channel. It was like I had to make that video in order to make the videos I make now, because just as like a learning how to like do stuff and edit and
What do you edit on, by the way?
right now I'm using Filmora Wondershare.
Is that a
Um,
free editing
it
software?
is not free.
No.
It is not. It used to be free, but it's not free anymore.
Yeah,
And
right. Because I used to have Premiere Pro,
mhm.
and it was great. Back in the day, you would buy it once, you'd have it on your computer, and that would be it. And
Yeah,
of course, then they got wise to, oh, well, we need to make people subscribe so
yeah.
we
Hey,
can rip
we
them off
we
the
can't
money.
just like let people buy that for $200. We
I
need to
know.
milk them for everything they're worth.
Yeah. So now, you know, I can't actually afford to have a subscription for my edit suite, which lies dormant, even though I have an edit suite on this very computer. And somebody said that DaVinci Resolve, one of the outcasts, actually recommended DaVinci Resolve do a free one that apparently is pretty decent. I just wondered if you'd.
I heard about that, and
Yeah.
I just don't have enough space on my computer to experiment to find out.
Mm.
I would be completely willing to try it out to see how it works. I've been just, a long, long time ago, even Windows Movie Maker had a nice program going on, and I would say that was like 2000. That's what I edited that movie, that short uh, thingy on Windows Movie Maker when it came with the computer and it wasn't connected to the internet and all that stuff. You just had it on your computer. But they kept on doing Windows upgrades and they took Windows Movie Maker away. And they also, what they did have is a different type of movie maker, Windows Movie Maker that was completely different, and it's not intuitive at all. It doesn't have layers for you to play in. Um, so I've been on the search for a really good um, editing software, and right now Filmora is doing the most right now for me, and has been doing that for the last 7 years, 7 years pretty much. So that's what I've been using now, but I know that there are other great ones out there. I know that there's a Premiere Pro, but I can't afford the monthly charge.
Yeah. No,
It's too much.
it's a rip off. It's a rip off. I
I
mean, it
can't
really is.
afford that.
No,
Yeah,
especially not
and
with the rising cost of living, and I
yeah.
still haven't paid off my winter gas bill yet. And just I don't know
Oh,
how you guys are getting on with your increases over there, but so this same bill for 3 months, gas and electric, was around $500 this time last year. This year, the same period, they sent me a bill for $1,100.
oh wow, that's a big jump.
Oh, I threatened to take them to court. I'm part of a group online on Facebook, and I said this is ridiculous. So I started like naming and shaming them. I actually got the email for the director of British Gas, and I sent him an email because people get these things and they post them on the internet. And and then they had the cheek to go and announce that they've had the biggest profits ever this year. Yet they're saying that the war in Ukraine is causing all these gas
Hi,
shortages and
Lisa.
they had to put the price up. And I'm like, this is nonsense. How can you announce you've had your biggest profits ever and then tell us you've got to put the bills up? I think it's rubbish.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk films.
Well, that's part of this whole like YouTube journey is like fitting the bills in there because for
Yeah.
every time there's a new thing, there's a new bill. Like I was just I have a new program that helps me with editing my audio, and my gosh, that takes money out of every month, and I'm like, oh gosh, it's just incredible. But I just wanted to say a quick hello to Lisa, who says congrats. Thank you, Lisa. It's so good to see you.
Hey, Lisa.
Um, Yeah, and I love this one. Jaker says, "R&D, you're a supervillain." Haha. Yes. I was, I don't know, I was tapping into my evil side. Everybody has different sides, and yeah, I definitely had an evil side that day.
Okay.
But that character is one that I was working on for a little bit. If you I have at least like 4 or 5 different videos on just about that character, and I was thinking about bringing her back for something, but it was more like cute short stories, and I did have an interesting Christmas story that I wanted to do with that character. So um,
Mm.
that might happen in the future. But I do have some more interesting videos. I don't know if you guys want to watch them or if you think it's just too weird. I should keep them in my back pocket.
I'm game, but
Let me know in the chat, guys. Should I bother or should I keep
yeah,
it? Keep it.
don't let Lance make the decision on that. Chat, you should overrule me.
Every
While they're deciding, are you a big fan of Babylon 5? Because I'm a huge B5
Okay,
guy.
so that's another thing that, that I've always been interested in and never got a chance to make time for.
Right. I think you definitely want to make time for that. The first season is very uneven,
Okay.
but there are some really strong episodes. But the main story arc of that show is its ace card, and seasons 2 and 3 are just amazing science fiction.
Ooh.
And I really like the way that they did the production, and the reason that they were able to make it the way they did was they basically built their own studio in what was an old jacuzzi factory or something, I think it was.
A jacuzzi factory.
Yeah, it was like a
My
jacuzzi
goodness.
factory, and it shut down, and they found the premises, and he realized if they filmed it all there away from the main lots, the main studio lots, they could do it within budget. It's a very, very good show with some really strong scripts. And
yeah, I mean, I've seen some of the visuals and it's like, oh, that looks good. I can't wait to
yeah, the shadows in it are very, very cool. Very cool.
Oh, yeah. So okay, I have to get and find some time to make it for Babylon. It looks like everybody is saying quite a few people are saying yes. Unicorn Rabbit Studio says, "Give us the
Give us the
weird."
weird.
Give us the weird stuff.
More weird? Is that possible? It's an
Okay.
extravaganza. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see 'em.
Okay. So I remember telling you guys about the clone story that I wanted to tell along, and I wrote the story for it. Oh, really quickly, somebody walked in the door just now. Alex Dawson, hello, welcome to the show. So glad you could make it. And it was basically a story I started developing back in the early 90s, in 92, 93, and I never really did anything with it except for like visit it every once in a while. And basically, I got up the nerve to kind of put something together in about the year 2014. So that was like 5 years ago. Oh, sorry, that's more than 5 years ago. That's
It's like 8. No.
Yeah, you're right. No, 7,
7,
8,
8.
9 years ago. Wow. So 9 years ago, and then I believe it was 2015 when I came out with sort of a trailer that I made,
Ooh.
live action, and that was we're talking about, please, low, like don't get excited. It's not great, but
Should I queue up a video clip of something I've made so you can have a look at that
oh,
afterwards?
great. Yes, yes, please do.
All right, I'll find something.
And it was so it's really, I'm just going to warn everybody, it's really low tech. We're talking about my apartment, I'm the only one. I managed to get some people to do things. So first I'm going to show you the trailer, for what was supposed to be eventually like more stuff. And then I'll show you the first episode, which is a very short, it's like 3 minutes, not long. So let me see if I can pull it up.
So this is for a web series, is that?
It was gonna be for, yeah, it was gonna be for sort of like a web series that I was gonna edit into a movie eventually. So I was gonna post them as web series episodes, and then I was gonna edit them into like a movie, and it was gonna be in the style of and the flavor of like the old serials of the Flash Gordon serials.
Yeah,
where it
I
was
loved your Flash Gordon. I mean, who, you know, when I was watching those, I thought, oh, now this girl's proper got my respect. She's doing Flash Gordon Goes to Mars, and we used to watch those. They used to show those in the school holidays.
Oh,
Like
really?
one episode a day. And then,
Nice.
yeah, and then that's how I got to see them in that way. And you always had the ending was always different from,
Yeah,
you know, the guys jump out the boat and the boat explodes kind of thing, but you didn't see them jump out in the previous ending, and they suddenly always add an extra bit that wasn't there, which was a bit naff,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
which is commented on by Kathy Bates in the film Misery. She talks about that, her character. But yeah, and that King of the Rocket Men, that was another one that I really liked. I don't know if you've
Oh,
done that one
man.
yet.
Did I do that one? No, I did not do that one. Let me get to Keith E's message here. It says, I'm still here. I'm still here. There's a thing you both have in common that I listened to was you both discovered or discussed the DeLorean episodes, and both had different takes. DeLorean episodes.
Is he talking about the DeLorean documentary? Because I don't think I watched that actually, but I didn't talk about it on my channel yet. Quite a good documentary though. Was he talking about Back to the Future?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's why I associate the DeLorean.
or takes on the DeLorean. Maybe let us know a little bit more detail on what that's about. Because I want to find out. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I'll go on ahead and show the trailer now because
yeah. I want to see this.
Okay. Let's see if I can call it up. I was trying to find it earlier and had some trouble. So let's see if I can find it. Let me see if something's going on. Maybe this will help.
I'm just going to go off camera for a sec. I won't be long.
Okay. It's so weird. I just looked at it from another computer and it's there, and now it's not showing up at all. What is going on? Why is this happening to me? Yeah, I don't get it. That is so weird. This is so weird. I'm so sorry, guys. This is the second time this has happened. I've reached in here to find the video and I can't find it, but it is on here because oh, Alex Dawson, thank you. It says, oh gosh, says your new background is so cool, retro. Thank you so much. I am so glad that you liked it. I did it for you guys because I knew that you guys would get it. And Keith E says unicorn. Yes, that's it. I just don't know how it's spelled. Oh, okay. Oh, Unicorn Rapids Studio says Mandalorian. Oh, okay. We have different takes on the Mandalorian. Okay. When he comes back, we're gonna get all into it. Okay. And let's see if I can find what is going on with this thing. Video. It's just the weirdest thing. I put these files on a disk, and every time I try to go get those files, I can't find them. So I guess it wasn't meant for me to show it there. And unless I could try to get it from my computer again, but it doesn't make sense.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think my computer isn't
You not got it?
no, it didn't come up for some reason. I put it on here.
I've got a video for you of mine that you can share if you want to put that up while you're still looking.
Okay, let me just
But
make sure. Give me
up to you.
1 second. Oh, here it is. It showed up. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, okay, it showed up, guys. It showed up. It showed up, guys.
Okay, let's
Oh, but is it oh. I think the problem is okay. All right. Well, let's see. Where's your video?
oh, okay, yeah, let me I'll share it for you. Hold on.
I don't know what to say about this. I think I'm gonna have to do it differently. I think I'm gonna have to open it as a file on its own. Oh, because it's okay. I'm understanding it now because it's a WMV file and not a
okay.
MP4.
That's pretty old.
Oof.
Yeah.
Woof.
You might need to convert that.
Mhm. But I'm thinking maybe I can play it somewhere else. But okay, let's see. You have something here.
Well, you know, let's put your thing on. You think you can play it or?
Okay, let me give it one last opportunity. Because maybe
I'm keen to see it.
okay, so let me find the trailer first.
WMV. Someone said in chat, unicorn rampant. I've never met a rampant unicorn, but I'm up for the experience, whatever that may involve.
Okay. I hope it even plays, to be honest. I hope it plays. Let's say since it's a weird one. All right, thank you guys for being so patient for this. Let me see if I can share the screen and find this interesting thing that I have here.
Hey.
Something's here, right? And so
There's the play. That's the play button there, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, try that. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's an episode of Black 7.
Oh my god, the volume's so loud.
Who's this young, glamorous lady? Oh, how cute. That was super cute.
Oh, thank you.
when Button Moon meets Star Wars with a bit of Barbarella thrown in.
Definitely inspired by Barbarella.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I could see that.
Yeah. That's
It looks super glamorous in that.
Oh, thank
video.
you. Yeah, that was such a, I would say, what year was that? I think 2015.
Well, funnily enough, that's the same year that I made the video that I'm about to show you.
Oh,
How
cool,
weird.
cool.
I'm sorry if the production values are not quite up to the same standards.
Well, before we get into that, let's see what you guys are saying.
There's a lot of comments in the chat here.
Oh gosh.
Got a
Let's
lot of
see.
love for
Where
you
do
there.
I start? Where do I start? We're talking about files, and Unicorn says we are witnesses.
Yeah.
And oh, Lisa says very cool. Thank you. And Alex is hushing everybody, saying awesome. Thank you guys. You guys are so sweet to me. Oh man, that's really sweet. Yeah, that was the trailer, and I had so much fun making it. But it was I remember. I'm gonna just go back a little bit, but I remember making this at first with my own voice being the narrator. And
Right.
when I was done with it, I started to cry and bawl because I was like, this is horrible.
Did you play all the different parts in that video? Were
I
you like,
did.
I thought so. I
Yeah,
thought so.
I didn't have anybody
That
to
was clever
act
though.
out all the parts.
I
But
think you and I should make some kind of web series together.
oh, that'd be interesting.
I think it would be interesting, and I'll have the time to do it after July. So I think we should look at that. I think we should definitely look at that, because maybe we could
Okay.
do something with the Gina Carano thing that I was doing. It's called The Tweet, and it's not about Gina Carano. It's about an actress called Nina Serrano who gets fired from a show called Galaxy Wars. There's no
Oh, interesting.
yeah, it's a completely fictional story.
Oh, no connection at all.
No, definitely no connection.
Yeah, I think yeah. So what I ended up doing was I went to Fiverr and I hired a voice actor to do the movie voice
God,
for me.
Fiverr, yes, that's still going.
Yeah. And oh, you can do so much with Fiverr nowadays. It's incredible. There's so many people on there.
Do you know what? I need to get on there with my
Oh,
my skill sets and things. We need to have a
definitely.
private chat about that.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean,
Give
Fiverr
me
is
some advice on that,
amazing.
because I definitely need to get all my services up online to the maximum
Oh,
potential,
cool.
because I'm so good at helping people write scripts and books and things, but I you know, I'm terrible at promoting myself.
Oh,
It's true. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true.
Oh well, yeah. Well, don't worry. We'll everybody, you, me, and everybody in the chat will help you.
Oh, bless you.
And so yeah, I think once I got the that actor to come in and do the voiceover, it was so much. I was like, oh, now it doesn't feel so bad. It feels a little bit more like what I was thinking of, because
More authentic to your vision.
yeah, because when I was just doing the voice myself, and I think I did something where I played with the volume to try to make it sound like I was a guy, but I was pretending. I just cried because I was literally felt like it wasn't what I wanted, and so it just didn't feel right. So it felt much better when I got this guy to do it, and it was a lot of fun for me to play. And I made all of those cardboard punching
props and
keys and and all the
very
control
Blake
panel.
7, very Blake 7.
Yeah, it's very Blake 7. And I still have those props today, so that's really funny. They're really adorable, and I love doing that stuff. Thank you. Barry says, when was it made? Oh, I said that it was made in 2015. And John Walker said, sci-fi goodness confirmed. Nice. And Lisa says, bravo. Thank you, Lisa. And Barry says, thanks. You guys are so sweet. Keith Easy says, tickle the thumbs up. It's time if you haven't done so already. Such a sweet thing. Thank you for. See, I mean, Keith does all the work for me. Thank you so much for reminding.
The
And
Outcast Retro Series. That's the title of our show, Retro. There you go.
All right. I'm so bad at taking directions or remembering anything. So if you're patient, I think we'll be okay.
Don't worry. That's what a script's for. We'll figure that out.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm terrible. Bonzo Gilboard says, "Holy marathon, Batman! RNG is still going. Yes, we're still going at it. Today is my marathon show. I'm having such a good time." And Outcast, you said, I'm keeping her chatting. And
can I just say, I'm having the best time, honestly.
Oh, good.
This is so much fun. You've no idea how stressful my week is normally doing a show. This kind of thing is just like, it's just such fun.
Oh, good. Oh my goodness. Yes, we're all about having fun over here. And Alex says, the throttle really impressed me. Thank you. Yes, I had so much fun making that thing. And like I said, I still have it to this day. And I even made a mini version of that throttle for 1/6 scale, which is I can't wait to show you guys eventually one day in the future. Because I plan on not doing the series myself in live action anymore. I'm gonna do it all in with action figures and
yeah, you said like Robot Chicken, right?
Yeah, with a flavor of robot chicken.
I can get you some people to do the voices.
Oh,
for some of the characters.
Stop it! That's what I need.
No problem.
That is exactly what I need. I need
voices. No, I got you. I got you on that. That's where we're going to collaborate, right?
Dreams coming true.
let me help you with the. Let me help you write the scripts for the shows, and then I'll also get the voice actors.
Okay. A lot of it is already written already, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but let me have a look.
You're an expert. I do want that advice, and want that expertise.
I won't put my own stamp on your dream. It's your thing, but I'll help steer the ship.
Oh, thank you. That's exactly what.
I'm well up for that. There's one guy, Gary Bolter, he's in my play, but he's in Australia, and he does the voice of the judge.
Oh wow!
In the play, and he's great. Really, he's a brilliant actor, and I met him through acting coaching, and he's an acting coach as well, and we're both on the same site for the acting coaching. And I just thought he looked like a really fun guy, so I booked him one day. And who's Velitis Angel then? Is that the character?
Me. That's me.
Is that so? Is that your real name?
Pretty much.
Maybe we should.
I don't go.
We don't want to encourage stalkers, so maybe we shouldn't.
Well, no, I mean it's not my real name. Let's just put it like that. It's part of my name.
All right.
Let me.
One of your secret agent identities, because as we discussed, your other job is that you're a secret agent. So.
Well, yeah, I've been Veltus Angel for a long time on the internet, and
Lisa, don't go yet. You haven't seen my video that we're about to stick on.
Oh gosh, okay. You got to put on your video first, and then I will show the first episode. Okay, so let's find out. Unicorn members, I can cry on command. Oh snap! Dang. And Alex Darson says that I do good voices. Okay, great. Oh my goodness, we got our cast inside the the chat, and she's so much better. Who's Matt?
I've no idea.
Lisa says, I'm sorry, I have to scoot. Congrats again to you, Racho. Thank you so much, Lisa, for being here. And Thank you so much for your kind words. It's just been awesome having you to be a part of the community and a part of today's stream as well. So I'll see you soon. And yes, this is great. I mean, what a great show. I'm enjoying it. Okay, so I want to show your video first. So that's what's hanging out in the back screen here.
Yeah, so this is, I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to let you watch it. It's 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Okay.
It relates to one of the projects I talked about earlier.
Okay.
It was made in 2015. It was shot in 3 days.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you the rest after we've watched it.
Okay.
So if you put it up, then I'll press the play button.
Okay. And, okay.
There's no copyright issues on it or anything like that.
Oh, no.
So
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh.
Because D Company is being assigned to carry out one of the most important tasks on D-Day, I can't think of anyone who has a more vital objective. Your company will be capturing 2 bridges intact, less than 500 yards apart, in a coup de main assault in 6 gliders. You will land at night and hold them until relieved. The main threat to you is the 21st Panzer Division. They've taken a beating, but they're an elite unit, well armed, with self-propelled guns, tanks, and plenty of artillery. If they counterattack straight away, you can expect a lot of casualties.
Do you ever get that feeling? What's that? You might not make it back.
It's actually quite hard for me to watch that because that's the project that went tits up and destroyed my whole life. So that's the first time I've watched that trailer in a really long time. But I thought you'd kind of get a kick out of seeing it. So that was a promo trailer. So it was a second unit shoot, but we cast 3 actors early that we were going to cast in the film. The young lad with the blonde hair, that's actually Simon Pegg's younger brother. He acts under a different name. He's a really good actor. His name's Mike Beckenham. He's done a couple of movies. The voiceover was done by Danny Webb. That's the actor who plays Morse in Alien 3. He's the only convict to survive in Alien 3. There's an interview with him on my channel. The other 2 actors were Scott Peden from Rise of the Foot Soldier 2 and Jake Francis, who was a relatively new actor at the time, is actually now a producer and has done quite a few short films. And the whole point of the trailer was to give people an idea of what the film was going to be about and you know, to get the main investors to put the money in. And we did 1 day's filming in Normandy, actually at Pegasus Bridge. and my cinematographer on that was this young lad, Alfie. And on the way down to Normandy, me and him were driving in the car with the camera. And I said, so how did you get into being a director of photography, Alfie? He said, oh, well, my dad, you know, he was a DOP, he did a few movies. And I was like, oh, right. Anything I would have seen? Oh, yeah, a couple of things, I think, maybe, yeah. And I was like, don't be shy. What, like what? Well, he did Aliens, Thelma and Louise, you know, about 5 other things. And I was like, what? And so the DOP that I had on that shoot, which is why the shots look so great, was the son of Adrian Biddle, the cinematographer who died of a heart attack quite young, sadly, in his 50s, and his son is now also a DOP. And the visual effects shots in that, with the plane towing the glider going over the coast, that was visual effects done by my late friend Alan Marks. Now, Alan did all the visual effects for Jerry Anderson's Space Police, if you've ever seen that. Space Precinct, sorry. And I got to visit Space Precinct when it was being filmed at Shepperton, so I could tell you a whole load of stories about that. But Alan Marks was one of the first people to support my career, and he was a really, really close friend of mine. And he would have got a paycheck of about 75k for doing this movie if it had happened. And one of the worst things about the film not going ahead was that he got robbed of that paycheck, which was my chance to pay him back for all the favors he'd done me. In fact, this film was going to do that for a lot of people for me. And then Alan got, this is quite hard to talk about, but he got a rare form of cancer a few years ago. And the only treatments available for that cancer, which would have given him maybe another 7 years, were in America. And if this film and these guys hadn't screwed us over, he would have got that paycheck. So he would have had that money to go and get those cancer treatments. So he would still be alive today. So as far as I'm concerned, the people who ripped us off on the movie, they killed him. And he did the effect shots on that trailer. So that's how bad the repercussions were for that movie, you know, not going ahead. It really crippled a lot of good karma for a lot of people that had it coming to them. And there were so many people I was giving jobs that had done me favors, and this is the one time I was going to get them all a big paycheck. But you can read the script because it's out on Amazon. And there's a whole big thing in the front of the book about all the work we did to try and get the film made. And yeah, but there you go. So that was what I was doing in 2015. So you're are you still there? You look like you're frozen or deathly in shock. Oh, hang on, I can't hear you. Your audio's gone. I can't hear you. You can hear me.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sad.
There you go. I can hear you now.
I'm sad. I'm so sad that happened.
You know, what can you do?
Yeah.
But that's why, I mean, you know, I stayed in film production for a few more years after that, tried to get Paratrooper made, tried to get 2 other films made, 2 really low budget films, and I couldn't get anywhere and with them. And that's, you know, it's all kind of, now I really enjoy doing the YouTube thing, and I really like writing my books, and I'm going to publish all of my screenplays, all the ones that I've written that probably won't ever get made. They're all going to get published, and they're all going on Amazon, so people can read them.
Yeah, why not? Make something.
Well, the Pegasus Bridge screenplay, I sold like hundreds of copies the first day that went. It's got a following of 35,000 people on Facebook page alone. That's what I mean. There's a big diehard audience for good World War II historical drama, and you know, the support that we had for that. We had reenactors, you know, the guys that dress up as the soldiers. We had them prepared to come and be on the movie for like a beer and a pizza and, you know, a little bit of change, not a proper paycheck. And they were prepared to come from all over Europe to take part in that film because they were so into it. And we had about 12 different groups that were going to come, and people were going to bring tanks, and so we were able to get a lot of the stuff that was in Band of Brothers for a fraction of the price that Band of Brothers cost, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's without doing anything with CGI. So, But
Yeah.
I do like working in film though. I'm never happier than when I'm on a set.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. But
I mean, it looks so beautiful. I mean, the work was really incredible. So, definitely looks like it would have been, very gratifying for a lot of people to see a story like this.
yeah,
Um,
it was hard dealing with the relatives when they, when I had to tell them it wasn't happening, and
oh no.
it wasn't like we were making Scream 9, where there really wasn't any repercussions. I appreciate the comment from Alex Dawson, who said, "Don't give up." I mean, I'm not completely giving up. What I'm
Yeah.
doing is I'm stepping sideways, because what I realized is if I keep doing this for another 10 years and I'm in the same position that I'm in now, because it also cost me my relationship, and that person was the most important thing to me in my life. I would have given up my career in a heartbeat to have that back. So the price was a bit too heavy, and I just came to realize not that long ago, if in 10 years time I'm in the same place I am now financially and all the rest of it, I'm going to be a very, very bitter, pissed off person, and I don't want to be that guy. So I want to focus on the things that I can achieve on my own that also make me happy, and that's writing scripts, writing books, running the YouTube channel, and being guests on other people's YouTube, talking about film. This stuff makes me really happy doing this.
I'm so glad to be a part of your happiness, and you building your dream life. I think that's so amazing. Like that, even through like the hard times that you've managed to figure out, how to proceed forward. And you're like, again, your channel is really, really much needed right now, more than ever. So you're
I mean,
vital to the
I'm
community.
with the industry interviews as well. One of the reasons for wanting to do that stuff, and I've got a girl coming on pretty soon she set up a whole film studio and she got shafted and had it taken away from her.
Oh no.
And it's a really awful story. And part of the reason I want to do those, I'm trying to forewarn the younger people that are coming up in the industry of these pitfalls,
Mhm.
because like I said, I'm quite a strong personality, but that what happened with that project really drove me to the edge. And I'd never been through anything like it. And the really annoying thing is, if I'd just done a bit more due diligence, I would have clocked on to what these guys were doing, because they did
Oh.
the same thing to the director before me, and the same thing to the one before him, and the one before him ended up in a mental home.
Oh gosh.
So yeah, and I'm in touch with all of them, and so they've been, and this sort of thing goes on in the industry all the time. There's always people ripping people off, and when you see how big the budgets are on these films, I'll tell you now that a huge percentage of that, you see all the producers' credits coming up at the
Yeah.
beginning of a movie, and there's
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
many of them.
Yeah, a lot
Executive
sometimes.
producer, associate producer, all that. Every one of those producers gets a cut of money somewhere. That's why they've got a producer's credit. If you're a producer, it means you brought investment to the movie, and the standard producer's fee is 3%. So if you suddenly turn around to me and you say you've won the American lottery, Lance, I'm going to fund your movie, I'm giving you £6 million, I'd say, well, 3% of that £6 million is yours, because that's your finder's fee for bringing me that financial backing to go and make my film. And these guys were raising money and taking like over 50% of the funds.
Gosh.
They diverted our investor onto another project, and on that project they raised $3.5 million. And there were two of them on there, because two of them screwed over the third one. No honor among thieves, right? And of that £3.5 million for this movie, they paid themselves £750,000 each, plus with expenses 2.1 million.
Oh
So
wow.
of that 3.5 million, 2.1 million is never even going to make it anywhere near the production or the screen. It just goes into their pockets.
That's awful.
Yeah, really bad. And that happens a lot now, like a lot. So
That's not, I mean, not to bring up modern movies, but that would explain why some of these movies are like $250 million, and it's like,
Yeah.
where? And a lot of people assume that the actors are getting all the money.
I mean, I mean, certainly if you got, you know, your big name Marvels and whatnot, that
Oh, of
they're going to
course.
take a big, the above the line cast, as we call it in the industry, and your budget breakdown, your above the line cast are going to take a lot of dough if they're A-listers. But yeah, a lot of it will go to the producers, and there's nothing wrong with producers taking a share of the money that they bring to a project. That's their job. That's how they earn their living. But there used to be guidelines that were kind of adhered to. Now it's just a game of pirates, and you know,
Pirates.
you have to have contracts for everything. You've got to
Oh, yeah.
scrutinize everything. I walked away from a project recently because they tried to shaft me on my fee. They got my fee down twice, and then I was supposed to be co-writing the script with somebody, and it was very obvious that the other guy co-writing the script wasn't going to do any of the work. So I said, well, if he's not going to do any of the work, then my fee is what I said it should be. So you either pay me that or I walk. And we can't afford that. And I said, okay, we'll get him to write the script then. See you later. And you know, happens all the time, unfortunately. Anyway, back to retro movies.
Well, Bonzo Kilborn says, when I see the amount of money spent on something like Amazon Lord of the Rings, I am sure that there's a ton of skimming. Yeah, there's got to be. Somebody's.
Don't get me started on that show.
Where did the money go?
I mean, I can picture the writers' room meetings and the arguments about the direction to take that show, and I know people that worked on it from the very beginning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when it was supposed to shoot in New Zealand. And you know, the original concept for the show was it was supposed to be, we're going to mirror Peter Jackson's vision, so it's going to sit very comfortably alongside Jackson's Lord of the Ring films. It's going to have all the same architecture, all the same costumes and looks, and some of that you can still see is there. But then the whole production got delayed, I think partly because of COVID, but partly because there was internal fighting over the direction that the show should go.
Yeah.
And so they fired, I think all the initial writers that were on it were all fired, and they brought in new people, and it's just, the whole thing's a complete mess.
Probably people who didn't really, you know that much. I'm just assuming, because see, I'm wondering if somebody's really like a passionate fan of something, they're going to be saying, hey, you can't do that because of this, or you can't do that because of that. But people who are not as invested, not big huge fans of certain IPs, they're going to be like, okay, yeah, whatever you want, I'm getting paycheck, so there's a big difference if you're writing from different points of view. And like I said, I don't really actually know if that's how it went down, but it sounds like if they fired the original group of writers, something.
Certainly there was I don't know the exact story, so
Yeah.
don't quote me on that, but there was certainly a big changeover of production
something. Yeah, something.
whether it was the key showrunners or I forget, but there was a big change in gears fairly early on, and the whole concept behind it
and
shifted.
Alex Dawson says that if you posted your trailer under a GoFundMe, I think you'd be amazed of the response.
Well, you say that, Alex, but crowdfunding as a platform is massively oversubscribed. In fact, I've done a stream about crowdfunding on my channel. It's one of the interviews with two people that have done it. And I have done crowdfunding before. I crowdfunded 10 grand for The Journey, the film we talked about earlier. But the thing is that
I may have to ask you about that.
Sure, yeah, you can. I'll give you lots of advice on crowdfunding. The thing is, we did a crowdfunding campaign for Paratrooper because we needed 250 grand to make the Paratrooper pilot. The budget for Pegasus Bridge was between 6 and 9 million, depending on how much money the producers were ripping off. So I had to increase it. It was 6 originally, and it got increased to 9. So you're talking about raising £6 million on a crowdfunder. That's almost unheard of. And whilst I don't whilst I don't doubt that the response would there would probably be people that would want to put money in it. The problem is the project's got a black mark on it now, because it's already been tried to be funded properly once, and then we tried to crowdfund Paratrooper, and we went for the full whack. We went for like 200,000, and we only raised nearly 10. And we used that 10, and we went and did a second unit shoot and shot this whole tank battle, and show you that on another stream. But so, you know, we went to Holland and we recce'd all the locations for the show to see what was possible. But yeah, it's to Alex Dawson saying try again. I mean, look, I've been involved in several crowdfunding campaigns, not just my own. I've worked on them for other people as well. It needs proper financial investment to do that movie. If I can't get 200 grand for Paratrooper, which is the story of the first black paratrooper in the British Army, how relevant is that right now? I'm not going to be able to get 6 million quid for Pegasus Bridge on a crowdfunding campaign. So, you know, as I'm not saying I'd never make the film, but I've been actively seeking finance for films for like the last 15 years of my life. That's a long time to spend in your career doing that.
Yeah.
long enough probably. So, you know,
just wanted to acknowledge Keith's Geek Versus here. Hello, Heath. How are you? Guys, he's got a great channel. Get over there and watch Heath's Geek Verse. He's been doing these wonderful deep dives of movies and story plot lines, and they're just so intense. So if you guys can go over to his channel, take a look at, I believe they're going to be mixed in between videos and live streams. So go to toggle either one of those areas. But he's got this fantastic channel that absolutely love. He's a friend of the channel. So thanks for being here, Heath. It's great to see you.
That's what we want. Friends of the retro. Nerd Girl Army.
And Alex Dawson says that, well, a Kickstarter can give you money for a super trailer. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's just totally fascinating, the whole idea of kickstarting and or you know, whatever you know, crowdfunding. I don't know anything about asking for help. Like, I'm still such a independent person. I like doing everything myself and being but you need other people, right, to help you with this stuff.
Well, I mean, when we did the Paratrooper second unit shoot, which was a small shoot, we had a crew of 32 people.
Oh wow.
You know, it was me, first AD, second AD. We had 3 camera operators because we had 3 cameras. We had the pyrotechnics guy who was doing the explosions. We had an armorer, you know, and then we had runners, and you got catering. We had a makeup team of four makeup artists, head of makeup, and 3 people working under her, and you know, and the list goes on. Another person doing costume, and then they had an assistant, and
wow.
And this is a, you know, period historical film, low budget, second unit shoot, 1 day's filming, and we shot this incredible battle sequence in just a single day, and it would have taken Band of Brothers probably 2 weeks to shoot the same thing. I just planned it out really carefully and just made maximum use of the time. And
oh wow.
I mean, it was nuts because there wasn't supposed to be much sun that day, and unfortunately there was loads of sun, and that's I can tell you now, that's the director's worst nightmare, unless you see the sunset or the sunrise. But in the middle of the day, it means that shadows on your actors keep
those
moving.
shadows, yeah.
So you've got to keep sort of watching that stuff, and
that means you have to carry extra equipment to counteract it, right?
I mean, at one point, one of our tanks broke down in the middle of the road, and we were using this road that went in and out of this village, and it was the only way in, and because it looked like France, it looked really good. But the problem was, no one had told us that was the delivery day for the for the village shops and the pub. So we had like 3 articulated lorries lined up behind this tank waiting to get in. And then there was about 12 cars waiting to come out. And we had to keep them all there for an hour while we finished the scene and got the tank restarted. Only on the only on low budget films. This funding works when you have good tech startup, or is it non-profit for a good cause regardless of what you're doing? It's just a different way of getting investors. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
great
have
for
done a lot
tech.
of crowdfunding. I have done
Yeah.
a lot of crowdfunding.
And I think there are a lot of projects that really benefit from crowdfunding, smaller projects and I've seen some documentaries that did very well with crowdfunding. Yeah, it does have its thing. I'm actually interested because I don't really know if I need crowdfunding or want it, but it's kind of a good thing to know if it is for your project, right? It's sort of like, will you be needing crowdfunding or will you not be?
All
So
depends on what project you're going to do, and I
mhm.
mean, funny enough, it was me that when I first met Will, Critical Drinker, we were down the pub and we were talking over project ideas and things. And I said to him, you do know, mate, if you do a crowdfunder, said I tried to raise 250 a few years ago and I couldn't get past 10 grand. If you tried to raise 500,000 right now, you'll get it like that within 3 or 4 days. And he went, no, I haven't got that kind of following. And I said, no, you don't understand the power you've got. Trust me on this. Anyway, cut a long story short, he followed my advice, did a crowdfunder for this film project. Their initial goal was like £50,000. They got over 500,000.
Oh wow.
And he got it within like a week.
Oh wow, yeah.
You
He's
know,
got a huge
really
following.
quick. Yeah, exactly. And I said to him, you know, with that kind of following.
Yeah.
So I might come back to crowdfunding
Later.
when my channel is bigger and I have a more dedicated
And
following.
also, you can find out if there's an audience for what I think that's the other thing. Is there an audience? You know, you're cultivating the audience that you're going to be that's going to love whatever it is that you're going to have, right?
Yeah, they call
So,
it cultivating your tribe in
mhm.
crowdfunding.
Yeah, and I
You know,
think
terminology, whatever.
that's like the best way forward because leaving chances up to investors and studios. The thing is that like any one of your scripts, once it gets to a studio, they can just do whatever they want, and you may never see the light of day of your story ever again because they've changed it or they've taken a few things and kept the title and you barely recognize that you even had anything to do with it. So yeah, I mean that's happened to many writers and many people who've been a part of film for ages now. So and that was one of the reasons why I kind of was curious about independent film. And I'm just floored by independent filmmakers and what they have to do to make their films. And okay, yes, it doesn't have all of the budget for top actors and lighting and the best for for sound and for all those things, but it is the courage that I admire so much of people who are just like, you know what, we're just going to make something from the heart. We're just going to make something that's really fun. So I do follow quite a few people who are small filmmakers, independent filmmakers that are just doing it for fun and for the love of it. Keith E says, "Hey, I think all of the people who watch this on replay are going to start to show up." Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, hopefully. Um, and Alex Dawson has a very interesting question. He says, "What would you do with
Could you do?
what could
Well,
you do
mate,
for a trailer?"
I didn't want 250K for a trailer. I shot the trailer for a different trailer, not the one you've just seen, for Paratrooper. I shot that trailer for 7K.
Oh,
And the one you just watched, that cost about 20,000, I think, because everybody was paid, proper rates and everything. But 250K was the budget for the paratrooper pilot. I worked out what was the minimum budget I needed after Pegasus went tits up. I looked at a similar film that I could make that was set in the same time period, that could use all of the assets that I'd accrued. So World War II assets, all the reenactors and the groups that I told you about, the vehicles, everything. But it needed to be a completely different story in a completely different film. And when I was writing the Pegasus Bridge script, that's when I found out there was a black paratrooper in the 7th Parachute Battalion, who were the battalion that kept the Germans away from the bridge. And I thought, well, why don't I tell his story? His story's got to be pretty interesting. And I'll tell you what, his dad was the trapeze artist in P.T. Barnum's Circus, The Greatest Showman.
Oh, wow.
So Sidney Cornell is the name of my main character. His father, Cornell, I can't remember his first name. When the circus came to the UK, he ran away from the circus and settled in Portsmouth. And that's where Sidney was born. And and also my character was in an interracial marriage. So can you imagine that? An interracial marriage in England in the 1940s? Pretty interesting topic right there. But he was a champion boxer. So people, from what I'm told from his relatives, because they all support the film, he didn't experience much racism. He was seen as a bit of a novelty back then, but you didn't kind of have the same racist stuff that then started occurring in the 50s and 60s and 70s and whatnot. But yeah, he was a very tough guy. So 250K is for the whole movie, Alex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I was gonna show my first episode that I was gonna have on for the Kid Adventures, but now I'm like really shy to do it.
No, don't be. I want to see it.
All right, guys, I'm gonna play it. But just
I'll feel really bad if you don't put that on, because you let me show loads of stuff tonight.
Okay, let me see if I can do it again, because it was so I did a trick that time, so
I
let me
think
see
yours
if
is going to be far more entertaining.
I don't know, but let's see. It's the first episode, so let me see if I can figure out how I did it the last time.
All right.
It was, I think, with a media player.
By the way, if you like supporting independent sci-fi filmmakers, you should follow a guy called Simon Cox. He made a movie called Invasion Planet Earth, which you may or may not have seen. I'm in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I directed some second unit action stuff on a day for him, and I got to play the role of this kind of tank commander guy. So I got to sit in a tank and fire the gun, and it was scary as hell, because I've never done anything like that. And the owner of the tank, he was like, "Right, mate, listen up to me. There's lots of live rounds in here." And as he says this, and I'm looking at these live shells that are open, he lights up a cigarette in the tank, and it's like, "Yeah, so mate, right, if I tell you to get out, yeah, it means shit's gonna kick off. Just get out, yeah. Don't argue with me." And I was like, "Right, okay." And yeah, it was scary as hell. And I had to press a pedal to fire the gun. And the first time they went to do the take, I went and put my foot down, and I put it in completely the wrong place. And I was trying to do a little dance to find this pedal. And
oh my God.
I don't think I would have made a very good soldier.
It sounds crazy, to be honest, but okay, so what's the name of it? It's called
Simon Cox is the name of the filmmaker. He is crowdfunding another movie right now called Infinite Worlds.
Oh no, but what's this?
2 films.
What's the name of the movie you were in? What's the name of that movie?
Invasion Planet Earth was the final title it was given, I believe.
Invasion Planet Earth.
I'll see if I can find a link to it online that I can
Okay.
Give you for later.
Okay.
I think you'll like the movie.
Okay.
Well.
It sounds like, you know, it's got the titles. The title sounds a little fun, so I probably will like it. All right, guys, here it comes, and this is the first episode that would have been for 100 episodes that I was planning on doing. But after the first
You're gonna do 100?
I was gonna do 100, but I was gonna as I was doing the second episode, I started to feel less and less confident about things, and so confidence is really an important piece to it, like anything. So I just stopped, and I kept saying, "Oh, I'm gonna pick it back up. I'm gonna pick it back up," but I lost the fire.
After all the videos of you I've seen today, you don't strike me as someone who lacks confidence.
Well, I did lose the confidence. Like some personal things happened in my life, and I needed to regroup, if you will.
I
And
understand.
so yeah, and so I needed to redevelop some things, and that was, I would say, like about a year before I started this channel. So so basically what I'm saying is, without these videos, I wouldn't be able to make the videos that I made for the channel, because they were the first iteration of the fire, or the desire, if you will. So let me see if I can do this again. It's very complicated. I don't know how live streamers do this, but you guys are amazing. Let's see. Sent. I am going to show a no, cancel. I'm going to share a screen. Okay.
There you go. Damn, you've been streaming for 6 hours now.
Oh, really? That long?
No.
Oh, just that long? Okay. And so let me see what it looks like first. Okay, this is great. Okay, so are you ready?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Oh, Unicorn Rampant Studio says it's been 6 hours and 33 minutes. Yay!
Sorry, I left the window open. I just realized I had to go and close it.
Okay, and Alex Dawson is like, keep going. Yes. All right, we're gonna do this one at least. There may be let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh no, I'm sorry.
This is the same one as before, isn't it?
It sure is. How do I stop it? How do I stop it? How do I stop it? There we go. We stopped it. Sorry about that. That is a repeat of the one before. Sorry about it. I hit the wrong one. Let's see if there is a reason why that happened. Let's see. So sorry, guys. Let's see if I can try this out again. Now it's a trailer. Okay, here's episode 1. Okay, I for sure got the right one this time. So sorry about that. All right. And share screen.
Nice eyebrows. Can't be talking about mine.
Oh, what's going on with your eyebrows? Let me see.
So something Alex Dawson said in the chat.
Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm having some trouble with glitching. There we go.
I'm not getting any sound on it. Should I be able to hear sound?
Oh, okay. Oh, Lord.
Just see there's a sound button there. Just check the level on that on the right there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
fine. Yeah.
No, it's
And it's not revealing any sound at all.
well, I'm not hearing it here, but I don't know about people in the chat, so maybe they can hear it. I don't know.
Are you guys hearing anything in the chat? Is the volume on at all for you?
Play a bit more of it, maybe, so they can.
Or I'll tell you what. I know what I need to do.
Okay.
Okay, for some reason I went on mute. I don't know. But let's see if I can try this again. But I'm gonna put us on mute, okay?
All right.
And let's go back to the beginning. Okay, yeah. Let's see.
Now I'm here.
I don't know if you couldn't hear the whole thing, but I am going to put the link to the actual the video.
Yeah, the audio kind of cut out at one point. It was like the right button was on and then suddenly it was off, and so then the rest of what I heard was pretty garbled.
Oh no! Oh no!
I just found a different Twitter profile for you. I don't know if you want another follower, but I followed it anyway. But you may
a different for
well,
me.
the Veltis.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not. I never use it, but yeah, you can if you want to. It's and if I do post, it's like it's like what can I say? Mental health stuff. If yeah, it's a totally different vibe.
Different kind of vibe.
Yeah, different kind of vibe.
Well, I've been doing
And so let me, guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you the link to the actual thing, and you guys can see the entire episode by itself. Let me just see if I can call it up really quickly on it because the sound is pretty much half the enjoyment. Let me just see. Let me see if it'll come up for me.
Dawson has asked me if I'm a ham. I'm not a ham, nor am I a chicken, leg of lamb, or other meat products.
You're not a.
You're not. I don't know if I wonder if he means if I'm a radio ham. Is that still a thing?
You're not a meat product.
Not a meat product.
All right. I hope this is the right.
I suspect you might be a vegetarian.
Guys. Say that again.
I suspect you might be a vegetarian.
I'm actually a vegan right now. It's not by choice, but I just happen to be one. Because for a diet, I have some health issues I want to make sure that to take care of. So guys, I put the link of the first episode of that I just showed. I put that in the chat so that way you can actually see and hear it. And I'm really sorry about the technical issues. I do think that it was weird how the trailer played just fine and the episode one refused to play, and so properly. So I don't know what to say about that. But yeah, that's part of some of the creative stuff that I was doing just before I started this channel, and sort of it's for me going down memory lane again of some of the things that I'm still working on in different iterations, and also just kind of reminiscing with you guys about the reasons and the pathway to start this channel. Really a lot of fun for me. I definitely thank you guys for enduring all of that. So I think let me just finish. I never did finish this little presentation here that I had.
This is an amazing film. I really love this movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's the one where Corey Haim gets built the excuse me, gets built the electro wheelchair, which is also called the Silver Bullet, right?
Yes, a wonderful.
Which is kind of a nice twist on the title, considering the subject matter of the film.
Oh,
and the actor who plays the priest is the same actor who plays the guy in charge of the Fremen in David Lynch's Dune. And by the way, I'm a big fan of Lynch's Dune.
Me too.
Yeah, I've got. Guess what? I've got the vinyl down there.
Yeah, me too.
Great soundtrack. I way preferred the soundtrack to Lynch's Dune over the Hans Zimmer.
Oh, really?
Thing for the new one. Well, I mean, I like the new Dune. It was great. I got to go to the London premiere, so I met all the cast, and my friend is in it. She's the black girl on the poster.
Okay.
Sharon Duncan Brewster. But all I can remember about the score for the new Dune is it goes every so often. And that's all I can remember. I can remember all the different themes of the Lynch one, you know. So yeah, but Silver Bullet's a great movie.
Oh, wonderful. And yes, the priest, the guy, does anybody know his name? He was fantastic in it. Just had such a way of presenting himself as the wolf, and
He's
really,
got a really
really
he's got a
played it up.
really deep voice. Everett McGill.
Yes, yes,
Everett
that's what
McGill.
Everett
I forgot. Do you
McGill.
know what? I forgot that Gary Busey was in this movie.
Oh yeah, he plays the uncle. Yeah, yeah. And Unicorn Rampant Studio reminds us that Toto did was
Yeah,
a part of the score for the
that's
Dune,
right.
which was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And love it when people from pop culture music get involved with and just get involved with scores and see what they come up with. Very interesting takes. So yeah, this was one of the this was one I did in the right after the first year, so I didn't even make it to the second year before that. And then
yeah,
things to
this
come,
is a good movie.
isn't it? Oh,
And there was
so
a
good.
modern remake of this called The
Mhm.
Shape of Things to Come.
Yeah, it was nothing like this at all.
And it
Um,
was a bit naff, if I remember rightly.
it was
The
a bit what?
naff, as we say in the UK.
What's that mean?
It kind of means it was a bit shy.
Unicorn Rampant says he was Big Ed in Twin Peaks. Speaking of Everett
McGill,
McGill,
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
And Keith E says maybe you should do part 2 of this since you end up doing part 10s of other things. No, there's only one. There can only be one 7th year anniversary.
Well, you're going to have to come on my 1 year anniversary.
Absolutely, yeah.
I only started taking the channel seriously. It was this time last year.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I've got to look at the exact date of when I did the first proper video or interview. I guess it was the Jason Fleming interview, probably, with which Critical Drinker came on as a guest.
Oh, wow. Right off the bat, huh?
Yeah, I had him and Mauler, actually. And that was a really fun interview. It was good. It was a good hoot. Good hoot. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I liked about this movie in particular, Things to Come, is, and there's a lot of people who have negative things to say about it, the politics that they perceive in the movie. It's like I'm looking at this movie as presented the concepts of sci-fi, a futuristic world, even a utopia, so to speak, but it's got all these troubles. Still, no matter how much mankind tries to build a utopia, there will always be conflict. And so this movie really pulls that out of their futuristic look. And I do love the fact that this is a movie that was done in 1933, and the special effects that they created were really remarkable.
Yeah,
And
they're pretty good.
yes, and a little bit of it, I think there's a little bit of influence of it on Logan's Run. I thought there were quite a few visuals that matched up very closely to Logan's Run, including the glass travel tubes that we also saw recently in The Mandalorian. And who was it that said that you and I had different takes on something, and we were like, oh, is it the DeLorean? It was the Mandalorian.
Yeah, it was the Mandalorian. I think it was autocorrect, and I mean, listen, I grew up on Star Wars, and it's kind of like I keep seeing my children getting killed with each thing they're putting out at the moment. I mean, I did like Rogue One. I thought Rogue One was really good. I know some people are not agreeable on that, but Yeah, the point he was making was it's to do with the 360 all-encompassing film pod. It's got a name, I forget the name of it, and that's where they're shooting a lot of these shows now, because they can literally just program the computer. The world appears 360. They put the cameras in there. They light it a certain way, but it just looks crap. I just don't. You can always tell, and the light just looks artificial and computer generated, and
Yeah,
I just don't like it.
you didn't like it at all. I mean,
No.
I just and was that from all 3 seasons, or
I
was it
don't know
from?
if they did all 3 seasons there. I don't hate The Mandalorian as a show. There are elements of it I've really enjoyed. There's some episodes of it I've really enjoyed, and of course, who doesn't like Baby Yoda, you know? But
Yes.
I've got a big one. We have him on the table in the play
Oh,
when
yeah?
when they meet up. But yeah, it's just. But then they you know, they've just the Boba Fett show was terrible. The Kenobi show was terrible. I just kind of a bit dismayed, and they're just ignoring lore and just
Oh, yeah, they're not even
nothing
paying
that's come
attention to it.
before. Yeah, nothing that's come before matters now, and it's like,
No.
well, it kind of does. You know?
Yeah, I'm still able to enjoy it, and I'll tell you why. I guess I walked away from Star Wars a long time ago, and pretty much did not even have anything. I wouldn't have anything to do with any of it. Um, After the uh, Revenge of
Oh, Sith
the
or
Sith, yeah,
yeah.
and I thought that was a good movie, but I just had a feeling that something was lost and gone. It was no longer the
Was that
same.
the third one of the prequels?
Yeah, the last prequel,
Yeah,
and after that, I just was like, I'm done with Star Wars. I'll never have the same joy and innocence while watching Star Wars again.
I didn't like
And
the prequels.
you didn't like them at all.
No, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Red Letter Media. They were
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
first. They were the first guys I ever sort of saw on YouTube who were doing reviews,
Hmm.
and you know those guys are great. They understand writing. They understand 5-act scripts for Star Trek. You know, they know what it means and all of that. And when I watched that breakdown they did of what's the first movie called? I can't even remember. The Phantom Menace. Terrible
Hmm.
title. And you know, I watched the video, and I would say to my students, this is one of the best videos you can ever watch on how not to write a script. Watch this. This is like an educational video for a script writer, and yeah, that was what introduced me to YouTube bloggers, was Red Letter Media.
Yeah, a lot of people have seen them. I love those guys. I don't always agree with them,
No,
but again,
but of course
I
not.
can still enjoy their
Yeah,
content
yeah,
quite a bit, and I do.
absolutely.
I watch them almost all the time. Even when they don't make videos, I go back and watch their backlog of stuff.
Mm.
I especially love their coverage of Picard, and that was pretty interesting. But yeah, I have I didn't really see anything of Star Wars, but when Obi-Wan came out, I was like, "Oh, you know what? I'll check this out." I remember Obi-Wan. That was one of the things that I really enjoyed about the prequels, and of course, I loved him since the first Star Wars. So why not revisit this character? And of course, I know a lot of people absolutely hate the Obi-Wan series, but I didn't, because for the first time I kind of understood what Disney Star Wars really means. It's not really it's not the Star Wars we grew up with at all. It's
No.
something else. It's a product. It's a product with a few shadows and a few glimmers of what we used to know. And
Mm.
so I was like, okay, if I understand it this way, this is really helping me to enjoy this a lot better, not have any expectations that they will stick to the story that was already laid in place and stick to continuity and things like that, because they, I mean, they just they went all over the place. Let's be frank. They like all of
Yeah, I
the
think that's
series
being
that they
kind.
have. Yeah, and but I I did it did bring me back to Star Wars, and I started watching a few things, and The Mandalorian was one of them. I enjoyed the first 2 seasons. The third season, I enjoyed it in a way that was not about like seeing something. I didn't have the same kind of wonderful feeling about it I had for the first 2. The first
Yeah,
2
yeah,
kinda had made me feel like, "Wait. This is almost like, Flash Gordon, like the old serials." Like, it
yeah,
had
yeah. It
that
was good fun.
punchy. Yeah, it was punchy and it was fun. And then season 3 was doing something completely different right out the gate. Everybody can smell something was weird about what was happening. And so, the wolves smelled blood, and when it was just like, it was just mayhem from the beginning, from episode 1 until the end. And yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I had fun with it. It was silly at times, too silly at times, but it was. There were many places where I could say like, "Hey, I know, um, like this doesn't always, this is not gonna make sense, you know. This is not gonna make sense, and just let it be." And yeah, that's how I've been taking it now. Now, Star Trek is another thing. I have not been able to forgive Star Trek just yet, and start watching any of the shows yet, because I just feel disconnected from the stories that are being told. And I heard that Picard season 3 was excellent,
Yeah,
and
you can watch season 3 without having watched anything else, and that's what I recommend you do.
okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to try. But one thing that really kept me from watching it was hearing them curse, because Star Trek, I guess in my mind,
Yeah,
is a place and a time in which cursing is like they don't do that, you
the
know.
sheer hubris. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know
So
exactly what you're talking
so
about.
so yeah, that's gonna be hard for me to get over, but I'm trying to learn how to be more tolerant, and understand some of the things, and I'm not so. I want to open up and continue to expand my horizons, and so I don't want to close any doors to that. But let's see what's going on in the chat. I wanted to highlight Bonzo Kilborn's wonderful quote here. Man must build the first utopia in his soul. No outward effort will ever be enough. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
On
Incredible.
that note, it is now 5 a.m. in the UK,
Oh,
and
wow.
time for Uncle Lancy to go to bed.
Okay, we wore you out.
No, I listen. I haven't got major work on today, but I do have a date lined up
Ooh,
on Saturday night. Yeah, well, 52 and singles, fun.
nice.
We could do a whole stream about that. I'm finally getting back out there. It's a
Good for
bit,
you.
yeah,
Yes.
it's a bit of a nightmare, but
And
I probably should get some sleep
all
before I.
right. All right. And good
Um,
luck with dating. And I know it can be rough doing that, but
we can do a whole. That could be part of the web
a
series.
whole, yes.
Could be
Right?
that's not a
I
bad
mean,
idea actually. Could be like an online. You could characters meeting online for their first video chat. There's something there. That's an idea.
yeah, that will
Yeah.
be hilarious. Well, look, you have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. It
Oh
was
man,
really
this has been
great.
the best time. I've
Oh,
really
that's so
enjoyed this.
good. And we've been talking about doing something together, collaboratively, and this sort of like happened at the spur of the moment. So this is wonderful. And
Well,
I hope that
let's maybe do the canon thing. That'd be a good one to
oh
do
yeah,
together.
yes,
And you got
that
to
will be
come on
fun.
my channel again and do another one.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I need to when I'm putting up the new schedule. I've got to try and make sure that none of my stuff clashes with your show.
Oh, that's sweet of you, but you don't have to.
I've actually tried quite hard not to clash with all the people that I follow very
It's tough.
deliberately, so because I also like to watch their stuff.
Oh yeah,
And so
yeah.
I'm trying not to clash with stuff, but anyway, we'll see. Yeah, Canon Films, Alex Dawson. We're going to do a whole Invasion USA dissection stream.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be
Retro's
a
a big,
lot of
big,
fun.
big Chuck Norris fan. She doesn't like to talk about it, but she's right behind that. If she takes that green screen down, it's all Chuck Norris posters everywhere. So
Yes, you know it.
right, okay, I'm going to love you and leave you. Honestly, it's been a blast. Thank you
Oh,
so much for having me
wonderful.
on. Thanks to all the lovely comments from people in the chat.
Okay, yes.
Long may your channel continue to grow and prosper, and I look forward to doing this again with you real soon, whether my channel, your channel, wherever. Someone else's channel. Any of those are good.
That sounds good. Well, you have a
All
good one. Have a good night. Thank
Speak
you.
soon. Bye.
Wasn't it so awesome to have him just pop in and talk to us for hours? That was great. Okay, let's see what else is going on in the chat, because I know that you guys have been talking in there. And Keith E says, Retro Nerd Girl and Matt from Australia, that would be a great combo. And let's see. And Alex Dawson is complimenting you, Bonzo, on your wonderful words there. Bonzo says, Mando has ups and downs. Andor finale was so good. I went back and watched Rogue One again. I liked Rogue One more the second time around. Yeah, I did watch it again too, just to see if, refresh my mind, and it was really good. It was really good. I do like those. And Alex Dawson says, I did like the Attack of the Clones. And that's one I have to revisit again. I don't remember liking that one as much, because I thought the clones always should have been Darth Maul. I don't know what was wrong with me. I mean, I always thought they should have gotten someone like Darth Maul, and that would have really created a big mess. But they went for the more practical thing, to be honest. And of course, from the clone storyline, there have been many stories that have been built out from there, and has been very good for Star Wars. Let's see. Hassan Jamil is here. Says, Happy Annie RNG. Thank you so much for that. Great to see you here. And Keith E says, having heard both of you talk about this is great for me. Oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, because we do have similar but different takes on it. I'm choosing, I suppose, to be a little bit more positive on it about it, because I do feel sympathetic for the show. For some, maybe it's because of Grogu. Oh, Grogu. Where's Grogu? We miss Grogu. But maybe it's because of Grogu. And I do think he's such a wonderful character. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, we'll always have Cylon 5. Stop it! Okay, stop it. Okay, Xylon 5. There's a whole storyline around Xylon 5 that is going to be so amazing. And I can't wait to dive into it one day. And Keith E says, Alex, pick up your marathon medal in the lobby. He certainly went for the distance. Yes, you guys, thank you so much for hanging with me for so long. I did not know that I was gonna go for this long, but I was, of course, enjoying chatting with the guests and chatting with you guys. Guys, can you believe I had 2 guests on? This is really exciting. I'm learning. I'm learning how to have guests on the show. So maybe that might also help improve the content. I'm just just excited about that. And Keith E says, I'm guessing Canon is who Lance worked for many years, if that's the right answer. Yes, he said that he worked for Canon Films for a long time, and I really would like to get into a very deep dive one of these Fridays, a nice retro talk about all of the movies, sort of the greatest hits of the Canon studio, and he can actually tell us some of his experience on set, whatever he's willing to share. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, watch out for the invisible hippopotamus. All right. And Alex Dawson says, good night, brother. Thank you for being here and spending so much time with us. And Keith A says, Hooper wanted to stay up, but I sent him to bed. He put on his pajamas. Oh, so cute. And Keith E says, I have 2 iPads in the phone. I can watch both of you and still and still somebody else. You go, Keith E. Well, there was a whole bunch of other videos I wanted to share with you guys today, but I think we're winding down really heavily. I'm just gonna do sort of a quickie thing of going through some of these. Alex Dawson says there's a great document on Canon Films. Awesome. A documentary. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I understood that, even though I said something different. So we got Barbarella here that I did in 2018. And at the time I posted it, I only had 300 subs, and I've got Zardoz here, another good one here. The Wizard of Oz. It's only gotten 3,300 views, but it's like one of those iconic movies. So maybe over the years, more people will find themselves to see that review. I thought it was really. I had a lot of fun with it. I had so much fun with it. But we had quite a few more. Year 2 was marked on 6/12/2018, and I did my stepmother's an alien, and that was before I was celebrating. That was before I was celebrating my anniversaries. So, and we have Devil's Advocate 1997, Heavy Metal 1981, and this is my most popular review to date with 89,000 views on it. Wow. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. And at the time I posted it, I only had 627 subscribers, which is still a lot for me. I still think those are big numbers, but for YouTube standards, it's really small. And of course, I loved doing Heavy Metal 2000, and that movie review is one that people seem to watch right after watching Heavy Metal. So it's garnered about 17,000 views just because it's it's related to Heavy Metal 2000, and maybe also because the girl on the cover is drop dead gorgeous. Possibly, I don't know. And at that point I had 664 subs. And so I'm really trying to show how long it takes, to grow the audience for this channel. And it didn't happen overnight. It took a long time, but it was a beautiful journey. Of course, the journey included one of my favorite action movies of all time, Demolition Man, guys. Come on, this is one of my favorites. It didn't again. It's one of my favorites. Didn't get a lot of views, but it is just one of those movies that I absolutely adore. I hope more people will recognize that movie. That is, Demolition Man, guys. Okay, and so here's my 3-year anniversary video. And after 3 years, I had 806 subs. So that's a lot of subs to gain in within like the first year I had 99, the second year I how many did I have the second year? But then to get 800, that's really nice. That's a nice progression there. It's slow, but it's people who are for sure wanting to see this stuff. Of course, Dune, one of my very favorite movies of 1984. I loved that movie and book. We have Project X, and I highlighted this movie because when I posted it, I finally reached over 1,000 subscribers, and the channel was then at that point up for monetization. But at that point, the monetization would have been like a penny or a couple of pennies. Really wasn't gonna garner any like real like a real amount of money or anything, but it's sort of like nice to have that like that valid verification that okay, now if I did get a lot of subscribers and there was a lot of eyeballs on my videos, that things could change, it could get better, and maybe could be a viable source of income. And then the 4-year anniversary, that was I finally I got to 200, I'm sorry, 2000, and that like almost exactly in on year 4. And then for year 5, 3,000. So that's pretty good. It's like it took a while, but we're getting there. 6 year, 4,800. That's not bad. And so now at uh, at at 7 years, definitely like what 62k, so that's pretty good. And I wanted to show you guys the movies that are now the movies that everybody's wanting to see on my channel. For some reason, Quartermass and the Pit is that movie that everybody wants to see a review from. So it was just weird because I posted it 2 years ago, and it's just starting to pick up some traction. So that's kind of nice. And Conan the Barbarian is doing very well, having that I only posted it a few months back. Uh, Give or take less than a year ago. And then Metropolis, which is like steadily always has had an interest because of the nature of that movie and what it means to the film industry. I think that movie has been steadily getting a lot of interest on my channel. And of course the Forbidden Planet, which is another sci-fi classic. These movies are just incredible, and I'm so glad I covered them. And so I wanted to and what is going on here? Kate E says, I've got so much time invested now. I'm not going to leave until it's over. Thank you, Keithy. I really appreciate that. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, that's the spirit, Keithy. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my presentation. And I just wanted to talk about some of the ways that people find my channel. So browse features seem to be the main way that people find my channel these days. Then there are channel pages, and channel pages, is basically like people going. It is just like people like seeing my channel from the main page, right? And then YouTube search. So people actually searching for different movies. They're not necessarily searching for me, but they're searching for the movies, and I pop up. So that's pretty cool. Suggested videos. That's quite a few. looks like a good number of people have been getting my suggested my movies as a suggestion, and they're clicking on it. And then there's external, like maybe you uh, they're probably coming from Twitter. They're probably coming from Twitter or Instagram or one of those places. So that's really interesting. I wanted to share that with you guys just to show you like where these where the traffic's really coming from, and for the channel, because that really matters as far as like getting eyeballs on the channel. Now, the demographics for this is very interesting. And the demographic, I talked about this very gently, but it's mostly guys. Mostly guys are interested in these the topics that I have on my channel. So and there is a small percentage of females that are interested in the topic too, and we we know who they are. We can call them by name, but yeah, there's a lot of guys that really love this stuff. But look at this interesting. Per average percentage viewed, it looks like the girls are watching more than the guys. What's up with that? And the average view duration, guys are staying on longer. They're just staying on longer. 851. Now, when people talk about view duration and per video, it's an average amount that some people are going to watch the video all the way to the end, or some people are going to watch a little bit of the video, or they're going to watch it till the middle. And so on average, my average review duration is 851. That's not those aren't bad numbers, I think. If you were talking about average view duration being 2 minutes, that's when I would have some serious concerns about what my content is. And for the views, though, they say just the raw views, it is 89% of the views come from guys, and 10% of the views come from women, and non-specified 4%. Very interesting, fascinating stuff, guys. I hope I'm not boring you with it, but I'm almost done. And so this is also my age demographics, which I think is also very interesting. The highest group is the group from 55 to 64. It's an older group there than even myself. I would, the group before that, 45 to 54, is one of the largest groups, which is 22%, and which is really, this is surprising me so very much. The group that actually comes in second to the most is the age group from 35 to 44. That's pretty interesting to me, like people from 35 to 44. That is so cool that more young people are getting involved in learning about these older movies. I do have some people, I don't know how they were able to, from 13 to 17, just a few numbers here and there for the younger age group, and a few people who are older than 65 years old. But I find this fascinating because I love connecting with you guys and trying to figure out more ways that I can definitely like make sure some of the stuff that I'm doing is actually gonna be things that you're interested in. So Alex Dawson, you are too funny. And Keith E says, damn right, they're gonna have to drag me out of here. Oh my goodness. Okay, and I do think that's my last slide. Is it? Yes, this is my last slide, guys. I finished my incredible slideshow that I was like, I'm gonna finish this slideshow. God darn it. So yes, this has been so much fun. I can't tell you how much fun it's been for me. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. I am going to um play our outro because I don't know what else. I don't want to keep you guys for too long. I feel like I'll be abusing your time to keep you here for any longer. But thank you for bearing with me with the slideshow and everything and all of my tech issues. I did learn how to invite guests and things like that, and how to manage the stream while having guests on board. So I'm really proud of that. But I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna bid you guys adieu so you can enjoy the rest of your night. For crying out loud, some of you guys, Keith E, Corn Rampant Studios, you guys were with me since the beginning. So I will definitely. I'm completely indebted to you guys. You're like my secret executive producers on this show, really doing the most to keep me going. And it's just been wonderful. These live streams have been pretty incredible. I'm gonna play the outro, guys, and I have no other words but to say, without further ado, I bid you adieu, and I will see you tomorrow at the watch party.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.